Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Sharp comprehension, and the Heavenly Hammer's detailed forging insights. Mu Yang's first forging attempt, though clumsy, made significant progress. Over the course of a week, his metalworking skills had become quite refined. Boom. 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 Inside the forging chamber, Mu Yang's figure spun as he swung his forging hammer. The deafening sound of the hammer striking the ingot on the forging platform echoed continuously. Mu Yang, 1. At this moment, two young girls entered the forging chamber. Seeing Mu Yang engrossed in forging, they didn't interrupt but quietly watched from the side. After a while, as Mu Yang delivered his final hammer strike, the ingot on the forging platform, much smaller than its original size, had been completely purified of impurities during the process. The once ordinary iron transformed into a high-quality refined iron. This level should count as the pinnacle of 100 refinements, right? Looking at the glowing red refined iron on the forging platform, Mu Yang thought to himself. Mu Yang, I've noticed you've been forging these past few days. Are you planning to switch careers and become a blacksmith? Seeing Mu Yang pause, Hyuga approached with a curious expression. Everyone knew that soul masters were the most esteemed profession on the continent, while blacksmithing was considered a lowly trade. What kind of drastic change could make a prodigy like Mu Yang, with innate full soul power, choose such an insignificant and bleak profession? Was he upset after arguing with his fiancée? That didn't seem likely, she had just seen them showing affection this morning. What career change? It's just a side job. Besides, I'm not aiming to be a mere blacksmith but a forging master. Mu Yang rolled his eyes at Hyuga. This little girl probably didn't understand the potential of forging as a profession. In the future armor warrior era, divine refinement masters were revered by ordinary titled Luos. If someone like Shilong from today's world crossed into the future, he might beg to serve a divine refinement master, only to be disregarded. Why? Because divine refinement masters would already have an endless queue of titled Luos vying to serve them. They wouldn't care about one more, especially one as weak as Shilong. Other titled Luos with full divine refinement battle armor could rival rank 99 limit Luos without armor. But Shilong, lacking both a soul core and a 10,000-year fifth soul ring, with low soul power, might not even stand a chance against an unarmored rank 98 super Douluo. Forging master? Isn't that still just hammering iron? Hyuga muttered softly. It wasn't that she looked down on blacksmiths, but societal norms had long solidified such impressions, and her perception wasn't easily changed by Mu Yang. Mu Yang, I know you must have your reasons for doing this. Keep it up. Unlike Hyuga, the more astute Hyuga believed Mu Yang's actions had deeper meaning and encouraged him. If she were in Mu Yang's position, without a compelling reason, why would she sideline her soul master duties for blacksmithing? No one would do so unless they'd been kicked in the head by a 10,000-year-old donkey. You're the best, Binger. Mu Yang smiled and nodded. If he weren't drenched in sweat, he'd have hugged her and kissed her then and there. Flatterer. Get some rest tonight and stop staying up so late. I've already spoken to my aunt, we'll head out to hunt a soul beast tomorrow. Hyuga lightly scolded him, then moved on to the main topic. It's said, the more you walk along the riverbank, the more likely you are to get your feet wet. Except for a few special instances, Mu Yang's nightly overexertion hadn't escaped Hyuga's notice. One night, the girl missed him dearly. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep, she climbed over her balcony to catch a glimpse of her boy's sleeping figure. However, instead of seeing his sleeping posture, what she saw was Mu Yang burning the midnight oil. When she checked the time, it was nearly 2 a.m. She didn't confront him immediately. Instead, Hyuga quietly observed him for 3 days. She discovered that after finishing his lunar soul refinement practice every night, Mu Yang would return to his bed, sit cross-legged, and emit waves of spiritual energy. This would continue until after 2 a.m. He would also repeat this routine after waking up at 8 a.m. though she couldn't figure out what he was up to. In truth, Mu Yang had already noticed Hyuga's presence but chose not to avoid her. It was merely cultivation techniques, nothing shady like sneaking around with other girls. There was no reason to hide it. Moreover, as someone who would share his life and secrets with her in the future, Shui Binger would learn about this sooner or later. Hence, he simply carried on as usual. Unfortunately, Shui Binger was incredibly considerate. Initially, Mu Ying had intended to explain when she brought it up, but she never pried. Instead, she just reminded him to take care of his health. Soul beast hunting? Binger, it seems you haven't broken through your bottleneck yet. Are you planning to use battle to push through? Sensing her soul power, Mu Ying noticed Shui Binger was still at the bottleneck of rank 49 Soul Ancestor. This surprised him. Half a month ago, Shui Binger's soul power had reached the peak of rank 49, but she had hit a bottleneck. Even talented soul masters cannot avoid bottlenecks entirely. They'll encounter them sooner or later. The difference lies in how long they are stuck. For early-stage bottlenecks, the obstacles are temporary and can usually be overcome quickly. For example, Daimabai in the original story had been stuck at the peak of rank 39 for some time. He eventually broke through with the help of the singular Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum. So, it was reasonable that Shui Binger, despite her immense talent, had yet to break through her bottleneck after half a month. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger pulled out a silk handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped Mu Ying's forehead. She said, "If it were just me, I'd patiently take my time. But you've already broken through to rank 40 days ago. I don't want to hold you back any longer." She added softly, "Besides, soul hunting takes time. Maybe I'll break through during the hunt." The girl couldn't wait for her beloved boy to grow stronger. She wouldn't allow any unnecessary delays. In the past 6 months, Shui Binger had made remarkable progress in her cultivation. Mu Ying had similarly advanced. After absorbing the blue-silver emperor right leg bone, his soul power had surged to rank 38. A week ago, he had broken through to rank 40, becoming a quasi-soul ancestor. It was clear that without Shui Binger consuming the yearning heartbroken red, Mu Ying's soul power level would have surpassed hers by now. "That's fine, then." Mu Ying nodded. Since Shui Binger planned to use the soul beast hunting process to break through, Shui Yinyu, who was leading the hunt, could serve as a safeguard. Unless they encountered enemies far beyond their capability, the entire hunting process would be handled by the two of them. This would continue until Shui Binger broke through her bottleneck and added her 5th soul ring. Thanks to the solid foundation laid by his 10,000-year 3rd soul ring, combined with the sun body refinement and the earlier ice-fire alchemical tempering, Mu Ying's body could easily handle a 4th soul ring of around 30,000 years. A 30,000-year soul beast was comparable to an exceptional rank 60 soul emperor or even a weak soul sage. Such a beast would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Even with their martial soul fusion skill, it would still be a tough battle. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, the intense combat experience would provide ample nourishment and resources for Shui Binger to break through her bottleneck. Chapter 81, Shui Yuer, my sister and I seem to be the same. Both of us took immortal herbs, so why are your level up speeds faster than mine? At this moment, Shui Yuer said to the two of them with a face full of resentment. She remembered that a year and a half ago, at the opening of the Soul Master Tournament, she and Mu Ying were both at the 25th rank, while her sister Shui Binger was a 33rd rank Soul Elder. Later, after consuming the Daffodil Jade Flesh Bone Herb, she gained about 8 additional levels of soul power. Now, she had reached the 43rd rank as a Soul Ancestor, yet her sister had already reached the peak of the 49th rank, close to breaking through to the 50th rank. It was foreseeable that once her sister advanced to the 5-ring Soul King, her soul power level would likely rise just like when advancing to the 4 rings, increasing by 2 levels straight to the 52nd rank Soul King. At that time, the soul power difference between the two would be 9 levels, 1 level more than the initial 8-level gap. And this was after advancing 2 major levels. Wasn't it said that the later stages of cultivation for soul masters would become slower, and the initial level gaps would shrink due to the difficulty of leveling up? Why did it seem that the gap was only widening instead? Moreover, it was fine to lose to her sister, but why was even Mu Ying about to catch up with her? Currently, Mu Ying was at the 40th rank, and his 3rd soul ring was of the 10,000-year level. This meant his 4th soul ring would definitely exceed 10,000 years, and after advancing, he would likely reach at least the 42nd rank, possibly even the 43rd rank. It was worth noting that Mu Ying had already consumed immortal herbs, and from what she had heard from him, these things couldn't be taken multiple times. In other words, Mu Ying couldn't cheat again by taking another immortal herb. They both started as 25th rank Soul Grandmasters, and even after she gained about 8 levels of soul power from consuming Daffodil Jade Flesh Bone, he was still able to catch up. Was she too useless, or was Mu Ying abnormal? What Shui Yuer didn't know was that although Mu Ying couldn't consume another immortal herb, he had still cheated by secretly refining a 100,000-year soul bone, gaining 5 levels of soul power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up to Shui Yuer, who had also taken an immortal herb, in such a short time. The only one who clearly knew about this was Shui Binger. Even Shui Yanyu didn't know the specifics. Shui Yanyu could sense something unusual about Mu Yang, as his soul power had increased significantly in a short period, but this was clearly a personal matter. She wouldn't pry. Of course, this didn't mean Mu Yang had outpaced Shui Yor by a full 3 levels of soul power in the same time frame. If one were to look closely and calculate precisely, the difference was actually only about 1 level. After all, while the effects of immortal herbs were strong, they had limits. The cultivation talent enhancement provided by the 8-petal ice grass and blazing delicate apricot for Mu Yang was actually less than what the daffodil jade flesh bone provided Shui Yor. It was like giving Ning Fengzi a billion gold soul coins. He would still be the same extravagant Ning Fengzi because he was already wealthy. But if you gave the same billion to Beihe, the struggling Beihe would immediately become a rich tycoon, living a life as luxurious as Ning Fengzi, even saving distressed ladies from unfortunate paths with ease. The reason Mu Yang could make up the roughly 3-level soul power gap created by external resources was mainly due to the additional soul power provided by his higher quality soul rings during his advancements. Shui Yor's 3rd soul ring, about 5,000 years, and her 4th soul ring, just over 10,000 years, only added about 2 levels of soul power each. Meanwhile, Mu Yang, with his extremely high tolerance for soul rings, gained about 3 levels of soul power from both his 3rd and 4th rings. Just these 2 rings alone made up about 2 levels of the soul power gap. The remaining 1 level or so was made up through his actual efforts. Oh, Shui Yor's 4th soul ring was also at the 10,000-year level. Whale glue could only enhance physical attributes, and alone it wasn't enough. However, since she was his future sister-in-law, Mu Yang taught her the lunar refinement technique. But since she was just his potential sister-in-law, Mu Yang didn't give her the full version, only the 1st and 2nd levels. The mental power cultivation cap for these levels was equivalent to that of an average 60th rank soul master. As soon as Shui Yor finished speaking, Shui Binger appeared stunned. She then reached out to touch Shui Yor's forehead. Sister, what are you doing? Shui Yor shook her head to resist. You're not running a fever, are you? After feeling her forehead's temperature, Shui Binger's face showed confusion. Shui Yor. She was perfectly fine. How could she possibly have a fever? Besides, if she did fall ill, wouldn't a dose of detoxifying ginseng from Mu Yang solve the problem? You, don't be greedy. You're only 13 years old this year. Reaching the 43rd rank soul ancestor is already incredible. What more could you want? Shui Binger tapped her sister's forehead, scolding her like a senior. Reaching the 43rd rank soul ancestor at the age of 13 was something even innate full soul power geniuses couldn't achieve. Yet her sister was still dissatisfied with her cultivation speed compared to her and Mu Yang. Sure enough, people are greedy. Once they achieve their dreams, they start craving even better things. It's just that compared to you and Mu Yang, I feel like I'm far behind. Sister, you're the best. Shui Yor lowered her head and nuzzled Shui Binger's arm, acting coquettishly. Yor, does that mean I'm not the best? Mu Yang asked. Brother-in-law, you're the best too. Thinking of how much her current achievements owed to the daffodil jade flesh bone, which was given to her by Mu Yang, Shui Yor didn't hesitate to reply. Binger is the best, and I'm also the best. So who's truly the best? Mu Yang teased. Well, brother-in-law, you're the best. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Yor ultimately sided with Mu Yang. She couldn't help it, the daffodil jade flesh bone was just too amazing. If her sister hadn't claimed him first, she might have offered herself to him already. After all, Mu Yang was handsome, talented, and so kind to her. No, not might have. But absolutely. Wait a second. Aunt and Mom are both Dad's wives. So, my sister and I could also. Pa. Mu Yang belongs to my sister. I can't think like this. Shui Yor silently scolded herself. Of course, Shui Binger, who couldn't read minds, had no idea what Shui Yor was thinking at the moment. She rolled her eyes and said, exasperated, Yor, it seems I've spoiled you for nothing. Although it wasn't wrong to say her brother-in-law was the best, why did it sound so annoying? Her sister was hopeless. Could someone please take her away already? At this moment, Mu Yang stepped forward, took Shui Binger's hand, and then turned to Shui Yor, saying, Yor, you should have answered the earlier question like this, no matter whether it's my sister or my brother-in-law, both are the best. Because although my sister and I are two people, we are one and inseparable. As soon as these words were spoken, small stars instantly appeared in Shui Binger's eyes. Shui Yor. Great, now they're starting to feed me dog food again. The next morning, Shui Yanyu took Mu Yang and Shui Binger in a carriage heading toward the starred forest in the central part of the continent to hunt for soul beasts. The purpose of this trip was to help Mu Ying attach his fourth soul ring and to allow Shui Binger to use the experience as an opportunity to break through her bottleneck at the peak of rank 49. Due to Mu Ying's extremely high tolerance for soul rings, his fourth soul ring could be around 30,000 years in age. Although the Sunset Forest was known as one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places on the continent, its scale was far smaller than that of the Starred Forest and the extreme north. The overall quality of the soul beasts within it was also much lower compared to the other 2 regions. Even though a 30,000-year soul beast wasn't considered a particularly high-level soul beast, it was still a rarity in the Sunset Forest. Typically, soul masters who go to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings do not exceed rank 50 in level. According to the best configuration of soul rings, the 6th soul ring would generally be about 20,000 years old. Once soul masters reached rank 60, they would seldom visit the Sunset Forest for soul rings. Instead, they would prefer to go to the Starred Forest. After all, the variety of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest was not as rich as that in the Starred Forest. There was no guarantee they could find a soul beast over 20,000 years old that matched their needs. Thus, for this trip, the group of 3 chose to hunt for soul beasts not in the closer Sunset Forest near Skywater Academy but in the more distant Starred Forest. After traveling in a carriage for more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Starred Forest as night was about to fall. After stepping off the carriage and glancing at the hunting town outside the Starred Forest, Shui Yanyu turned to Mu Ying and Shui Binger and said, "Zhao Yang, Binger, let's rest for the night in the town. We'll enter the forest tomorrow." Mu Ying and Shui Binger nodded. After riding in a carriage for over 10 days, even though soul masters have excellent physical endurance, the 2 were still visibly fatigued. Moreover, with the day already coming to an end, it was indeed wise to rest well for the night before venturing into the forest. After all, they didn't want to be low on energy inside the forest. "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first." Calling out, Shui Yanyu led the way toward the hunting town ahead, with Mu Ying and Shui Binger following closely behind. Upon entering the town, Mu Ying found it to be livelier than he had imagined. Although the hunting town wasn't very large, it resembled a small city, except without city walls. The somewhat narrow streets were lined with various shops, offering a wide variety of goods. However, aside from lodging and food, most of the shops were related to soul masters. They sold things like weapons and armor, antidotes, recovery potions, and even special adventure clothing with extra pockets to carry more items. Don't think that soul masters have no need for weapons and armor. That's only true for high-level soul masters. For low-level soul masters, a well-crafted set of armor could be as valuable as an additional defensive soul skill and it wouldn't consume any soul power to use. The only downside was that wearing it could be a bit tiring. Chapter 82, One-sided romantic obsession is unacceptable. Additionally, due to the existence of rare metals on the continent, truly well-crafted armor does have its uses. For instance, the armor sold in these shops, since the target customers are soul masters, even if it isn't top grade, often contains some rare metals mixed in, making its defensive capabilities far superior to ordinary armor. As for items like potions, well, don't get your hopes up too high. Take antidote potions as an example. They're merely extracted juices from herbs with detoxifying properties. They're nothing like those potions crafted by proper alchemists in other fantasy worlds. At best, they can neutralize ordinary poisons or toxins from low-level poison-type soul beasts. It's precisely because advanced items can't be crafted that blacksmiths and alchemists on the Douluo continent don't hold particularly high status. Of course, the blacksmith profession does have a promising future. Once the era of soul tool technology dawns in the soul master world, especially with the advent of battle armor, blacksmiths will be highly sought after. As for alchemists, their prospects on the Douluo continent are essentially hopeless. High-grade herbs on the Douluo continent are essentially plant-type soul beasts, and everyone knows how quickly soul beasts can cultivate. In other worlds, alchemists collect herbs for refining high-grade pills, but on the Douluo continent, the herbs are like their great-great-grandparents' ancestors cultivated over generations. After painstakingly gathering enough herbs for a batch of high-grade pills, if the alchemist's skills are lacking and the batch fails, the efforts of 18 generations go down the drain. In such a scenario, it would be a miracle if the alchemist profession could thrive. Of course, this statement may be somewhat exaggerated. In the future, the soul master world on the continent will still see the rise of alchemists, but due to the limited availability of materials, only a very small number of people will benefit. It will never become widespread, and the profession's status will never surpass soul masters or blacksmiths who provide materials for crafting battle armor. Before long, the 3 entered a hotel that wasn't overly luxurious but appeared very clean. The hotel covered a large area but was not tall, with only 2 floors. The first floor housed a spacious restaurant, while the second floor was for accommodation. At the front desk, Shui Yinyu asked the staff to book 2 rooms, a single room and a double room. After securing the keys to the rooms, the 3 found an empty table in a corner of the restaurant and sat down. They called a waiter, ordered a simple meal of 5 dishes and 1 soup, and began chatting as they waited for their food. By this time, night had fallen, and it was the peak dinner hour. Given the hotel's good business, the restaurant was already about 70 to 80% full, creating a lively and slightly noisy atmosphere. Suddenly, just as they were chatting, Ma Yang noticed a hush fall over the restaurant. Turning his gaze, he saw 3 figures enter the hotel. Leading them was a tall woman with a veil over her face, draped in a white hooded robe. From the few strands of golden hair peeking out of the hood, it was clear that this woman had blonde hair. The other 2 figures followed closely behind her, both dressed in black hooded robes, their faces obscured. One was tall and slender, while the other was shorter and stockier. Although the 3 figures did not release any soul power, both the white-robed, golden-haired woman and the 2 black-robed figures exuded an imposing presence. They gave the impression of either being accustomed to positions of power or possessing extraordinary strength. This was precisely why the restaurant's patrons had paused their conversations to focus their attention on the 3 individuals. "Master, shall we dine?" At the front desk, the tall and slender black-robed figure booked 3 rooms and then turned to the golden-haired woman for confirmation. "No." The golden-haired woman shook her head slightly. After receiving the room keys, she headed directly to the second floor of the hotel. Seeing this, the 2 black-robed figures exchanged a glance before following her upstairs. "Master?" In the restaurant's corner, Ma Yang raised an eyebrow. On the Douluo continent, there weren't many people who could be addressed as master, let alone a woman. Furthermore, judging by the strong aura emanating from the 2 black-robed figures, Ma Yang quickly deduced the identity of the golden-haired woman. If his guess was correct, this white-robed, golden-haired woman was none other than Qian Renxu, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, while the 2 black-robed figures were her bodyguards Snake-Lance Douluo Shilong and Porcupine Fish Douluo Sizu during her infiltration mission in heaven. For someone like Qian Renxu to appear in a small soul-hunting town near the Starred Forest, the purpose could only be to acquire a soul ring and advance her rank. Currently, there were still about 8 or 9 years before the Heaven coup depicted in the original story. At that time, Qian Renxu was a 7-ring soul sage. Given the timeline, it was unlikely she was at the 70th level now. If she were at the 50th level, there would be no need for her to travel all the way to the Starred Forest. The Sunset Forest, just 100 kilometers from Heaven City, would suffice. After all, according to the best soul ring ratios, a soul master's 5th soul ring would be around 10,000 years old. Even with her enhanced physique due to consuming whale glue, her limit would still be within 20,000 years. Soul beasts within this range could be found in the Sunset Forest. Thus, the 20-something Qian Renxu was likely either a level 60 soul emperor or had just advanced to the 6-ring level after leaving the Starred Forest. This made sense. Although her time as a spy in the Heaven Empire inevitably hindered her cultivation, especially since she didn't have access to a mimicry training ground suited for her angel martial soul, her innate talent was exceptional. With an innate soul power of level 20, reaching level 60 was hardly surprising. What a pity. Recalling Qian Renxu's tragic ending in the original story, where her angel godhood was shattered, Ma Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, it was just a passing thought. Ma Yang didn't feel much sympathy for her. There were plenty of people in the world more deserving of pity, and Qian Renxu wasn't one of them. If anything, her grandfather Qian Dalu was even more pitiful. Spreading the angel god's glory across the continent was Qian Dalu's lifelong dream as a divine servant. He sacrificed the remaining centuries of his life, using his death to pave the way for Qian Renxu's ascension. His dream had been realized. But little did he know that the everlasting angel godhood he envisioned would flicker out like a brief flame. Before even his death anniversary arrived, there was no longer an angel god in the world, nor did the Spirit Hall's millennia-long foundation remain. It was fortunate that Qian Dalu had died early. Otherwise, he might have been angered to death again. Of course, the downfall of the Spirit Hall wasn't solely Qian Renxu's fault. 2 other individuals had also made unforgettable contributions. The Spirit Hall's strength was undeniable. With countless trump cards and overwhelming power, it was clear that the Douluo continent would eventually fall under its control. Yet, somehow, a guaranteed victory was destroyed by Bibi Dong, Huliina, and Qian Renxu, all 3 driven by romantic obsessions. Had Bibi Dong not been blinded by love, Tang San, destined to become the sea god and bring down the Spirit Hall, would have perished long ago. If Huliina weren't romantically obsessed, Tang San would have missed the sacrifices of Zhao Wu, Da Ming, and Ming, losing critical opportunities to ascend to godhood and leaving him to die at the hands of the angel or Rakshasa gods. And if Keon Rensu hadn't been similarly blinded, she wouldn't have repeatedly spared Tang-san, leading to her ultimate defeat. At the time, before Bibi Dong revealed the truth of the past on her deathbed, Keon Rensu already knew that she was the daughter of Tang-san's mother's murderer. The two of them were doomed from the start. In short, being romantically obsessed isn't inherently wrong, but it must be mutual. One-sided obsession is a guaranteed recipe for tragedy. With a pope, a holy maiden, and a successor like this, it's no wonder the spirit hall fell. Its misfortune was the great luck of its enemies. Ma-yang, did you sense it too? After Keon Rensu's group disappeared upstairs, Shui Yinyu spoke to Ma-yang with a serious expression, noticing that he had been watching them. Ma-yang? Shui Yinyu's cryptic words left Ma-yang momentarily confused. And, were they very strong? At this moment, Shui Binger softly asked. Instantly, Ma-yang understood Shui Yinyu's earlier question. As an 8-ring-souled Luo, Shui Yinyu must have sensed the overwhelming soul power or threat from Shilong and Shizu. While Shui Yinyu might not have pinpointed their exact strength, the mere fact that they felt unfathomable suggested a significant disparity in power. In other words, they had to be titled Luos. They should be. Ma-yang didn't say titled Luos or Your Excellencies out loud, instead forming the number 9 with his fingers. Immediately, the clever Shui Binger's eyes widened in shock. Wow, 2 9-ring titled Luos? Wait, something even more absurd came to mind. 2 titled Luos addressing a woman as master? What kind of extravagance was this? Spirit Hall? Her first thought was the Spirit Hall, the unquestionable hegemon of the continent's soul master world. After a moment's thought, Ma-yang said, Binger, let's not talk about this. The hearing of titled Luos was extraordinary. Their conversation might very well be overheard by Shilong and Shizu. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ma-yang decided it was best to drop the subject. Ma-yang is right. Shui Yinyu agreed with a nod. Before long, the restaurant regained its earlier lively atmosphere. However, at this moment, Shui Yinyu was no longer in the mood for idle chatter, her mind constantly pondering. Judging from the situation just now, it seemed that the inheritance of the Angel clan had not been severed. Chapter 83, Training in the Forest. Without question, the 3 were most likely from the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, anyone whom a titled elder respectfully addressed as young master could only be a member of the Angel clan. However, as far as she knew, the Angel clan had a dwindling bloodline. Aside from the long-retired Sky Invincible, the only known member was the former Pope Keon Xunji, who had died at the hands of Tang Hao years ago. That white-robed woman earlier, could she be Keon Xunji's daughter? Or perhaps Sky Invincible had unexpectedly sired a child in his old age? This was indeed valuable information. Though the Angel clan had few members and was not flourishing, anyone with even a cursory understanding of them knew just how terrifying this clan could be. Their family's inherited martial soul, the 6-winged angel, bestowed the power of a domain upon awakening. This ensured that every member of the Angel clan was a genius. As long as they didn't die prematurely, all of them eventually became 9-ring titled Luos without exception. Many people lauded the clear-skied Luo Tang Hao as the youngest titled Luo on the continent and the most talented of his generation. Yet, the former Pope Keon Xunji, who died under Tang Hao's hammer, was not much inferior. Keon Xunji had achieved the rank of titled Luo at the age of 50. Such talent was only narrowly eclipsed by Tang Hao's. Shortly after, the waiter brought the dishes to Mu Ying and his companions. After dinner, the 3 didn't bother strolling around the spirit hunting town. They returned to their rooms to wash up and rest. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the following day, after a quick breakfast, the 3 of them left the hotel. The spirit hunting town wasn't far from the starred forest. Naturally, the 3 chose not to ride a carriage and instead ran on foot. To be precise, Mu Ying and Shui Binger were running, while Shui Yinyu, with her Ice Sparrow martial soul activated, flew through the air. Although Shui Binger also had a flying martial soul in her Ice Phoenix, her soul power wasn't high enough to sustain prolonged flight like Shui Yinyu. As for Mu Ying, though he possessed a flying spirit bone skill, he chose not to reveal it. Besides, spirit masters weren't slow runners, and with the help of the orange jade blood ginseng to restore their stamina, long-distance running wasn't an issue. 3 days later, in the inner regions of the starred forest, standing on the thick branch of a towering tree, Shui Yinyu crossed her arms and extended her spiritual sense to monitor the surroundings, remaining alert for any unexpected dangers. Nearby, an intense battle was underway. In the field, a leopard-type soul beast over 10 feet long with sharp claws, a sleek, agile build, and fur striped in green and purple, was locked in combat with 2 lifelike ice-blue dragons radiating biting cold. The 2 dragons were identical in appearance, each over 5 meters long and vividly detailed. The difference lay in their power. The stronger dragon exhaled icy breaths, while the weaker one was engulfed in ice blue flames, spewing low-temperature icy fire from its maw. Roar! The wind lightning leopard, with its body covered in the strange ice blue flames, struggled as the cold breath restricted its speed. Enraged, it let out a furious roar, and a purple light flickered across its massive frame. Boom! Soul power surged as a half-foot-wide sphere of lightning descended from the sky, striking the flaming ice blue dragon. Bang! The thunderball erupted upon impact, and purple lightning scattered. The ice blue dragon engulfed in flames shattered instantly, dissolving into scattered flames that dissipated in midair. Taking advantage of this, the wind lightning leopard, relying on its protective soul power, endured the icy breath of the remaining dragon. Its body radiated a dense green glow, and suddenly, countless wind blades materialized in the air, sweeping toward the blue-haired youth in one swift motion. Che! Seeing the barrage of wind blades approaching, Mu Yang, clad in his ice flame armor, clicked his tongue and lightly tapped the ground. Employing the free cloud ascension step, a movement technique he'd devised months ago, his form flickered like a mirage, leaving behind after images as he appeared 20 meters from his original spot. Swish, swish, swish. The wind blades tore through the ground, plowing it several times over. Grass, branches, dirt, and rocks were sent flying in all directions. Roar! Having missed its target, the wind lightning leopard roared in frustration. Its body gleamed faintly green, its speed doubling as it charged ferociously toward Mu Yang. Long-range attacks weren't working? Then close combat would do. This leopard refused to believe that a mere human spirit master with only 3 rings could outmatch its 13,000-year-old claws and fangs in close quarters. Command. Mu Yang raised a finger. An ice flame mirror, previously orbiting his body, flew forward to meet the leopard's charge. Explode. Before the wind lightning leopard could shatter the mirror with a swipe, Mu Yang detonated it, sending an explosion of energy and ice blue flames cascading over the beast. For a moment, the leopard felt miserable. The energy shockwave from the mirror's explosion wasn't much. It could easily endure such attacks as a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Its powerful body could handle that with ease. But those disgusting ice blue flames were a nightmare. Clinging to its body like maggots, they burned its flesh relentlessly. Had it not been for its formidable physique and the ability to dissipate the flames with its soul power, this human soul master's strange fire might have inflicted irreparable damage. From above came a shout. Extreme ice arrow formation. Shui Binger, her ice phoenix martial soul activated, with icy wings outstretched, summoned a row of ice blue arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows shot through the air, streaking toward the leopard. To expand Shui Binger's combat capabilities, Mu Yang had taught her several secret techniques he had devised. The extreme ice arrow formation was one such technique, originating from the extreme ice technique. Akin to Mu Yang's ice flame technique. Differing only in the type of soul power employed. Sensing the danger from above, the wind lightning leopard tried to dodge. But the remaining ice blue dragon surged forward, unleashing a fan-shaped icy breath. Although the dragon's attack couldn't freeze the leopard outright due to their power disparity, it slowed the beast enough for the extreme ice arrow formation to land squarely. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The arrows pierced flesh, leaving several bloody holes on the leopard's body. Ice flame sphere. Following closely, a spear of ice blue fire shot through the air, lodging into the leopard's back. It left a deep wound before exploding into a burst of flames. Roar. Already suffering from the clinging flames, the wind lightning leopard howled in pain. Next, purple lightning surged across its body, summoning storm clouds above. In moments, lightning snakes rained down, targeting Shui Binger in the sky and Mu Yang below. Third soul skill, repelling ice ring. Unable to evade the lightning, Shui Binger promptly activated her third soul skill. A crystalline ring expanded outward, repelling the lightning snakes as if they were solid objects. Below, seeing dozens of lightning strikes coming his way, Mu Yang executed the free cloud ascension step while manipulating 6 ice flame mirrors to shield himself. Boom, boom, boom. Though the lightning bolts shattered the mirrors and cracked Mu Yang's ice flame armor, the weakened strikes barely fazed him. Roar. Realizing it couldn't win, the leopard roared angrily and fled, leaving behind its pride to ensure its survival. Mu Yang? From above, Shui Binger looked toward Mu Yang. Let it go. Mu Yang replied. There are plenty of spirit beasts in this forest. We'll find another punching bag. Chapter 84, Mutated Scale Armor Beast. The bloodline level of the Wind Thunder Leopard was exceptional, classified as top tier, making it one of the most formidable agility-type soul beasts in the soul beast world. If it were to serve as the 4th soul ring for the Ice Fire Jade Ginseng, it would likely create a soul power ginseng that enhances speed attributes. However, while such a speed-enhancing soul food aligned with Mu Yang's preferences, the cultivation years of this Wind Thunder Leopard were undeniably low, only 13,000 years, far from his limit of endurance. Naturally, Mu Yang wouldn't consider it. After all, leaving aside the strength of the soul's skills effects and the improvements to bodily functions after attaching a soul ring, simply the increase in soul power brought by a higher year soul ring was something Mu Yang couldn't ignore. He hadn't planned to kill this Wind Thunder Leopard anyway, so letting it escape wasn't an issue. That's fine. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger descended from midair, retracting her Ice Phoenix martial soul. At this moment, Shui Yanyu leapt down from a nearby tree, her figure bouncing several times before appearing in front of the duo. Not bad. It seems even without using your martial soul fusion technique, ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts aren't your match. Having witnessed the entire battle between the two and the Wind Thunder Leopard, Shui Yanyu nodded approvingly. Normally, in a one-on-one situation, a 10,000-year soul beast would require a soul king at the 5-ring level to contend with it. The 13,000-year Wind Thunder Leopard from earlier could easily rival the elites among 5-ring agility-type soul kings. However, Shui Binger's soul power level was 49, a soul ancestor, and Mu Yang was only at level 40. Yet, the two of them managed to repel the Wind Thunder Leopard with their cooperation, and without even resorting to their martial soul fusion technique. This showed that their cultivation speed and combat strength were both exceptional. Of course, Shui Yanyu could also tell that the secret techniques the two had mastered played a significant role in this battle. Otherwise, Mu Yang, a mere 40th level food-type soul master, would be nothing more than a weakling, and Shui Binger, with only 4 soul skills at her disposal, would have been no match for the 10,000-year Wind Thunder Leopard and would have been forced to flee. Binger, did you find the opportunity to break through? After her compliment, Shui Yanyu turned to Shui Binger and asked. Not yet. Shui Binger shook her head regretfully. 3 days ago, after entering the Starred Forest, Shui Yanyu had directly led the two of them into the inner region. Though the Starred Forest was the largest soul beast gathering area on the continent, it was challenging to encounter 10,000-year soul beasts if one only roamed the outer areas. Upon entering the inner region, the three searched for a suitable target for Mu Yang's 4th soul ring while also seeking 10,000-year soul beasts as sparring partners for training. This Wind Thunder Leopard wasn't the first sparring partner the two had found, it was the third. Unfortunately, due to the short duration of the training or the lack of significant pressure from these sparring partners, Shui Binger hadn't found an opportunity to break through. Binger, don't worry. With your talent and hard work, a small bottleneck won't stop you. Mu Yang stepped forward, holding the girl's soft hand to comfort her. Of course. Instantly, Shui Binger was brimming with fighting spirit. The next morning, deep in the forest. And, what species is that soul beast? Behind a bush, Shui Binger glanced at the unknown soul beast lying lazily by a stream in the distance and asked Shui Yanyu. This unknown soul beast had an extraordinary aura. It was over 10 meters long, crocodile-shaped, with 4 eyes on its head and thick limbs. Its entire body, including its belly, was covered in blue crystal-like scales, each the size of a palm. It looked as if it had been sculpted from a massive piece of blue crystal. Not sure? After observing for a moment, Shui Yanyu shook her head. She wasn't a scholar who studied soul beasts, but as the principal of Skywater Academy, she had considerable knowledge. However, this peculiar-looking soul beast didn't match any soul beast she could recall. While she couldn't identify the species, the water crystal-like scales covering its body indicated it was a defense-type soul beast. With about 27,000 years of cultivation, it would make a suitable candidate for Mu Yang's 4th soul ring. Aside from its color, it resembles a scale armor beast. Could this be a mutated variant of the scale armor beast? Mu Yang speculated, carefully observing the soul beast from a distance. When humans awaken their martial souls, there's a possibility of mutation. Naturally, soul beasts could also have mutated individuals, though such cases were relatively rare. A mutated variant? That's likely. Hearing Mu Yang's words, Shui Yanyu immediately realized that if the soul beast's blue crystal-like scales were replaced with black, it would indeed resemble the famous defensive soul beast, the scale armor beast. After another look at the blue crystal-like mutated scale armor beast, Mu Yang made up his mind without hesitation. Although mutations could lead to either improvement or deterioration, the appearance of this mutated scale armor beast was far superior to the ordinary variant, aligning with the concept of perfection. Its defensive capabilities were unlikely to be lacking. If used as the 4th soul ring for the Ice Fire Ginseng Jade Martial Soul, it would likely create soul power food that enhanced defensive attributes or formed a defensive shield. The effects would be decent, and its cultivation years met his requirements, so Mu Yang decided not to search further. Binger as ice blue light surged around him, the Ice Flame Holy Shadow Martial Soul possessed Mu Yang. He turned to look at Shui Binger. A 27,000-year defense-type mutated scale armor beast wasn't something he could defeat with his meager strength alone, even if it stood still. At the very least, the martial soul fusion technique was necessary. Should he rely on Shui Yinyu? Unless even their martial soul fusion technique couldn't deal with the mutated scale armor beast, Mu Yang had no intention of troubling her. While Shui Binger was training to break through, he also needed combat practice. The difference was that Shui Binger's goal was to overcome her bottleneck, while his was to accumulate practical combat experience. To be honest, his soul power level wasn't low anymore, but before coming to the Starred Forest, his combat experience was limited to a few matches. He wasn't much better than a beginner and needed to hone his skills. Clang as her soul power surged, a phoenix cry echoed. Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul possessed her, and yellow, purple, and black the four soul rings appeared around her. Soon, as the illusory ice flame saint shadow around Mu Yang burned brightly, intense blue light emanated from Shui Binger. The next moment, the two embraced each other. Immediately, a dazzling ice blue pillar of light rose, enveloping them completely. Before long, as piercing cold emanated outward, the ice blue pillar of light gradually faded. The figures of the two vanished, replaced by a humanoid figure with flowing ice blue hair and clad in the armor of an ice phoenix. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Second Form, Ice Phoenix Flame Saint Shadow. The first form of their Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Ice Flame Phoenix, had Shui Binger as its primary controller. The second form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, was controlled by Mu Yang. Snore. The commotion caused by their Martial Soul Fusion Technique didn't go unnoticed. The mutated scale armor beast by the stream immediately turned toward the source of the powerful soul power fluctuations. It's worth noting that while scale armor beasts looked somewhat menacing, their calls were rather endearing. This mutated scale armor beast's cry was no exception. Big crocodile, come here. Under Mu Yang's control, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow used a flash-like step to close the distance, stopping about 30 meters away from the mutated scale armor beast, and made a provocative gesture. Though the mutated scale armor beast couldn't understand human speech, it clearly sensed the provocation and roared angrily. It charged forward like a land-based tank. Ice Flame Domain. Ice Flame Dragon. Seeing this, Mu Yang called out, and a surge of ice blue light expanded outward, forming a 50-meter ice flame domain centered on the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Soon after, a 5-meter-long ice blue dragon wreathed in flames rose behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow and charged toward the mutated scale armor beast. Whoosh! A powerful surge of ice flame energy gathered in the dragon's mouth, and the Ice Flame Dragon unleashed a fan-shaped blast of unique ice flame at the mutated scale armor beast. As the flames landed, the mutated scale armor beast was instantly frozen in place, becoming an ice sculpture surrounded by ice blue flames. Shui Binger's soul power level was 49, and Mu Yang's was 40. Together, with their powerful martial souls and the enhancement from the Ice Flame Domain, their martial soul fusion technique, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, had the strength to rival a Soul Emperor. The mutated scale armor beast, with a cultivation of 27,000 years, didn't reach the level of a soul sage in human terms. With no qualitative difference in levels, the special ice flame's freezing effect worked on the scale armor beast. The soul beast's resistance might shorten the freezing duration, but the Ice Flame Dragon's breath attack had no cool down. Moreover, as long as the special ice flame burned, the freezing effect would persist continuously. The beast had two choices: either be burned to death by the relentless ice flame and release its soul ring, or rely on its defensive prowess to outlast the duo's soul power. Chapter 85, Titanium Alloy Iron Turtle. Seeing the mutated scale armor beast completely frozen without resistance, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With his own abilities alone, he wouldn't have been able to handle this mutated scale armor beast, whose age was as high as 27,000 years. However, with a martial soul fusion skill at his disposal, especially when the special ice flame it created was even more annoying than his own ice flame, capturing a soul beast less than 30,000 years old was a piece of cake. Unless it was a pure blood dragon, a dark gold dreadclaw bear, or a dark daemon evil god tiger. Yet, just as Mu Yang thought victory was within his grasp, he noticed the body of the frozen, flame-engulfed mutated scale armor beast starting to emit a faint blue crystalline glow. Seeing this, Mu Yang immediately raised his guard. When a soul beast's body glows, it's usually a sign of activating a skill. Typically, the scale armor beast is just a steel turtle, strong in defense and physical strength but otherwise unimpressive. However, this particular scale armor beast, with its blue crystalline appearance, was mutated. It couldn't be treated as an ordinary scale armor beast. Due to the unpredictability of mutations, it might have some heaven-defying innate soul skills. But soon, Mu Yang lowered his guard again. Although the mutated scale armor beast continued to emit the blue crystalline glow while frozen and burning, there was no other movement. This meant that the skill it activated was likely a defensive one. That made sense, as the scale armor beast was a defensive soul beast. If it mutated, gaining additional defensive innate soul skills wouldn't be unusual. In fact, this was good news. A soul beast with multiple defensive innate soul skills would likely enhance the effect of its soul ring skills. For soul masters with the same martial soul and soul power level, the strength of their soul skills doesn't just depend on the age of the attached soul ring, it also greatly depends on the strength of the soul beast. For instance, attaching a soul ring of the same age from a pure dragon soul beast versus a mixed blood dragon type soul beast will yield different results. Without considering compatibility between the soul ring and martial soul, the former's soul skill will be significantly stronger than the latter's. Even if this mutated scale armor beast didn't achieve a qualitative change in bloodline compared to ordinary scale armor beasts, attaching its soul ring could still enhance the effect of the resulting soul skill. A minute later, seeing that the mutated scale armor beast, engulfed in special ice flames, showed no significant signs of damage, Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. He couldn't help but admit that its defensive capabilities were truly formidable. 2 minutes later, as the battle dragged on, Mu Yang's expression turned less pleasant. After a while, noticing that more than half of his soul power had been consumed, Mu Yang's face darkened. At this rate, it seemed like even draining all his soul power wouldn't be enough to burn this mutated scale armor beast to death. Goodness, could this water crystal scale armor beast's innate soul skill be some sort of damage immunity? Like reducing 50% or even 60 to 70% of incoming damage? Already a steel turtle. And now equipped with a damage-reducing innate skill, did it evolve into a titanium alloy turtle? Ahem, well, and, can you give me a hand here? Mu Yang's sheepish voice came from the mouth of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, beneath its phoenix armor. Unbelievable. Even with a martial soul fusion skill, he still couldn't hunt down the soul beast he needed for his advancement? Ridiculous. If not for the fact that this mutated scale armor beast had an age as high as 27,000 years, meaning its spiritual power was likely no weaker than his, he would have directly activated the true illusion technique from Divine Illusion's secret art to kill it through spiritual means. However, in the world of Douluo, it was extremely common for soul masters to be unable to defeat the soul beasts required for their next advancement. For example, a soul master who reached level 50 would need to attach a 10,000-year 5th soul ring, based on the optimal soul ring configuration. But aside from pure auxiliary and healing types, a 10,000-year soul beast is at least equivalent to a level 50 soul king in strength. This level of power is naturally not something an average level 50 soul master can handle. However, soul masters with martial soul fusion skills are different. As long as the martial soul fusion skill is combat-oriented, it can elevate their strength by 1 or even 2 major levels. This way, soul masters with combat-oriented martial soul fusion skills wouldn't need to worry about being unable to hunt the soul beasts necessary for their advancement. Unfortunately, Mu Yang turned out to be an anomaly. At level 40, he could already withstand a soul ring that even ordinary level 60 soul masters couldn't attach. But now, even with a martial soul fusion skill capable of boosting his strength by 1 or 2 major levels, it wasn't enough. Of course, this was due to the abnormality of the mutated scale armor beast. If it had been a regular scale armor beast of the same age, he would have easily taken it down. Hey, it's rare to see our family's little genius face a setback. Shui Yanyu teased. Mu Yang. Ice Sparrow, possession. A pale blue glow emerged around her body. A sparrow's shadow flickered behind her as Shui Yanyu's martial soul possessed her, and her 8 soul rings yellow, purple, black, lit up. The age of this mutated scale armor beast wasn't low, and its defense was formidable. Without using her martial soul and soul skills, Shui Yanyu couldn't heavily injure it in one strike. 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Bloom. In the next moment, Shui Yanyu's 6th soul ring shone. As her immense ice-attributed soul power surged, a beautiful feather about 10 feet long, glowing icy blue, condensed in midair behind her. Then it shot forward like a streak of icy blue light, targeting the still frozen mutated scale armor beast. Boom. The beautiful feather, now an icy blue streak of light, struck the crocodile-like mutated scale armor beast's lower body with precision. Amid a dazzling explosion of icy blue radiance and thunderous noise, countless chunks of icy flesh, shattered bones, and broken scales splattered outward. When the explosion subsided, Mu Yang looked over to see that the mutated scale armor beast, which the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow had been unable to deal with earlier, had been reduced from its previous 10-meter-long massive form to less than 6 meters. The entire lower half of its body, including its tail, had turned into mangled flesh and bone. What could be said? After all, She was an 8-ring-souled Luo, one of the rare experts on the entire continent. Aside from a few of the most extraordinary soul beasts, handling a soul beast under 30,000 years old was an effortless task for her. Moreover, the skill Shui Yinyu used was her 6th soul skill, a single-target offensive ability. Even without releasing her martial soul avatar or amplification skills, its power was nothing to scoff at. Having destroyed the mutated scale armor beast's tough crystal scales, the rest was simple. With its titanium alloy-like shell gone, the turtle that even the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow couldn't harm had now become a soft target. The Ice Flame Dragon pounced downward, spewing its special ice flame directly into the gap in the mutated scale armor beast's severed lower body, letting the flames burn its interior relentlessly. Before long, the mutated scale armor beast, already severely injured and on the brink of death from Shui Yinyu's attack, succumbed to its injuries. Dense golden light spots floated outward, and a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring gradually formed. Dispersing his martial soul fusion skill, Mu Ying switched to his Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul and stepped forward to guide and absorb the soul ring. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the inner region of the Starred Forest, damn it! After unleashing his 6th soul skill once more to temporarily repel the ferocious radiant flame wing tiger in front of him, Shilong cursed under his breath. Glancing at the not-too-distant Shizu, who was similarly entangled with another radiant flame wing tiger, Shilong shouted without looking back toward Qian Renxu, who stood behind him with her 6-winged angel martial soul possessed. Young mistress, this area is already far from the core region of the Starred Forest, and high-aged soul beasts are rare. Please withdraw for now. Uncle Shilong, Uncle Shizu, be careful. Qian Renxu said decisively. Aware that her own strength was insufficient and that she couldn't help the two, she didn't hesitate to spread her angel wings and swiftly flew toward the outskirts of the forest. Roar! Seeing their child's killer fleeing, the two massive radiant flame wing tigers roared furiously and immediately tried to abandon their fight with Shilong and Shizu to pursue Qian Renxu. Naturally, Shilong and Shizu couldn't allow the two tigers to chase Qian Renxu. As her bodyguards, they couldn't let anything happen to her. Otherwise, they'd have no way to face the Grand Priest Qian Dalu. Humphrey. Beasts, I've had enough of you. 9th soul skill, destruction of the Nether Thunder Serpent. With an angry roar, Shilong's 9th soul ring lit up. Wielding his snake spear, he unleashed his surging soul power, and a massive black-purple serpent-shaped thunderbolt shot out with a deafening crackle. Now that Qian Renxu, the burden, was no longer present, Shilong didn't have to worry about protecting her and could finally go all out. Thanks to regularly consuming whale jelly, Qian Renxu's physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary soul masters of her level. Combined with the 99,999-year-old angel head soul bone, her physical and spiritual resilience was strong enough to handle a 6th soul ring over 30,000 years old. While the Sunset Forest had soul beasts over 30,000 years old, finding one with compatibility was just as crucial as its age. The 6-winged angel's attributes were sacred and fire. Ideally, the soul beast to be hunted should possess either sacred and fire or dual light-fire attributes. That's why Qian Renxu had traveled with Shilong and Shizu all the way to the Starred Forest to find a suitable soul. Initially, the hunt in the Starred Forest had gone smoothly. Shortly after entering the core area, they encountered a radiant flame-winged tiger of around 30,000 years old with dual light-fire attributes. Without hesitation, Qian Renxu had Shilong severely injure it, and she delivered the finishing blow herself. After spending half a day refining and absorbing the soul ring, Qian Renxu broke through the level 60 bottleneck, reaching level 62 Soul Emperor. But before she could celebrate, trouble arrived. The radiant flame-winged tiger she had killed wasn't an orphan, it had parents. And the strength of its parents was no joke. Though not 100,000-year soul beasts, their ages were close to 90,000 and 80,000 years, respectively. With their high age, they weren't much weaker than a weakling Luo's Shilong and Shizu. Add to that the burden of protecting Qian Renxu, and the fight had dragged on since dawn, spanning from the core region to the inner region of the Starred Forest without a clear winner. Fortunately, they had reached the inner region, where high-aged soul beasts were less frequent. With her level 62 Soul Emperor strength, Qian Renxu could at least protect herself unless she was incredibly unlucky. Thus, Shilong instructed Qian Renxu to retreat so he and Shizu could fight the two radiant flame-winged tigers without distraction and finally vent their frustrations. Shilong, I may be weak for a Daluo, but I'm not so weak that I can't handle an 80,000-year soul beast. Chapter 86, A Year of Misfortune. 15 minutes later. A figure with 4 wings on her back, radiating divine energy and resembling an angel, sped across the forest canopy. Several hundred meters behind her, 2 gray avian soul beasts, each with wingspans of 6 to 7 meters, surrounded by dark mist and exuding an aura of evil, were in hot pursuit. Damn it! Glancing at the two dark evil gray vultures chasing her relentlessly, Kyon Renksu cursed inwardly, frustration evident in her heart. At this moment, Kyon Renksu finally understood what it truly meant to have a string of bad luck. Yesterday, after advancing to the 6-ring Soul Emperor level, she hadn't even had time to let the smile on her face settle before the parents of the radiant flame wing tiger she had just hunted returned. With dual attributes of light and fire, the radiant flame wing tiger was a soul beast with extraordinary bloodline strength. Its cultivation of over 80,000 years placed its power well above the average 8-ring soul Douluo. Although Shilong and Sizu were both 9-ring titled Douluo, their soul power levels weren't particularly high, and their soul rings weren't at optimal configurations. As a result, their strength wasn't significantly superior to the two radiant flame wing tigers. Adding the burden of protecting her as a liability, the two titled Douluo were firmly suppressed by the two radiant flame wing tigers. Facing this situation, Kyon Renksu understood that the best course of action was for her, the liability, to retreat first. Without the concern of protecting her, the two Douluo, who were slightly stronger, might not be able to kill the two radiant flame wing tigers, but they could at least drive them away. However, the hunting ground was located in the core region of the Starred Forest. As someone who had just reached the 6-ring Soul Emperor level, even with the powerful Seraphim Martial Soul and her mastery of the angelic domain, which allowed her strength to rival that of an average 7-ring Soul Sage, she didn't have absolute confidence in being able to leave the Starred Forest safely on her own. After all, encountering a single flying soul beast with a cultivation of over 50,000 years could easily spell disaster for her. And such flying soul beasts weren't uncommon in the core region of the Starred Forest, making the odds of winning the lottery quite high. Rather than taking the risk of retreating blindly, it was better to stay put. At least with the protection of the two titled Douluo, the two radiant flame-winged tigers wouldn't be able to do much to her. Besides, the only reason for not retreating earlier was that the time wasn't right. Once they left the core region and the forest became less dangerous, she could then let the two Douluo cover her retreat, significantly improving her safety. With her strength comparable to a 7-ring soul sage, she could dominate most of the soul beasts living in the inner regions of the Starred Forest, as long as there wasn't any deep hatred and their strengths were evenly matched. Which inner region overlord level soul beast would bother fighting her to the death for no reason? Unfortunately, plans often fail to keep up with reality, and unforeseen incidents can arise. Earlier, while dealing with the vengeful radiant flame wing tigers, the three of them had fought and retreated for most of the day. Although she didn't actively assist in combat, flying consumed soul power too. After a whole day, her soul power was almost depleted. After having the two Douluo cover her retreat, Kyon Renksu planned to find a spot to recover her depleted soul power. But to her misfortune, she landed near the lair of two dark evil gray vultures. The dark evil gray vulture was a dark attribute evil soul beast known for its bloodthirsty and cruel nature. It enjoyed devouring corpses and detested light. Having a human soul master, who was arguably even more evil. Trespass near their lair, the two dark evil gray vultures, with cultivation levels exceeding 40,000 years, immediately felt their status as sovereigns being severely provoked. Additionally, the divine aura emanating from Kyon Renksu's body particularly irritated the two dark evil gray vultures. Without hesitation, not that they could hesitate, they launched an attack on her. The bloodline of the dark evil gray vulture wasn't particularly strong. At 40,000 years of cultivation, their combined strength wasn't much greater than that of Kyon Renksu, who had just reached the 6-ring Soul Emperor level with her Seraphim Martial Soul and Angelic Domain. However, this comparable level of strength assumed Kyon Renksu was in peak condition and in a one-on-one fight. With her soul power running low, facing a 2-on-1 scenario, and lacking much combat experience, Kyon Renksu knew she was no match for them. After repelling the first wave of the dark evil gray vulture's assault, she turned and fled without hesitation. Kyon Renksu initially believed she could rely on the extraordinary speed granted by her Seraphim Martial Soul to shake off the two vultures or that they would give up after losing patience. To her dismay, not only were the vultures incredibly persistent and relentless in their pursuit, but their speed was nearly on par with hers, even slightly surpassing it at times. If not for the restraining effect of the divine energy from her angelic domain on these dark attribute soul beasts, which made them wary, Kyon Renksu estimated she would have already been caught by now. In truth, Kyon Renksu didn't realize that the vulture's relentless pursuit stemmed entirely from her Seraphim Martial Soul. Darkness devours light, and evil consumes the divine. To the dark evil gray vultures, Kyon Renksu's Seraphim Martial Soul was a precious delicacy, far more nourishing than devouring an 8-ring soul Douluo. If I'd known this would happen, I should have just fought those vultures head-on from the start. Maybe I'd have stood a chance. While flying at full speed, Kion Rensu glanced at the two vultures still chasing her, her eyes flashing with a trace of despair and regret. Just as despair began to grip her heart, a powerful figure flew out from the forest several miles ahead. Inside the forest, Mu Ying was currently absorbing the soul ring of a mutated scaled armored beast. Suddenly, Shui Yinyu, who had been on guard nearby and monitoring the surroundings, frowned and turned to look toward the sky behind them. In her perception, 3 auras, 1 holy and 2 evil, were rapidly approaching from that direction. Binger, stay here and watch over Zhao Yang. Without hesitation, she instructed Shui Binger before summoning her Ice Sparrow martial soul and rising into the sky toward the incoming auras. Mu Ying was in the process of absorbing his soul ring, and it wasn't suitable for any soul master or soul beast to disturb him. Shui Yinyu had to intercept whatever was coming. Moreover, Mu Ying's 10,000 year 3rd soul ring and 27,000 year 4th soul ring were not things that could be exposed to other soul masters. As soon as she reached the sky, Shui Yinyu saw a young golden-haired woman with 4 radiant angelic wings flying in the distance. The woman's 6 soul rings shone brilliantly, and behind her, 240,000 year dark evil gray vultures pursued relentlessly. It's her? The moment she saw the angelic wings behind the young woman, Shui Yinyu recognized her immediately. If nothing unexpected had occurred, this golden-haired woman should be the same individual she had encountered a few days earlier at the hotel in the hunting soul town, the young mistress of the Spirit Hall, from the Angel Clan. As the headmaster of Skywater Academy, Shui Yinyu had read academy texts detailing the Angel Clan's 6-winged seraphim martial soul. Despite its name, the 6-winged seraphim martial soul did not mean the user could grow 6 angelic wings upon activation. To manifest 6 wings, the soul master's soul power level had to reach 9-ring titled Douluo. Before advancing to the 6-ring soul emperor level, a 6-winged seraphim martial soul user could only manifest 2 wings. Although the golden-haired woman in front of her had only 4 wings, it was undoubtedly a 6-winged seraphim martial soul. Someone possessing the 6-winged seraphim martial soul and addressed as young mistress by title Douluo could only be the Spirit Hall's young mistress. The question now was, where were the young mistress's 2 bodyguards? If the 2 titled Douluo had been present, dealing with 240,000 year dark evil gray vultures would have been child's play for them. At this moment, Shui Yinyu had 3 choices. The first was to pretend not to see anything and let Kion Rensu be hunted down by the 2 vultures. If nothing unexpected happened, the Spirit Hall's young mistress would likely meet her end in the Starred Forest today. The second was to attack and kill Kion Rensu herself, ensuring the loss of a future powerhouse of the Spirit Hall in the Starred Forest. The third was to save Kion Rensu. If this young mistress of the Spirit Hall had any conscience, she would owe Shui Yinyu a favor in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Yinyu weighed the pros and cons and decided to act. She soared forward, her 8th soul ring gleaming brightly. Her near 80,000 year soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm, activated. In the next moment, overwhelming soul power surged as an intense chill spread across the sky, carrying countless palm-sized snowflakes toward the 2 dark evil gray vultures chasing Kion Rensu. As the extreme cold storm enveloped them, the vultures were instantly frozen mid-air. Before the frozen vultures could fall, the countless snowflakes within the storm, sharp as blades, shredded their frozen bodies. In an instant, fragments of flesh, feathers, and ice filled the air. When the snowflakes finally dissipated, all that remained were 2 shattered, blood-stained carcasses, riddled with ice shards, plummeting into the forest below. Flying soul beasts, aside from dragon-type or dragon-blooded ones, generally lacked defense and were typically agile. Even without using her martial soul avatar or enhancement skills, Shui Yinyu's 8th soul skill, wielded by a high-level 8-ring soul Douluo, left no room for survival. Seeing the 2 vultures, which had earlier pursued her relentlessly, reduced to nothing, Kion Rensu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She immediately bowed gratefully to Shui Yinyu. Junior Kion Rensu thanks Headmaster Shui for saving my life. Shui Yinyu is the headmaster of Skywater Academy. Among the 5 elemental academies, aside from Elephant Armored Academy, which had clearly sided with the Spirit Hall, the others were targets of heavy recruitment by the Heaven Empire. With her identity as the Heaven Crown Prince, Zhu King, Kion Rensu naturally recognized Shui Yinyu. In fact, during the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, Kion Rensu, as Zhu King, had personally visited Skywater Academy's team to represent Emperor Zhu Yi in offering his encouragement. Chapter 87, Don't Come Any Closer. When facing her savior, Shui Yinyu, Kion Rensu didn't think there was any need to hide her real name. There was no need to even conceal her identity as the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, as long as Shui Yinyu didn't find out that she was also Zhu King, the Crown Prince of Heaven Empire. This would ensure her years of undercover work wouldn't be jeopardized. After hearing Kion Renksu reveal her origins, Shui Yinyu's expression froze momentarily. She hadn't expected this current heir of the Angel clan to actually know her. However, it was better that they knew each other. It saved her the trouble of introducing herself. There's no need to thank me, it was just a passing effort. Since you've advanced, you should leave the Starred Forest. Shui Yinyu said nonchalantly, shaking her head slightly before turning around and flying away. Seeing Shui Yinyu turn to leave, Kion Renksu couldn't help but show a stunned expression. She had been planning to properly express her gratitude. Snapping back to her senses, Kion Renksu hurriedly shouted, "Dean Shui, your life-saving grace is beyond words. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send someone to find me at the worship hall in Spirit City." To Shui Yinyu, killing 2 evil soul beasts might not be a big deal, just a casual act. But to Kion Renksu, it was a life-saving favor. As the heir to the Angel clan, representing light and justice, how could she, Kion Renksu, leave a debt unpaid? Even if she couldn't repay it herself for now, she could let Spirit Hall and her grandfather return the favor. Hearing Kion Renksu's call from behind, Shui Yinyu, who had her back to her and was flying away, allowed a faint smile to curl her lips before her figure disappeared into the forest ahead. The reason Shui Yinyu chose to intervene and help was precisely to make this future holy maiden of Spirit Hall owe her a favor. Letting Kion Renksu be hunted down was out of the question, as it brought no benefits whatsoever. Killing Kion Renksu didn't seem advantageous either to herself or to Skywater Academy. After all, Skywater Academy was merely a platform for nurturing soul masters, and the academy didn't impose any binding requirements on its graduates. In the past, there had been graduates from Skywater Academy who joined Spirit Hall. Without any personal grievances, whether Spirit Hall gained another strong figure in the future wouldn't significantly affect Skywater Academy. Helping Kion Renksu, however, was a different story. 2 soul beasts with cultivation levels exceeding 40,000 years were trivial for an 8-ring-souled Luo like her to eliminate effortlessly. With today's life-saving grace, even without intentionally asking for reciprocation, Skywater Academy would at least never need to worry about Spirit Hall, a dominating force in the Soul Master world, acting against it in the future. In well-informed circles, it was known that Spirit Hall was currently ruled by 2 individuals. One was the Pope, Bibi Dong, and the other was the retired Invincible Sky Kion Dalu, one visible, the other hidden. Within Spirit Hall, the influence of the long-retired Invincible Sky was even greater. Why? Simply because Invincible Sky was one of the strongest powerhouses of the current era. Moreover, before Bibi Dong, the position of Pope in Spirit Hall had always been held by members of the Angel clan. The influence of the Angel clan wasn't something that could be overturned in just a dozen years. Shui Yinyu wasn't entirely clear about the relationship between Bibi Dong and Kion Renksu. Whether they had no connection or a shallow one didn't matter. What did matter was Kion Renksu's deep ties to Kion Dalu. Since Kion Renksu was Spirit Hall's holy maiden and a member of the Angel clan, she was either the daughter of the previous pope, Kion Xunji, or the late-blooming daughter of Invincible Sky. If she were the granddaughter, she'd be the only one. If she were the daughter, she'd be the only one still alive. Either way, Invincible Sky would have no choice but to acknowledge today's favor. Otherwise, wouldn't the Kion family line end? With this favor, who in Spirit Hall would dare act against Skywater Academy in the future? If Mu Ying weren't still absorbing his soul ring and considering his unique soul ring configuration shouldn't be seen by others, Shui Yanyu would have undoubtedly escorted Kion Renksu all the way out of the Starred Forest. Fortunately, this area was merely the inner region of the Starred Forest, where powerful soul beasts were relatively scarce. With her strength as a newly ascended 6-ring soul emperor, Kion Renksu wouldn't be in life-threatening danger unless she was incredibly unlucky. As for the earlier scene where she was chased by 2 dark evil grey vultures, well, that was clearly the Angel clan's heir having a streak of bad luck. After all, even in the Starred Forest's inner region, 40,000-year-old soul beasts were rare, let alone 2 appearing at the same time. After Shui Yinyu left, Kion Renksu didn't immediately leave the Starred Forest. Instead, she landed in the forest below and silently began recovering her soul power. If she had been in peak condition when she encountered the 2 dark evil grey vultures earlier, she wouldn't have faced a life-threatening situation at all. She might not have been able to defeat 2 40,000-year-old soul beasts, but her speed wasn't slow, and the angel domain restrained evil beings. If she couldn't fight, she could at least escape. Once she exited the Starred Forest, how would mere soul beasts dare give chase? She wouldn't even need to leave the forest, she could have simply turned around to find Shilong and Sizud Luo. The 2 of them, after all, were titled Luo with 9 soul rings. When facing 2 radiant flame-winged tigers with over 80,000 years of cultivation, they could still spare the time to instantly kill the two dark evil gray vultures. Elsewhere, two figures were speeding through the air above the forest. These two were none other than Snakelance and Porcupine-Fish Douluo. It wasn't that their strength allowed them to eliminate two soul beasts of similar level to their own in such a short time. Rather, they had unleashed a powerful move to repel the two radiant flame-winged tigers and then decided to withdraw while they had the chance, without pursuing further. Instead, they followed the faint traces of holy energy lingering in the air to track down the retreating Kion Rensu. They knew full well that their duty was to act as bodyguards. With their young master Kion Rensu still in danger, they didn't dare to relax for even a moment. If anything happened, Great Worship Kion Dalu wouldn't spare them. Suddenly, as they passed by a cliff, the expressions of Shilong and Sisu changed. With their keen spiritual senses, they detected that, besides the lingering traces of Kion Rensu's holy soul power in the air, there were also remnants of sinister and evil soul power. These traces were especially concentrated in a hidden lair on the other side of the cliff. More importantly, based on the residual energy in the air, Kion Rensu had changed her flight path. It was clear that Kion Rensu had likely encountered an evil soul beast whose lair was nearby, which had led to her being pursued and forced to alter her direction. Immediately, the two unleashed their maximum speed, following the remaining traces of energy at an extreme pace. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, the two figures landed in the forest before Kion Rensu, who was recovering her soul power. Seeing that Kion Rensu was safe and sound, both Shilong and Sisu Douluo let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing had gone wrong, they wouldn't have to face Kion Dalu's wrath. It wasn't just the two of them who felt relieved. With the arrival of her two bodyguards, providing her with a sense of security, Kion Rensu also let out a breath of relief. Glancing at the frozen forest around her and the two shattered soul beast corpses nearby, which were covered in ice shards and blood, Shilong asked, "Young master, was there an ice-type soul Douluo who intervened?" "That's right. I must thank Dean Shui of Skywater Academy." Kion Rensu replied with a nod, her tone filled with gratitude. Truth be told, in that moment, Kion Rensu had genuinely thought she was done for. Shui Yinyu of Skywater Academy? Hearing this, the two raised their eyebrows. Kion Rensu had been undercover in the Heaven Empire for many years. During their idle moments, the two had kept tabs on the major powers in the Empire. They were naturally familiar with Skywater Academy and its scene. "Young master, it seems that Dean Shui is just 3 or 4 miles away in that direction. She's accompanied by 2 others, one of whom appears to be absorbing a soul ring," Shilong said, pointing to the north. Though his perception wasn't entirely clear, Shilong could sense the soul power fluctuations of Shui Yinyu, Shui Binger, and Mu Ying, who was refining a soul ring, 3 to 4 miles away. So that's how it is. No wonder it was such a coincidence. Kion Rensu suddenly understood. She had been wondering why Shui Yinyu had appeared so suddenly in the forest. It turned out that Shui Yinyu had been there to help someone hunt for a soul ring, and it just so happened that a member of Skywater Academy was refining a soul ring nearby. Yes, Kion Rensu thought she should also thank the person absorbing the soul ring. If it weren't for their presence, Shui Yinyu wouldn't have been there. And without Shui Yinyu's help, she might not have been able to hold on until Snakelance and Porcupine-Fish Douluo arrived. "Let's go. We'll head over. Dean Shui left in a hurry earlier, and I haven't had the chance to properly express my gratitude." Calling out to the two of them, Kion Rensu headed toward the direction where Shui Yinyu was located. Since she now knew, it was only proper that she went over to give her thanks. "Mu Ying, don't come any closer. Young master, if she knows your identity, wouldn't that?" Porcupine-Fish Douluo hesitated. After all, within Spirit Hall, Kion Rensu's identity was one of its greatest secrets. Only a handful of high-ranking individuals knew about it. It wasn't something an outsider like Shui Yinyu should discover. Without looking back, Kion Rensu waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. For now, I'm just Kion Rensu. So what if the world knew the supposedly deceased daughter of the former pope wasn't actually dead? As long as Zhu Qing's identity remained hidden, nothing else mattered. With her peerless grandfather standing behind her, who would dare act against her? Were they not afraid of Invincible Sky knocking on their door? Seeing this, Snakelance and Porcupine-Fish Douluo followed after her. On the way, Kion Rensu couldn't help but ponder how she should repay Shui Yinyu. Should she give her a soul bone? Or perhaps offer some other treasures to express her gratitude? After all, this was a life-saving favor. Simply offering a promise of "you can come to me if you need help" seemed a bit cheap and unworthy of her status as the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. It was worth noting that Skywater Academy was already quite powerful. As a neutral academy-type force, it wasn't likely that any major factions would go out of their way to trouble them. Shui Yinyu might never even need to call upon the promise. While Keon Rensu was deep in thought, a figure appeared in front of the three of them. Chapter 88, a warm face met with cold indifference at this moment. Shui Yinyu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. When she realized that Keon Rensu hadn't left, Shui Yinyu knew that things might have taken a turn for the worse. Sure enough, not long after, the two titled Luos who had been following Keon Rensu showed up, and all three of them were heading in her direction. Normally, this wouldn't have been much of an issue. Even if she hadn't saved Keon Rensu's life, encountering two titled Luos from Spirit Hall in the Starred Forest wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, there was no enmity between them, and they weren't bloodthirsty evil soul masters who'd kill on sight. It wasn't like just looking at them would provoke them to attack. But the timing was terrible. Right now, Ma Yang was in the middle of refining the soul ring of that mutated scaled armored beast. The age limit of the ring was severely beyond what he could handle, making it highly unsuitable for Keon Rensu and her group from Spirit Hall to witness. With no other choice, Shui Yinyu could only brace herself and approach them, hoping to find a way to send Keon Rensu and her group off. Seeing Shui Yinyu's figure appear in front of them, Keon Rensu stepped forward quickly and said, "Dean Shui, thank you for your help earlier. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to escape that life-threatening situation. I wonder, Dean, when will you be free? If you have the time, I'd like to invite you to a meal to express my gratitude. Greetings to the two Douluo lords." Shui Yinyu greeted Shilong and Sizu with a respectful bow, then forced a slightly strained smile at Keon Rensu and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm afraid I won't be able to accept. There are still students from my academy who need to hunt for soul beasts, and I can't leave them. May I ask what level the Dean students are and what kind of soul rings they need? I could have these two Luos help you find them." Keon Rensu generously offered. Shui Yinyu had only brought two students with her. Since one of them was currently refining a soul ring, at most they'd only need one more. With Shilong and Sizu's assistance, it wouldn't take long. Afterward, they could leave the Starred Forest together, and she could host a banquet to show her gratitude. It wouldn't delay things much. There's no need to trouble the two Douluo lords over such a small matter as hunting soul beasts. Shui Yinyu said, her eyelid twitching slightly as she once again declined. Suddenly, Shilong, who had been silently scanning the area with his spiritual power, narrowed his serpent-like eyes for a brief moment before quickly reverting to normal. He cast a deep glance at Shui Yinyu. After some idle chatter, the smile on Keon Rensu's face gradually became less natural. Having spent years disguised as Zhu King, and with Ning Fengzi's guidance, Keon Rensu was no fool when it came to reading people's intentions. Before her romantic side could take over her rationality, her mind was sharp, her tactics precise, and her political acumen solid. From Shui Yinyu's words and expressions, she read a clear subtext: "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Great. She had just gone and thrown her warm face at a cold shoulder. "Dean Shui, in that case, I'll take my leave for now. In the future, if you're ever free, I'd be happy to welcome you as a guest in Spirit City." Suppressing her displeasure, Keon Rensu masked it with a sincere smile as she spoke to Shui Yinyu. "Certainly, certainly." Shui Yinyu replied with a polite nod and smile. With that, Keon Rensu and her two guards took their leave. Watching the three of them disappear into the distance, Shui Yinyu let out a sigh of relief. However, her relief was quickly replaced by a hint of worry. Although Keon Rensu and her companions hadn't seen Ma Yang refining the mutated scaled armored beast's soul ring with their own eyes, titled Luos had powerful spiritual senses. There was no guarantee they hadn't already noticed what was happening near her without her realizing it. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have stepped in earlier. Shui Yinyu thought to herself with regret. The favor owed to Keon Rensu, Spirit Hall's young master, and Sky Invincible might be valuable, but compared to Ma Yang's safety in the future, was it really worth it? After all, once Ma Yang's twin martial souls reached their peak, she believed his strength would not only match but surpass that of the Sky Invincible. At this point, Shui Yinyu could only silently hope that Keon Rensu and her companions either hadn't noticed or, if they had, would show goodwill and not act against Ma Yang out of consideration for what had happened today. Walking through the forest, Keon Rensu's expression was less than pleasant. Who was she? She was the beloved granddaughter of the Sky Invincible, the young master of Spirit Hall, and the heir to the Angel clan. Even as she infiltrated the Heaven Empire, she was still its crown prince and the empire's rightful heir. Something like this offering her gratitude only to be coldly dismissed aside from her mother, Bibi Dong, it had never happened to her before. Shilong uncle, Sizu uncle, do you think Dean Shui dislikes Spirit Hall? Is that why she's so indifferent to me? Keon Rensu stopped and turned to ask Shilong and Sizu. Hearing this, Shilong recalled the blue-haired youth he had sensed earlier, who had been refining a soul ring not far away. He organized his thoughts and replied, "Young master, I was just about to mention this. Perhaps it's not that Dean Shui dislikes you but rather that the timing was inconvenient. Oh? What do you mean? Qian Renxu furrowed her brow and asked. Young master, what do you think is the highest age limit a soul master can bear for their third and fourth soul rings? Shilong posed the question in response. After a brief moment of thought, Qian Renxu replied, in the past, without spirit bones, the third ring's maximum was around 1,500 years, and the fourth around 5,000. But now, with the true use of whale glue discovered, I've heard the third ring can reach 5 or 6,000 years, and the fourth up to 9,000. If it's a spiritual type soul master, even a 10,000 year fourth ring might be possible. In the forest earlier, I saw a blue-haired youth with a 1,000-year second ring and a 10,000 year third ring. He is currently refining his fourth ring, which, judging by its color, is at least 25,000 years. If I were in his position, I wouldn't let any outsider approach. In fact, if any soul master appeared nearby, I might even kill them to ensure the secret doesn't get out. Shilong spoke with a grave tone. What? A 10,000 year third ring and a 25,000 year fourth ring? Shilong, are you sure you didn't see wrong? As soon as Shilong finished speaking, Sizu's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on here? My fifth ring's age is actually lower than this junior's third ring? Are you kidding me? In her light purple eyes, Qian Renxu's disbelief grew stronger. She couldn't help but say, to attach a 10,000 year third ring, you'd at least need a high-aged head soul bone to boost spiritual power, otherwise, the soul shock would be impossible to overcome. And for a level 30 soul master to have the physical strength of a level 50 master, whale glue alone wouldn't suffice, not even the 10,000 year variety. At the very least, they'd need a torso or limb soul bone of considerable age. Skywater Academy only accepts female students. The blue-haired youth you mentioned must be a relative of Dean Shui. Could the Shui clan in Skywater City really be this extravagant? I don't know if the Shui clan is that extravagant, but the youth's martial soul is food type. He might not belong to the Shui clan. Shilong stroked his chin thoughtfully. A food type spirit master? Qian Renxu raised her eyebrows slightly. Wow, this food type soul master is something else. As Spirit Hall's holy maiden, Qian Renxu had an insight far beyond that of most spirit masters. She knew that auxiliary, healing, and food-type soul masters could theoretically possess formidable combat strength provided they had enough resources. Take her nominal teacher, Ning Fengzi, for instance. Though only a 7-ring auxiliary soul sage, he possessed numerous high-aged soul bones, thanks to the 7th treasure Glaze Tile clan's wealth. With soul bone skills and his attribute amplification, Ning Fengzi could theoretically contend with an ordinary 7-ring combat spirit sage. However, given his lifestyle of luxury and his constant sword or bone Liu guards, he almost never had to fight himself. Suddenly, Sizu latched onto a key point and asked, Shilong, are you certain about the 1,000-year second ring? With an outrageous 10,000 year third ring, what's so strange about a 1,000-year second ring? Shilong paused and replied, a little confused. Usually, even in wealthy families, it's uncommon to give high-grade spirit bones to younger generations too early. Take the young master, for example. Your situation is special. If not for the plan, even the Grand Worship wouldn't have provided spirit bones so early. The true use of whale glue was discovered by Blazing Academy, and it's only been about 3 years since this discovery was made public. Before that, without spirit bones to enhance physical attributes, attaching a 1,000-year second ring would have been impossible. Sizu paused, then added grimly, I just hope my guess is wrong. What guess? The gap between the second and fourth rings is a full 20 levels. That youth seemingly bridged it in less than 3 years, something unheard of. How interesting. Still, with enough innate talent, advancing 10 levels in 3 years isn't impossible. As for the remaining 10 levels, attaching soul rings far beyond the optimal age limits would provide a massive power boost. Add the increase from refining high-aged soul bones, and it becomes theoretically feasible. Unlike Sizu, Qian Renxu didn't immediately assume the blue-haired youth was an anomaly. After all, who knew how many soul bones he had refined, besides the head soul bone? If it was just one extraordinary soul bone, his talent was exceptional. But if he had refined several extraordinary soul bones, and each gave a huge boost to his spirit power, calling him a genius soul master might even be an understatement. If her grandfather had been willing to sacrifice everything to cultivate her, Spirit Hall could have produced a 4-ring soul ancestor shortly after martial soul awakening. With her innate level 20 spirit power, a set of high-aged soul bones could theoretically boost her soul power by 15 levels. The remaining 5 levels could come from soul rings far exceeding the optimal age. But, of course, such methods were extreme and came with risks. The youth must be extraordinary. No family, no matter how rich, would invest so heavily in a junior without exceptional talent? After a moment of thought, Keon Rensu gave her instructions. Uncle Shilong, when we return, have someone investigate this youth. Use only trusted people. Yes, young master. Shilong replied. The trusted people Keon Rensu referred to were not ordinary Spirit Hall members but Angel Clan loyalists assigned by Keon Dalu to assist her in the Heaven Empire. They answered only to her and not the Pope's Hall. Chapter 89, External Soul Bone, Crystal Scale Armor, Part 1. Time passed, and before long, the sun had set, and the moon had risen, casting its glow over the starred forest as night descended. At this moment, the refining process of the mutated scale armor beast's soul ring was nearing completion. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Mu Yang's body were gradually stabilizing. However, just as Mu Yang thought everything was under control, a sudden sharp pain erupted in his chest. Immediately after, the pain spread throughout his entire body, sparing only his head. Ah! As the excruciating pain surged through him, Mu Yang couldn't help but let out a cry of agony. Hearing Mu Yang's anguished cry, Shui Binger, who had been tending to dinner by the campfire nearby, quickly ran over with a worried expression. Andy, what's happening to Mu Yang? Seeing the beads of sweat trickling down Mu Yang's forehead, Shui Binger asked anxiously. I'm not entirely sure either. Earlier, when Zhao Yang was refining the soul ring, he didn't show any signs of being unable to endure it. But now... Wait a moment, I think I understand. Frowning as she pondered the cause of this sudden change, Shui Yanyu suddenly recalled a rare case mentioned in the Academy's ancient texts. Before Shui Binger could ask further, a smile appeared on Shui Yanyu's face as she reassured her, Binger, don't worry. This should be a good thing. When attaching a soul ring of 10,000 years or more, as long as the soul master's body can endure the impact of the soul ring's energy and their spirit can withstand the residual soul shock from the beast's will, there should be no danger during the refining process. Given that Mu Yang was now experiencing such changes and appeared to be in considerable pain, there was only one possible explanation. Shui Binger. At that moment, a brilliant blue crystal light began to radiate from Mu Yang's chest. Under the night sky, the blue crystal glow was particularly dazzling and immediately caught the attention of Shui Binger and Shui Yanyu. In the next second, the two saw the radiant blue crystal light spreading outward from Mu Yang's chest. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yang's entire body, excluding his head and neck, was enveloped in the shimmering blue crystal glow. Another wave of intense pain coursed through his body, causing Mu Yang, who had just started to adapt, to let out a muffled groan. Under Shui Binger's worried gaze, the dazzling blue crystal light surrounding Mu Yang's body gradually condensed and solidified. It transformed into a suit of armor, shimmering and translucent, covering his entire body from the neck down. The armor was made up of countless crystal-clear scales of varying sizes. This is an external soul bone? Seeing the blue crystal armor that appeared on Mu Yang's body, Shui Binger couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Indeed, it's a rare anomaly, an external soul bone with a value comparable to a 100,000-year soul bone. And for Zhao Yang, the value of this external soul bone is undoubtedly even higher than that of a 100,000-year soul bone. Shui Yanyu's expression revealed a look of as expected. And she nodded with a smile as she spoke. When the anomaly first appeared, Shui Yanyu had already guessed that Mu Yang had hit a stroke of luck and obtained an incredibly rare external soul bone. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why such a change had occurred. Of course, Shui Yanyu's knowledge and perspective didn't reach the level of those who knew of the existence of fierce beasts or certain reincarnators. She wasn't aware that 100,000 years was not the upper limit for soul bones and that there were 200,000-year or even million-year soul bones. The reason she claimed that this external soul bone was more valuable than a 100,000-year soul bone was because she knew that external soul bones could increase in age alongside a soul master's cultivation. When a soul master advanced to a titled Douluo with 9 rings, the external soul bone's age could increase to 100,000 years. Although, in Shui Yanyu's eyes, Mu Yang's external soul bone could at most reach 100,000 years, making its age comparable to an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. External soul bones were extraordinarily rare. If Mu Yang hadn't encountered one this time, his chances of obtaining one in the future would have been almost zero. Ordinary 100,000-year soul bones, on the other hand, were a different story. Once Mu Yang's twin martial souls reached their peak, as one of the continent's strongest, he could scour the starred forest, the extreme north, or even the vast oceans to easily collect a full set of 100,000-year soul bones. With his rare external soul bone, Mu Yang now had 7 soul bone slots instead of the usual 6. This advantage was extraordinary, giving him a significant edge over most soul masters. Unknowingly, time passed, and as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness of the forest, Miu Yang slowly opened his eyes. I never imagined that I, Miu Yang, would also have the fate of a protagonist. Feeling the qualitative change in his soul power, Miu Yang glanced at the magnificent blue crystal armor covering his body and gently stroked the sturdy, crystalline scales. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but think to himself. Although advancing to the fourth ring soul ancestor had caused his soul power to surge significantly, resulting in a temporary decline in control, Miu Yang could sense that, due to the high age of his fourth soul ring and the soul power boost from refining the external soul bone, his soul power level had reached rank 43. Moreover, it wasn't just the beginning of rank 43, he was already in the mid-range. Knock, tapping her fingers on the external soul bone armor covering Miu Yang, Shui Binger asked with a smile, Miu Yang, how does it feel to gain an external soul bone? Bittersweet? After thinking for a moment, Miu Yang replied. Earlier, when he was fusing the external soul bone, it almost caused him unbearable pain. To be honest, whether in his past life or this one, he had never experienced such intense pain. It was as though he was enduring torture. Even the pain he felt back when he consumed the 8-petal mysterious ice grass and blazing delicate apricot was far less severe. Fortunately, the suffering wasn't for nothing. As long as he survived, gaining such a precious external soul bone was worth the hardship. However, perhaps due to its insufficient age, the external soul bone armor wasn't perfect. It failed to protect his entire body, leaving out the areas above his neck. Miu Yang estimated that for this external soul bone armor to evolve into a full body armor that protected him from head to toe, he would need to reach 9 rings as a titled Luo in the future, when the soul bone's age reached 100,000 years. Still, the flaws didn't outweigh the benefits. As long as enemies didn't aim for his neck or head, the defense provided by this external soul bone armor alone would allow Miu Yang to ignore the majority of 10,000-year level powerful attack soul skills from 5-ring battle soul kings. It looks quite similar to the scales on that mutated scale armor beast. I assume it comes with a defensive type soul bone skill? At this point, Shui Yanyu pointed at the external soul bone armor on Miu Yang's body and asked. Miu Yang nodded. Yes, the soul bone skill is called Crystal Body. It provides immunity to 30% of both physical and energy attacks. There's no time limit on its usage, as long as I continuously consume soul power, I can maintain it. The soul bone skill attached to a soul bone is inherited from the abilities of the soul beast that produced it. He was lucky this time the external soul bone he acquired inherited the mutated innate soul skill of the scale beast, which provided a damage reduction effect. Chapter 90, External Soul Bone, Crystal Scale Armor. With its extraordinary defensive power combined with the damage reduction buff, unless an opponent possesses an absolute advantage in level or effective spiritual means, Miu Yang would be a nightmare for any soul master to face. But if it were him facing such an opponent, the experience would certainly be far from pleasant. Relying on the external soul bone armor's inherent powerful defense, coupled with the 30% damage reduction and additional defensive secret techniques, Miu Yang had now essentially turned into a humanoid version of the mutated scale armor beast. What's more, the damage reduction percentage from the soul bone skill crystal body is fixed. Even if a titled Luo's 9th offensive soul skill hit him, the attack would still be reduced by 30%. Of course, if Miu Yang were to rely solely on his current strength to withstand a titled Luo's 9th offensive soul skill, even with the 30% damage reduction, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Why not? Call it crystal scale armor? After some thought, Miu Yang decided on a name for his external soul bone armor. What about your 4th soul skill? Glancing at the yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings shining around Miu Yang, Shui Binger asked. The essence of all things, emerald jade. Reciting the incantation softly, Miu Yang's 4th soul ring lit up. As his soul power surged, a 3-inch-long, soul-powered ginseng appeared, seemingly carved from the finest green jade. As expected, following the red, orange, and yellow hues, the soul-powered ginseng created by the 4th soul skill now displayed the 4th color of the rainbow, emerald green. Similarly, after the addition of the 4th soul ring, the body of his eyes fire immortal jade ginseng martial soul gained an additional emerald green ring beneath the existing red, orange, and yellow patterns. What exactly does it do? Does it generate a soul power shield? Taking the emerald green soul-powered ginseng and examining it closely, Shui Binger asked again. The 4th soul skill, Emerald Jade Protection Ginseng, generates a protective light when consumed. It grants immunity to 30% of both physical and energy attacks for 3 minutes. It remains effective for 10 days after creation. However, the 30% damage reduction is the maximum effect. The actual reduction depends on the attacker's strength. Using my current soul power level as the benchmark, if the attacker is at 5 rings or above, the protective light from the Emerald Jade Protection Ginseng will offer less than 30% damage reduction, or if the level gap is too significant, it may not work at all. If the attacker is at 4 rings or below, it will provide the full 30% immunity to physical and energy attacks. The Emerald Jade Protection Ginseng was quite effective, and could even be considered excellent. However, for Mu Ying himself, it was somewhat redundant, as its effect overlapped with the Soul Bone Skill Crystal Body from his Crystal Scale armor. The damage reduction percentages from the two could not stack. Moreover, the Crystal Scale armor is an external soul bone, meaning its age will increase as Mu Ying's soul power level rises. The damage reduction from the Crystal Body skill would undoubtedly exceed 30% in the future. At just under 30,000 years of age, it already provided a 30% reduction. When its age reached 100,000 years, while it might not achieve 100% immunity, a 50% reduction should be entirely possible, right? Of course, under normal circumstances, a Food-type Soul Master's martial soul true body could further enhance the effects of Food-type Soul skills. If, in the future, Mu Ying finds a way to increase the age of his soul rings, then his 4th soul skill, Emerald Jade Protection Ginseng, may not necessarily be inferior to Crystal Body from the Crystal Scale armor. 20 days later, in the perpetually snow-covered extreme north. In midair, 2 ice-blue avian creatures were locked in fierce combat. On one side was a majestic ice-blue phoenix, over 7 meters long, radiating an air of nobility and engulfed in blazing icy flames. It was none other than the Ice Flame Phoenix, the martial soul fusion skill jointly unleashed by Mu Ying and Shui Binger. On the other side was a 6-meter wingspan soul beast covered in ice-blue feathers and emanating a biting chill, a 30,000-year-old ice-type avian soul beast, the Frost Bird. Of course, despite its name, the Frost Bird does not possess the ultimate ice attribute. In the known world of soul beasts, the only soul beast with the ultimate ice attribute is one of the rulers of the extreme north, the fierce beast Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, also known as the Ice Empress. As for the Snow Empress, another ruler of the extreme north, her attribute is not pure ultimate ice but a variant known as ultimate ice snow. The two are similar but not identical. Faced with the relentless assault of the Ice Flame Phoenix, the Frost Bird focused more on defense than offense, finding itself at a disadvantage in every exchange. Its performance did not match its 30,000-year age. However, this wasn't because the Frost Bird was reckless with its life, nor was it due to the presence of an 8-ring-souled Luo hovering in the distance. Rather, it was because of bloodline suppression. While the Frost Bird is indeed a top-tier ice-type avian soul beast, its bloodline barely reaches the threshold of the top tier. How could it compare to the strongest ice-type avian, the Ice Phoenix? And the Ice Flame Phoenix wasn't merely an Ice Phoenix, it was a fusion of Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul and Mu Ying's Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul, creating a martial soul fusion skill of an even higher level. Clang, as the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. After dodging the Frost Bird's soul power feathers, the Ice Flame Phoenix let out a resonant cry. A fan-shaped burst of icy flames erupted from its beak, striking the Frost Bird, which couldn't evade in time. In an instant, the Frost Bird, now covered in the strange icy flames, felt an intense chill invading its entire body. It tried to circulate its internal ice-type soul power to resist, but to its horror, the icy flames rapidly spread across its body, freezing it entirely before it could react. The Frost Bird's natural resistance to ice, as a top-tier ice-type soul beast, seemed non-existent against this peculiar icy flame. Crack, crack, soft cracking sounds echoed as the terrified Frost Bird was encased in ice midair, then plummeted to the snow-covered ground. Boom! Amidst the howling winds, the Frost Bird, now an ice sculpture, crashed into the snowy terrain below. A loud rumble followed as countless fine ice crystals scattered across the snowfield. Before the Frost Bird, still dazed and frozen, could free itself from its icy prison, the Ice Flame Phoenix, under Shui Binger's control, swooped down. Its beak opened wide as surging soul power gathered, spewing another torrent of icy flames that engulfed the Frost Bird entirely. This time, the Ice Flame Phoenix didn't return to the air. Instead, it landed beside the Frost Bird, which was now engulfed in blazing icy flames. Every time the flames showed signs of weakening, it added another burst of fire. Before long, under the relentless burning of the icy flames, the Frost Bird, still trapped in its frozen state, reached the end of its life. Amid the flickering blue flames, countless tiny golden specks of light emerged and danced in the air. A pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring gradually materialized, adding a striking contrast to the snowy white world. Chapter 91, 5th Soul Skill, Extreme Frost Freeze. As the Frost Bird's soul ring emerged, the Ice Flame Phoenix shimmered with an icy blue glow. The figures of Mu Ying and Shui Binger appeared as they cancelled their martial soul fusion skill. A week earlier, having failed to find a suitable ice attribute avian soul beast in the starred forest, Shui Binger had turned to the extreme north for her soul hunting. Shortly after arriving in this icy land, she seized an opportunity and successfully broke through her bottleneck, advancing to the 50th level as a quasi-soul king. After days of searching in the extreme north, they finally chose this 30,000-year frost bird as the target for her 5th soul ring. Binger, go ahead and absorb the soul ring. Mu Yang said, glancing at the jet black soul ring released by the frost bird. Nodding slightly, Shui Binger quickly planted a kiss on Mu Yang's cheek before stepping forward to guide and refine the soul ring. Mu Yang. There was something off about his girlfriend who'd grown up under his care. It wasn't like he didn't allow kisses. Why did she always insist on sneak attacks? Still, Mu Yang didn't mind, in fact, he enjoyed it. After all, what guy could resist the little romantic gestures of his girlfriend? The process of refining the soul ring went smoothly. With Shui Binger's foundation of 50th level soul power, supplemented by the techniques Sun Body Refinement and Moon Spirit Refinement, along with her frequent consumption of whale glue in the past, her physical constitution and spiritual power were no weaker than those of an ordinary 6-ring soul emperor who had already attached 6 soul rings. Thus, attaching a 30,000-year 5th soul ring posed no problem at all. After half a day of refining, Shui Binger officially advanced to a 5-ring soul king. Her soul power reached level 52, making her the youngest known soul king on the continent. To this, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel immensely proud. He had nurtured his little girlfriend into the youngest soul king on the continent. At just 14 years old, a 5-ring soul king was enough to astonish the continent. Even Keon Renksu paled in comparison. After all, less than a month ago, when they encountered Keon Renksu at the soul hunting town on the outskirts of the Starred Forest, she should have been at the 60th level, either a quasi-soul emperor or a newly advanced 6-ring soul emperor. Currently, Keon Renksu's age should be around 20. It was unlikely she'd spent 5 or 6 years advancing from the 5th to the 6th ring. Of course, this didn't mean Keon Renksu lacked talent. On the contrary, with innate level 20 soul power, Keon Renksu's cultivation talent was unrivaled across the continent. The reason she reached the 5-ring soul king later than Shui Binger was primarily that she hadn't fully capitalized on her talent, whereas Mu Yang had cheated for Shui Binger. Leaving aside other factors, just the yearning heartbroken red alone allowed Shui Binger to become a 5-ring soul king 3 to 4 years earlier than expected. It was just a pity that his little girlfriend hadn't received the protagonist's script. She hadn't even obtained a common soul bone, let alone a rare external soul bone. But this was understandable. According to incomplete statistics, the drop rate for soul bones was no more than 1 in 1,000. For external soul bones, the drop rate was at least 10 times lower. With such a low probability, obtaining a soul bone without large-scale slaughter was almost impossible unless one hunted a 100,000-year soul beast or higher. Binger, you seem to have grown taller again. Mu Yang remarked helplessly as he glanced at the water-blue flat snow boots Shui Binger wore and compared their heights. Previously, when he advanced to the 4-ring soul ancestor, his body grew slightly, and his height reached just over 1.7 meters, making him about the same height as Shui Binger in flat boots. But now that Shui Binger had advanced to the 5-ring soul king, her body had also grown, leaving him about 3 centimeters shorter. If they left the extreme north and she switched back to her high-heeled princess shoes, the height gap would increase to at least 6 centimeters. I hope Binger stops growing taller. Mu Yang thought to himself. To be honest, having a girlfriend who stood 1.76 meters tall in shoes gave Mu Yang quite a bit of pressure. In a relationship, it's generally considered more harmonious if the guy is around 10 centimeters taller than the girl. He should have no problem growing to 1.86 meters in the future. But anything beyond that, Mu Yang wasn't too confident about. After all, the height of a soul master in their teenage years wasn't directly correlated with their height as an adult. Attaching soul rings to enhance physical attributes could accelerate the physical development of an underage soul master, but it was merely an acceleration and didn't raise the upper limit much like developing earlier. The height of a soul master was ultimately determined by their martial soul and genetic inheritance. Is that so? Then, little Mu Yang, you'll have to work hard and grow taller quickly. Shui Binger said with a smile. In Shui Binger's view, the role she played as Mu Yang's girlfriend wasn't tied to his strength but rather his age. Before Mu Yang turned 14, she saw herself as an older sister figure who needed to take care of him. Only after Mu Yang turned 14 would she become his little wife. Hearing this, Mu Yang's expression turned awkward. Why am I being called little Mu Yang again? You've always been my little Mu Yang. Shui Binger replied matter-of-factly. Mu Yang. Binger, how is the effect of your 5th soul skill? At this moment, Shui Yanyu stepped forward and asked. It's a large-scale crowd control soul skill. My 5th soul skill, Extreme Frost Freeze. As she spoke, Shui Binger's expression became serious, and she activated the newly acquired 5th soul skill in a nearby open snowfield. Her soul ring glowed, and as surging soul power flowed forth, a chilling, bone-piercing icy blue wave rose like a torrent behind Shui Binger before rushing forward. In an instant, wherever the frost wave passed, nearly 1,000 square meters of snowy ground were covered with a layer of icy blue frost. Seeing this, Mu Ying's hand glowed with soul power, and an ice flame arrow shot out. Boom! The sound of the collision echoed. The ice flame arrow shattered like it had hit an indestructible block of eternal ice, scattering fragments of frosty flame. However, the snowy ground struck by the arrow, apart from igniting patches of ice flames, remained completely unharmed. So tough? Not bad. Mu Ying couldn't help but glance at Shui Binger in surprise. Though the ice flame arrow wasn't particularly powerful as a single target attack, relying mainly on a highly adhesive and hard-to-extinguish icy flames for damage, the fact that it shattered like an egg hitting a rock when it struck the ground spoke volumes about the toughness of the icy blue frost. Moreover, this was purely the physical property of the frost. If a soul master of the same level were caught within the range of the extreme frost freeze soul's skill, it would undoubtedly take them a while to break free from its control, if they could at all. A large-scale crowd control soul skill, it was indeed worthy of being a 30,000-year soul ring. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Shui Binger lifted her chin proudly. Chapter 92, I underestimated the world. Meanwhile, in Heaven City. Inside a private room of a tea house, Keon Renxu, disguised as Zhu King, was savoring a cup of pre-rain cloud mist tea. Pre-rain cloud mist was an exceptionally high-quality tea with limited production, highly sought after by noble tea enthusiasts in the Heaven Empire. Sigh. Recalling Emperor Zhu Yi's instructions from the day before, Keon Renxu shook her head and sighed with a trace of distress. What exactly were Emperor Zhu Yi's instructions? I'm getting old, and my son's grown up. It's time to discuss marriage. Zhu King had already reached the age of 20. If this were an ordinary family, a young man of 20 might already have a child old enough to attend a primary Soul Master Academy. Even if not quite there yet, they'd at least have children by now. But as the Empire's crown prince, Zhu King didn't even have a girlfriend. How was this acceptable? It was absolutely unacceptable. After all, an emperor without heirs could shake the foundation of the nation. It might not be an issue while the emperor was still alive, but what if the emperor passed away? To whom would the court officials and imperial army pledge their allegiance? Even if the emperor named a successor on his deathbed, it might not work out. The new ruler might not align with the interests of the nobles and generals. To protect their own interests or to gain even more power, those with military strength could easily support a royal descendant with shared interests to ascend the throne. That wouldn't be hard at all. Although Zhu King was just the crown prince and not yet the emperor, the importance of having heirs could not be overstated. For the sake of the Heaven Empire's stability, Zhu King needed a crown princess. If Zhu King were truly just Zhu King, this would be a simple matter. There were countless suitable women dreaming of becoming the Empire's crown princess, enough to form a line from Heaven City all the way to Spirit City. But the problem was, Zhu King wasn't Zhu King, she was Keon Renxu. Forcing Keon Renxu to take a crown princess? Wasn't that making things difficult for her? This wasn't just about her being a woman, making it inconvenient to marry a crown princess. If it were absolutely necessary, she could marry someone who was utterly loyal to the Angel clan and guaranteed not to leak her secret. The main issue was that once Zhu King had a crown princess, there would inevitably be expectations of children. If the crown prince couldn't produce offspring, her role as the empire's heir would be in jeopardy. An emperor unable to have children couldn't be replaced since they controlled the military. No one would dare bring it up. But a crown prince unable to have children? That was a different story. It would definitely be grounds for replacement, especially since Zhu King wasn't the only imperial prince. Faking it wouldn't work either. A crown princess's pregnancy was a major event, closely monitored by many. Without a second angelic skull to maintain her disguise, it would be impossible to pull off. Adopting a child wouldn't work either. Otherwise, 6 years later during the awakening ceremony, the spectacle would be unimaginable. Thus, faced with Emperor Zhu Yi's urging for marriage, Keon Renxu could only delay as long as possible. If she could stall for one day, it was one day gained. As for the future could wait. One thing was certain, she would not take a crown princess. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Come in. Putting away her troubled expression, Keon Renxu spoke calmly. Creak. The next second, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a tall, lean figure with ordinary clothing but an extraordinary demeanor walked in. Upon entering, the figure released a ripple of soul power, setting up a barrier within the room to isolate it from the outside, ensuring that no information could leak out. Uncle Shilong, have you found anything about that boy? Keon Renxu asked Shilong directly. Due to the many experts within the Heaven Palace, Shilong and Sizu would not enter the palace unless absolutely necessary to avoid exposing her. As long as Kion Renksu's identity remained hidden, the Heaven Palace was essentially an impenetrable sanctuary. Thus, the two-titled Douluo always guarded her in secret outside the palace, meeting with her only in places like this. Yes, I've investigated. However, Shilong trailed off, pausing as he recalled the information he had uncovered. However, what? Halfway through his sentence, recalling the information he had uncovered, Shilong couldn't help but pause. What is it? Seeing Shilong hesitating, Kion Renksu's curiosity deepened. Could it be that the food-type boy from the Starred Forest, whom she had never met, was even more remarkable than she had imagined? Young master, it's somewhat unexpected. That boy's background isn't from the Shui clan of Skywater City as we initially thought. He's actually from Blazing Academy and is the nephew of Blazing Academy's principal, Hueco, through his wife. Blazing Academy? Hearing this, Kion Renksu raised her eyebrows, slightly surprised. If he was from Blazing Academy, how did he end up getting involved with Skywater Academy? That boy's name is Mu Ying. His parents passed away when he was young, and he was raised in his aunt's household. He was born in the year 2631 of the Douluo calendar with innate rank 10 soul power and is currently just over 10 years old. Wait a minute, you're telling me he's only 10 years old? Before Shilong could continue, Kion Renksu interrupted him with a shocked expression. Are you seriously telling me a food-type soul ancestor with 4 rings is only 10 years old? Is there such a monstrous food-type soul master in this world? Even with innate full soul power, even if his soul power was significantly boosted by absorbing soul bones, this level of talent is absolutely absurd. After receiving the information, I too found it hard to believe. But according to the intelligence personnel's investigation, the information is indeed accurate. Although Blazing Academy seems to have sealed off much of Mu Ying's information, one of the agents I sent happens to be a spirit-type Soul King. The boy's age was extracted through hypnosis from several old servants in Hueco's private residence in Blazing City. There's likely no room for falsification. Shilong's expression was serious as he spoke. Truth be told, gathering information about Mu Ying had taken his agents on a wild goose chase. It wasn't because his intelligence agents lacked skill, it was because the basic lead they were given had been wrong. Since Skywater Academy doesn't admit male students, their first stop had been the Shui clan in Danshui City. To avoid alarming the target, the intelligence personnel couldn't directly approach Shui Jingong, the head of the Shui clan. Moreover, Shui Jingong was a 7-ring soul sage, and the agents weren't strong enough to extract information from someone of that level. The same went for the 2 clan mistresses. Any mishandling could expose their cover and create a major feud. Thus, they resorted to using hypnotic spirit skills on the Shui clan's servants instead. But how much could the servants possibly know about Mu Ying's specifics? At most, they knew he was considered the clan's prospective son-in-law and Shui Binger's boyfriend. Fortunately, their efforts weren't entirely fruitless. They learned that Mu Ying was attending Skywater Academy. After infiltrating Skywater Academy and hypnotizing a few low-level students, they finally got the right lead. As the only male student at Skywater Academy, Mu Ying's presence was too conspicuous to ignore. Everyone in the academy was curious about him and knew that he was an exchange student from Blazing Academy and Shui Binger's boyfriend. From there, the agents traveled hundreds of miles to Blazing Academy, but their intelligence efforts hit another roadblock. Hueco, as the boy's uncle, was fully aware of Mu Ying's extraordinary talent. While he couldn't guarantee absolute secrecy, he had taken many precautions, spreading a mixture of true and false information about Mu Ying, particularly regarding his age. In fact, aside from 3 high-ranking members of the academy, no one at Blazing Academy truly knew the full details of Mu Ying's background. The information gathered was riddled with inconsistencies. If it had been an ordinary intelligence team, they might have either reported back prematurely or stubbornly stayed at Blazing Academy to dig deeper, but the agents Shilong had sent weren't ordinary, they were elites from Spirit Hall. While their combat strength might not have been top tier, their investigative skills were unparalleled. When they couldn't find accurate information within the academy, they turned their attention elsewhere. Fortunately, Mu Ying's familial relationship with Hueco and his wife, Muzu, was public knowledge. After a long and winding investigation, the intelligence agents finally managed to extract the truth from a few old servants in Hueco's residence in Blazing City through hypnosis. They confirmed Mu Ying's exact background. A 10-year-old 4-ring soul ancestor. I underestimated the world. After a long silence, Kion Renksu finally recovered from her shock and couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the world was vast, and wonders never ceased. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for a prodigy to emerge now and then. Take herself, for example. Who would have imagined that she possessed an unparalleled innate rank 20 soul power? Chapter 93, Keon Renksu's desire to recruit at this moment, Shilong continued his report. Young master, there's another point worth noting. According to the information gathered, Mu Yang's original hair color was red, but now it's blue. Moreover, back in the forest, when I used my spiritual power to observe him closely, I saw that his martial soul had two leaves, one red and one blue, with a main body resembling a jade like ginseng. It possesses dual attributes of ice and fire. However, based on the investigation, his original martial soul was just an ordinary ginseng. It seems his martial soul underwent a transformation and evolution. A martial soul evolution? Keon Renksu frowned. While it wasn't entirely impossible for a martial soul to evolve, a transformation of this magnitude, one that even changed its attributes, was something she had never heard of before. Furthermore, cases of martial soul evolution didn't typically occur in low-level soul masters. Such changes were usually seen only after a soul master reached the 9-ring titled Douluo level. It was precisely because a soul master's martial soul underwent a substantial qualitative transformation upon advancing to the 9-ring titled Luo stage that all titled Luos possessed top-tier martial souls. The qualitative change brought about by advancing to the 9-ring stage, combined with the accumulations from the previous 8 breakthroughs, was enough to elevate any martial soul to the level of a top-tier martial soul. Skywater Academy doesn't admit male students. Do you know why he was able to enroll there? Temporarily setting aside the peculiarity of Mu Yang's martial soul evolution, Keon Renksu turned to Shilong and asked. Well, according to the investigation, Shui Binger, the niece of Shui Yinyu, is in a relationship with Mu Yang. Perhaps it's this relationship, coupled with his innate full soul power, that led Shui Yinyu to break tradition? Shilong replied with some uncertainty. Humphrey, so young and already indulging in romance. It seems he's not as remarkable as he appears. Hearing that even a 10-year-old child had a girlfriend, Keon Renksu, who had just been pressured about marriage the previous day, couldn't help but feel a bit sour and made a sarcastic remark. At 20 years old, Keon Renksu's girlhood had quietly passed her by. It wasn't that she had never fantasized about such things. Unfortunately, as Keon Renksu and the disguised Zhu King, she had understood from the moment she came to the Heavened Empire to execute her coup plan that love was not something she could afford. Even if the day came when she could return to her true identity, by then, she would have already ascended to the Heaven Throne. At that point, it was unlikely she'd ever have the chance for a sweet romance. No, who was she? She was Keon Renksu, the heir to Spirit Hall, the sole descendant of the Angel clan, bearing the responsibility of spreading the Angel's radiance across the entire continent. How could she waste time on such trivial matters? Love? Forget it. Everything must be for the grand plans of Spirit Hall. After venting her frustrations internally, Keon Renksu said, Uncle Shilong, send someone to keep an eye on Mu Yang in the future. In Keon Renksu's eyes, Blazing Academy wasn't a force with significant heritage or influence. As for Mu Yang, with his parents deceased and only being the nephew of Blazing Academy's principal, Huo Lai, through his wife, he wasn't even a direct relative. Getting one high-quality soul bone for him was already generous, the chances of him obtaining more were slim to none. This meant that for a boy barely over 10 years old to possess the soul power of a 4-ring soul ancestor, even if the growth from refining soul bones was excluded, his cultivation speed was still beyond ordinary comprehension. Moreover, in Keon Renksu's opinion, ordinary battle soul masters with innate full soul power weren't nearly as valuable as food-type soul masters with the same innate talent. After all, among the worship elders of Spirit Hall's worship hall, which one of them wasn't born with innate full soul power? While Spirit Hall had a deep foundation, losing one elder was painful, but gaining another would not bring about a qualitative change in Spirit Hall's overall strength. However, auxiliary, healing, and food-type titled Luos were different. While these types of titled Luos might individually appear weak, they could cause significant changes in their titled Luo teammates. With a healing-type titled Luo as a teammate, one could fight recklessly. As long as they didn't die on the spot, it was nearly impossible for any 9-ring titled Luo to not recover under their care. With an auxiliary-type titled Luo as a teammate, the 6 elders in the worship hall, aside from her grandfather, would all see their strength elevated by at least 1 level. The boost this would bring to Spirit Hall's overall power was far more impactful than simply gaining another rank 96 elder. As for food-type titled Luos, while they might not match healing-type Luos in healing ability or auxiliary-type Luos in support, their abilities were more comprehensive. Additionally, food-type soul masters didn't need to participate directly in battles, making them safer compared to healing and auxiliary Luos. Moreover, thanks to the fact that high-level food-type soul techniques could produce soul power food that could be stored indefinitely, as long as the quantity was sufficient, many titled Luos in Spirit Hall could benefit from them. If a small soul master faction had to choose between a combat-type titled Luo and a food-type titled Luo, they would undoubtedly choose the combat type 1. But for Spirit Hall, the dominant force in the Soul Master world, a food type titled Luo was far more valuable than a combat type 1. In fact, trading a rank 99 peerless combat type Luo for a food type titled Luo might be a tough decision. However, if the choice was between a rank 96 combat type Luo and a food type titled Luo, the latter would undoubtedly be the more beneficial option purely from a profit perspective. If a food type titled Luo were willing to join Spirit Hall, Kion Renksu felt it wouldn't be unreasonable to offer them the position of an elder, even if their soul power was only at rank 91. There was no other reason regardless of whether it was a rank 91 or rank 99 food type titled Luo, the effectiveness of the soul power food they created would remain unchanged. It would work without any reduction in effect on other titled Luos of any level. The only difference was that higher level food type Luos could produce more soul power food. Therefore, Mu Yang, an innate full soul power food type soul master with an extraordinary cultivation speed, held immense value in Kion Renksu's eyes. Spirit Hall's soul masters came from diverse backgrounds. As long as they weren't evil soul masters, Spirit Hall would accept them, with differences only in their treatment. Given that Spirit Hall's doors were wide open and there was no prior animosity between them, it was natural for Kion Renksu to consider recruiting Mu Yang to serve Spirit Hall. Young master, why not recruit him directly? Spirit Hall is the strongest force in the Soul Master world. I doubt he'd refuse. Shi Long asked. Hearing this, Kion Renksu rolled her eyes and replied, just keep monitoring him for now. There will be opportunities in the future. Shui Yanyu's attitude back then had already indirectly shown that Mu Yang wasn't interested in joining Spirit Hall. Otherwise, why would she keep him hidden? Of course, if her grandfather were to personally extend an invitation, it would undoubtedly succeed. A kind invitation from the strongest being on the continent was something few could refuse and even fewer would dare to. Chapter 94, It's Impossible to Work in This Life. 2 months later. In the forging room, Mu Yang placed a 1-foot square ingot of silvery white metal, shimmering with a soft silver glow, into the heating furnace, silently brimming with anticipation. Long before he set out for his spirit hunt, through diligent practice, he had deduced a forging secret technique, Heavenly Hammer, elevating his forging skills to an elite level within the continent. Although he could only refine metals and lacked the skills to craft finished swords, armor, or weapons, it was undeniable that his forging had already reached the pinnacle of the 100 refinement level. Could elite-level blacksmiths on the continent reach the pinnacle of 100 refinements? If they could, what level would the so-called 3 great divine blacksmiths of the age Lu Jiao, Titan, and Tang Hao be at? Well, the 3 divine blacksmiths were also at the pinnacle of 100 refinements. According to the later classification of metal forging on the continent, the 100 refinement level was simply about purifying metals and removing impurities, a basic skill for blacksmiths. Blacksmiths who had worked for years and could be considered industry elites could all achieve it. Moreover, it wasn't limited to professional blacksmiths. As long as someone could wield a forging hammer and learned earnestly, they could inevitably reach the pinnacle of 100 refinements. The only variable was how much time it would take. For ordinary people, there were no barriers at all. However, even among those at the pinnacle of 100 refinements, the upper limit of the metal quality they could forge differed. Take Tang Hao as an example. As a titled Luo, his strength was far beyond what Mu Yang could currently compare to. If Mu Yang could remove the impurities from an iron ingot and compress it to half its original size, under Tang Hao's Great Force miraculous hammer technique, it might be compressed to just a tenth of its original size. In such a case, while both ingots would still be at the 100 refinement level, could their quality be the same? Even with steel from the same batch, homogeneous steel and forged steel are entirely different. But things were different now. Mu Yang had a feeling that starting today, purely in terms of forging skills, he would surpass Tang Hao, one of the so-called divine blacksmiths of the age. Although it was just forging, surpassing the renowned clear-skied Luo of the Soul Master world was still an exciting prospect. The difficulty of 1,000 refinements was as high as reaching the heavens. This could be seen from the fact that no one had ever broken through the 100 refinement level since the profession of blacksmiths emerged on the continent. The reason why 1,000 refinements were so difficult wasn't that all blacksmiths of the current age were dim-witted and lacked the talent for it. It was because, aside from him as a transmigrator, no one in the entire Luo continent even had the concept of 1,000 refinements. Without the concept of 1,000 refinements, how could anyone become a pioneer? It would naturally be a hell-level challenge. But he was different. With his mysterious talent for deduction, he had already found the correct answer. He even had the solution's methodology, all that remained was to follow it and fully master it. 15 minutes later. TSK, a divine blacksmith's journey ends halfway due to insufficient fire? Looking at the silver ingot in the heating furnace that had been burning for 15 minutes and was still only faintly red on the surface, Mu Yang clicked his tongue and couldn't help but complain. As expected, heavy silver, a rare metal with an extremely high melting point, simply couldn't be heated with ordinary flames. It was only faintly red on the surface, far from the temperature most suitable for forging. Using a hammer directly now wouldn't make much of a difference. Mu Yang had originally planned to use the first piece of metal forged through 1,000 refinements to craft a forging hammer. After all, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. His working tools couldn't afford to be subpar. And since heavy silver had high density and excellent soul power conductivity, he had gone out of his way to purchase a considerable amount from the Seven Treasures Merchant Guild in Skywater City. But unexpectedly, he had overlooked heavy silver's characteristic of an extremely high melting point, making it difficult to heat. He hadn't even started forging and was already stuck at the heating stage. Change the fuel? Casting a disdainful glance at the glowing coke in the heating furnace, Mu Yang considered the idea of replacing the fuel. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Replacing the cheap coke with high-temperature special minerals rich in fire elements, such as fire crystals, wasn't exactly cost-effective. He feared he wouldn't have enough even if he emptied his entire savings. After all, to improve his forging skills, he would inevitably be doing a lot of metal forging in the future. The fire crystal required for a single session of forging wasn't much, but over time, the accumulated cost would be staggering. Coupled with the fact that rare metals were already expensive, his small savings couldn't bear the expense. Of course, if he was willing to sell the metals he forged, it wouldn't be an issue. At the very least, he could recoup his costs. But the problem was that he had no intention of selling the metals he forged in the future. First, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. And second, earning money from forging? Wouldn't that make him a worker? As a transmigrator, Mu Yang firmly believed in one principle: it's impossible to work. It's impossible to work in this life. Although he hadn't had the chance to experience the working life before his untimely transmigration, he had heard plenty about the grievances of workers. If he had to came to Douluo continent only to end up as a worker, then what was the point of transmigrating? Fuel costs weren't cheap. Should he find a reasonably strong fire-type soul master to act as a fire tool? If he were in Blazing Academy, it would be simple. He could just have his older cousin and elder sister provide the fire. Both of them were fire-type soul masters, and since the battle armor he would create in the future would surely include the two siblings, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Acting as his fire assistants would only be fair. But this was Skywater Academy, a place teeming with water and ice-type soul masters. As for fire-type soul masters, sorry, not a single one. Suddenly, Mu Yang remembered something crucial. It seemed that there wasn't entirely no fire-type soul master in Skywater Academy. Not someone else, but himself. Though he cultivated the ice flame meditation method and his soul power was a fusion of ice and fire attributes, that didn't mean he couldn't separate his ice flame soul power back into fire and ice attributes. Without hesitation, Mu Yang grabbed the tongs nearby and moved the faintly glowing heavy silver ingot from the heating furnace onto the forging table. Then, ice blue ice flame soul power emanated from his hand. The blue light faded, revealing a crimson glow as ice flame soul power transformed into pure fire attribute soul power. But at that moment, Mu Yang paused slightly, dispersing the fire attribute soul power in his hand and reactivating his ice flame soul power. Although ice flame didn't generate high temperatures, it was still fire, wasn't it? Perhaps this extremely cold ice flame could also be used to heat metal or rather, cool it. Recalling a novel he had read in his previous life, Mu Yang remembered that a certain alchemist on the G continent had used cold flames to extract the essence of herbs and refine pills. Since refining pills worked, using cold flames for forging should also be feasible, right? In the next moment, with a surge of soul power, an ice blue stream shot out from Mu Yang's hand, landing on the cuboid heavy silver ingot on the forging table. As soon as it made contact, the ice blue stream transformed into burning ice blue flames, beginning to burn the heavy silver ingot. Chapter 95, The Magical Room Temperature Liquid Silver. It shouldn't be like this. Why does it look like there's no change at all? After a long while, as Mu Yang stared at the piece of liquid silver on the forging platform, which remained unchanged even with his soul power continuously infused to sustain the ice flame, he thought to himself, puzzled. Suddenly, just as Mu Yang was about to withdraw his ice flame-infused soul power and switch to heating with single attribute fire soul power, the originally cubic liquid silver ingot suddenly melted into a large pool of silvery liquid, scattering across the forging platform. Mu Yang's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Did the liquid silver ingot just melt like an ice cube under the scorching sun? Not feeling any intense heat radiating from the liquid silver, Mu Yang thought for a moment before reaching out a finger to touch the liquefied silver. With a 100,000-year soul bone ability from his blue-silver emperor right leg bone, wildfire burns without end, spring wind blows again as his safety net, he wasn't worried about any irreparable damage. Even if his finger was ruined, he could regenerate the limb. Huh? Room temperature? As soon as his fingertip touched the liquid silver, Mu Yang discovered that the melted liquid silver wasn't hot or cold. Apart from its high density and silvery white appearance, it felt almost identical to touching room temperature water. But shortly after, through the tactile feedback from his finger, Mu Yang noticed that the liquefied silver gradually began to solidify. 3 minutes later, the liquid silver that had scattered across the forging platform lost its peculiar properties, reverting from its room temperature liquid state to a solid state. If not for the fact that the shape of the liquid silver ingot on the forging platform had changed from its original cubic form to its current irregularly flat shape, Mu Yang would have doubted whether the bizarre room temperature liquid silver he had just seen was merely an illusion. Clearly, the liquid silver had melted due to the unique properties of the ice flame. And the re-solidification of the liquid silver was because the ice flame had been extinguished, making it impossible to maintain that special state. Ice flame can't heat metal, but it can soften or even liquefy it. Mu Yang stroked his chin, marveling inwardly. To be honest, ever since his Fire Shadow Martial Soul had devolved into the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul, quite some time had passed. He had also been practicing the Ice Flame meditation method for a considerable period. However, Mu Yang had never realized that the ice flame he condensed could liquefy metal and keep it at room temperature. This is great news. After all, in the forging process, heating metal is merely a means, not the end goal. The purpose of heating metal is simply to give it better malleability, making it more suitable for forging. Although liquefied liquid silver isn't suitable for forging, the metal doesn't instantly liquefy the moment it's exposed to the ice flame. There's a gradual transition from solid to liquid. As long as he controlled the duration of the ice flame's effect, the difference between using ice flame to soften the liquid silver at room temperature and using high-temperature flames to heat it lay merely in one being room temperature softening and the other being high-temperature softening. Got it? No need to look for someone to help with the fire, he was his own fire source. A streak of ice blue light shot out from his hand as the ice flame reignited, once again melting the irregularly shaped liquid silver into a silvery liquid. Then, under the guidance of his soul power, he reshaped it into a neat, cubic ingot before moving the liquid silver ingot off the forging platform and replacing it with a roughly refined iron ingot. The new heating method gave Mu Yang an idea for a new forging technique. He decided to practice with ordinary iron ingots first. Once he got the hang of it, he would apply it to the liquid silver. Half an hour later, as Mu Yang looked at the pile of 100 forged iron essence ingots stacked next to the forging platform, he nodded with satisfaction. Honestly, thanks to the ice flame's unique effect and the new forging method, he didn't need conventional heating, which significantly improved his efficiency in forging 100 forged iron essence. After all, even with ordinary iron ingots, it would normally take quite a while to heat them before they became suitable for forging. Of course, strictly speaking, the time required to forge a single piece of metal should exclude the heating time. But when forging multiple pieces, one could place the second, third, or even more metal pieces into the heating furnace while forging the first. Thus, the saved heating time didn't truly improve the efficiency of forging multiple pieces. Unless forging a single piece required a long time and multiple reheating sessions during the process. The increased efficiency in forging 100 forged iron essence from rough iron ingots was mainly due to the infusion of Mu Yang's soul power during the forging process, which caused the most significant improvement. After placing a cubic liquid silver ingot back onto the forging platform, Mu Yang took a deep breath while gripping his forging hammer. A faint ice blue glow emanated as he infused his soul power into the forging hammer. Although his hammer was made of ordinary materials, crafted from 100 forged iron essence, it could withstand the infusion of soul power. At most, there was some loss due to poor soul power conductivity. Clang executing the heavenly hammer technique, Mu Yang swung his hammer with precision, using his legs to drive his waist and his waist to drive his arms. The hammer struck the liquid silver ingot heavily. Utilizing the rebound force from the strike, Mu Yang spun his body and delivered another powerful blow. At the same time, in the instant the hammer struck, the ice flame-infused soul power within the hammer seeped into the liquid silver ingot, transforming into ice flame to temper it. Clang, clang, clang with rhythmic strikes, Mu Yang continued hammering. Each blow infused ice flame soul power into the liquid silver, tempering it with the ice flame's unique properties while hammering. Before long, the liquid silver ingot on the forging platform, initially roughly refined, shrank slightly in size as Mu Yang completed its 100 forging refinement. With 100 forging refinement complete, Mu Yang didn't stop swinging his hammer. His goal was to break through the 100 forging barrier and create the first ever 1,000 forged metal in the continent's history. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated throughout the forging chamber. Recalling the 1,000 forging knowledge and breakthrough points detailed in the heavenly hammer technique, Mu Yang gradually entered a strange state. At that moment, in Mu Yang's perception, the liquid silver ingot he was hammering seemed to exude a faint life force. With every hammer strike, that faint and insignificant life force grew stronger and stronger. No one knew how long it took, but as the hammering continued, the life force within the liquid silver ingot accumulated to its peak. Suddenly, the liquid silver ingot trembled slightly under the hammer's strike. Then, a dazzling silver light burst forth, illuminating the entire forging chamber in a brilliant silver glow. Chapter 96, The Core Path. Great strength brings miracles. 1,000 refinement. Spirit light. Staring at the dazzling silver light rising from the refined silver ingot on the forging platform, Mu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Unlike the 100 refinement purification process, once a metal reaches the level of the 1,000 refinements, it undergoes spirit light manifestation. And spirit light manifestation is the hallmark of the 1,000 refinements. In other words, the first ever instance of metal undergoing the 1,000 refinements in the history of Douluo continent was accomplished by none other than Mu Yang. Though he was just a mere 4-ring soul ancestor, at this moment, as a mere 4-ring soul ancestor, he was worthy of being recorded in history. Because from this moment on, blacksmiths in Douluo continent were about to usher in an unprecedented golden age. Once deemed a lowly profession by the high and mighty soul masters, blacksmiths were destined for a magnificent transformation in the near future to be reborn as forge masters. With the advent of battle armor, a special kind of soul tool, even a mere 1,000 refinement master would have countless soul masters bowing at their feet, let alone a spirit refinement grand master, soul refinement saint craftsman, or even a divine craftsman. There were many titled Douluo willing to be mere dogs for the spirit hall, but since the soul master cultivation system had minimal dependence on external forces, spirit hall had little to offer these title elders in return. However, a divine craftsman could forge heaven-refined metals, which in turn could be used to craft 4-word battle armor. A 4-word battle armor could elevate a 9-ring titled Douluo directly to the peak of rank 99 limit Douluo. If many titled Douluo were willing to be dogs for Spirit Hall, then the number of them willing to kneel before a divine craftsman would be even greater. But Mu Yang had no time for such thoughts now. With a faint surge of soul power at his left fingertip, he lightly sliced his right wrist, causing a crimson streak of blood to spill onto the radiant 1,000 refined heavy silver. Then, he activated his soul bone skill. Wildfire burns unceasingly, spring wind breathes again. The wound on his wrist rapidly healed, while his gaze remained fixed upon the 1,000 refined heavy silver on the forging platform. Soon, the brilliant silver glow faded, revealing the true form of the metal. Compared to its initial state, the heavy silver had shrunk significantly in volume. Its original bright silver color had dimmed into a dull grayish silver. The metal's surface was now adorned with smooth flame-like dark patterns, as though they held an immense life force. Strangely enough, as Mu Yang looked at it, he felt a sensation as if it was an extension of his own flesh and blood. This was not merely because 1,000 refined metals could bond with their Frigimasters. Instead, it was because, after blood sacrifice, the metal would establish a bloodline connection with its chosen owner. Blood sacrificed metal, a method for 1,000 refined and above metals to recognize their masters. Once a metal underwent blood sacrifice, it became like an inseparable part of its master's body, allowing it to be wielded with perfect synchronization while also preventing others from using it normally. Flame-like patterns? Could this be due to the ice flame? Examining the 1,000 refined heavy silver, Mu Yang pondered inwardly. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Regardless of whether the flame-like markings on the heavy silver were caused by the ice flame, it didn't change the fact that the metal was now 1,000 refined heavy silver. Closing his eyes, Mu Yang carefully recalled the profound insights he had gained during the process of refining the heavy silver. He distinctly remembered that when he entered that mysterious state, every strike of his forging hammer seemed to resonate with the heavy silver in a unique way. It was an incredibly bizarre sensation, almost as if the heavy silver had come alive. It breathed when he breathed. Every hammer strike felt as if he was infusing life force into a seed. When this life force accumulated to its peak, quantity transformed into quality, allowing the heavy silver to ascend and release radiant spirit light, thus completing the 1,000 refinements. Is it already evening? Opening his eyes, Mu Yang noticed through the window that the sun was setting. Yet, when he had begun forging the heavy silver, it had only been around 2 or 3 p.m., meaning this process had taken him over 3 hours. However, this was just the first time. If he were to refine heavy silver again, Mu Yang was confident that he could complete the process within an hour, or perhaps even within half an hour, given his solid soul power cultivation. His gaze once again fell upon the 1,000 refined heavy silver on the forging platform. The heavy silver had undergone 1,000 refinements, but it remained a mere metal ingot. It still needed to be forged into a hammer. As the saying goes, To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. A forge master without a proper forging hammer? Ridiculous. A mere 100 refined iron essence hammer was already obsolete. Summoning his ice blue soul power, Mu Yang directed it onto the 1,000 refined heavy silver, causing his eyes flame to burn intensely. Before long, the 1,000 refined heavy silver melted, and under Mu Yang's soul power manipulation, it was evenly divided into 3 portions, one forming 1,000 refined heavy silver ingot, while the other 2 took the shape of grey forging hammers. During the 1,000 refinements, the volume of heavy silver had significantly shrunk. But if the impurities removed were ignored, the overall weight remained unchanged. In fact, some metals could even increase in weight due to the effects of the 1,000 refinements. Heavy silver, in particular, had an incredibly high density, far surpassing ordinary copper and iron, and weighing 3 times as much as pure silver. A block measuring 1 square foot weighed approximately 2,500 jin, about 1,250 kilograms. Even after impurity removal, this 1,000 refined heavy silver still weighed at least 2,400 jin, about 1,200 kilograms. If Mu Yang didn't possess immense physical strength, he wouldn't even be able to move it. What? You think a 1 square foot block of heavy silver only weighs 300 jin? Hey! If that 1 foot was only 33.333 centimeters, could it even be called heavy silver? A block measuring 1 square foot weighing only 300 jin would have a density lower than that of pure iron. If heavy silver was only as dense as half of pure iron, it wouldn't deserve to be called heavy silver at all, it would be more like light silver. Or maybe that 1 foot was measured using a particularly short ruler? 82,400 jin 1,000 refined heavy silver hammer was obviously too heavy for Mu Yang at the moment. After all, forging is already physically demanding, and an overly heavy hammer would only add to the burden. A pair of 800 jin 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers, totaling 1,600 jin, suited Mu Yang's great strength brings miracles philosophy perfectly. Yes, even though Mu Yang used heavenly hammer technique while forging, his true core philosophy was still, great strength brings miracles. Mu Yang, I'll handle the strength who's responsible for the miracle? As for the remaining 800 jin of 1,000 refined heavy silver, he could always merge it into his hammers once his soul power and physical strength improved. Chapter 97, Shockwave Special Effect. I hope I get a suitable 1,000 refined special effect. Looking at the freshly forged 1,000 refined liquid silver twin hammers, Mu Yang thought to himself. For any metal, 1,000 refinement was a process of sublimation and transformation. Not only did the metal's properties become significantly stronger after 1,000 refinement, but the special effect that appeared upon sublimation was also an essential part of the process. Moreover, perhaps due to fate favoring newcomers, a blacksmith's first ever 1,000 refined metal had a very high probability of obtaining an exceptional sublimation effect. Because of this, Mu Yang had chosen liquid silver, a rare metal ideal for crafting forging hammers to break through to 1,000 refinement and conduct a blood sacrifice. However, 1,000 refined special effects were not fixed. They were like a blind box, except there was no thank you for participating. While one might get a grand prize, there was also the risk of drawing an underwhelming effect. An underwhelming effect wasn't necessarily bad, but it might not be suitable for the intended creation using that particular 1,000 refined metal. For example, with his current liquid silver twin hammers, if the 1,000 refined special effect turned out to be sharpness, then it would be completely unsuitable. However, the sharpness effect would be an exceptional special effect if used on 1,000 refined metal meant for crafting swords or other bladed soul tools. Thus, the strength or weakness of 1,000 refined metal's sublimation effect depended on how well it suited the metal's intended purpose. Once again, Mu Yang took out a cubic, unrefined liquid silver ingot. He picked up one of the liquid silver hammers and lightly tapped it against the ingot. Ding, a crisp sound rang out. Clearly, the 1,000 refined special effect of the liquid silver twin hammers was not the stacked hammer effect that a certain future protagonist would encounter. Yet, a smile appeared on Mu Yang's lips. Although it wasn't the stacked hammer effect, Mu Yang keenly noticed a faint shockwave within the liquid silver ingot at the moment of impact. Without hesitation, Mu Yang picked up the other liquid silver hammer. Ice blue ice flame soul power surged from both hands, pouring into the 1,000 refined liquid silver twin hammers as he activated his forging mastery. Heavenly hammer technique. His right hammer, carrying a fierce whistle, smashed down. Clang, a powerful metallic clang echoed as ice flame soul power seeped into the liquid silver ingot, transforming into ice flame to temper it. At the same time, a strong shockwave rippled through the ingot, forcibly expelling impurities. The ingot's volume visibly shrank in proportion. Utilizing the rebound force, Mu Yang retracted his right hammer, spun his body, and slammed down with his left hammer. Ice flame soul power penetrated once again, the shockwave effect reappearing. The ingot's volume shrank further, while more impurities were expelled. At this moment, Mu Yang, wielding the liquid silver twin hammers, resembled a rapidly spinning top, his twin hammers striking in a perfectly rhythmic sequence. Once again, the forging chamber was filled with the steady, rhythmic sounds of metal being hammered. Whoosh! 15 minutes later, as the ingot's life force accumulated to its peak, it suddenly burst into a brilliant silver radiance, illuminating the entire forging chamber in dazzling silver light. 1,000 refined liquid silver, achieved. Time, 15 minutes. Having once again forged 1,000 refined liquid silver, Mu Yang did not immediately proceed with a blood sacrifice. Instead, bathed in the glow of 1,000 refinement, he looked at the liquid silver twin hammers in his hands with immense satisfaction. He had only just stepped into the realm of 1,000 refinement, yet he could complete the process in a mere 15 minutes. His speed was practically astonishing. If this were the armor warrior era, where the market for 1,000 refined metals was mature, his efficiency alone would have made him rich beyond belief. I'll call it Shockwave Special Effect. Mu Yang didn't know the exact name for the 1,000 refined special effect of his liquid silver twin hammers, which generated shockwave power. But that didn't matter. No matter how he had acquired his 1,000 refinement skills, he was now a pioneer among blacksmiths on the continent, and the naming rights were his. The shockwave special effect allowed the generated shockwave force to distribute evenly across the entire object. For example, even if his hammer only struck a corner of a metal piece, the shockwave special effect worked like a ripple, allowing the force to spread across the entire surface and refine the whole piece. Although the force applied evenly across the metal wasn't exactly the same as his hammer's raw impact power, the two were linked. The greater the force of his hammer strike, the stronger the resulting shockwave. This fit perfectly with Mu Yang's great strength creates miracles forging style. Because of this, Mu Yang was able to complete the 1,000 refinement of liquid silver in just 15 minutes. On the forging table, the dazzling light of 1,000 refinement gradually faded, revealing the grayish surface of the refined liquid silver. At that moment, a surprised voice came from the entrance of the forging chamber. Zhao Yang, what was that silver light just now? And, that was the 1,000 refinement spirit light. Setting down the 1,000 refined liquid silver twin hammers, Mu Yang turned around to see Shui Yanyu standing at the door she had been watching for quite some time. 1,000 refinement spirit light? A look of confusion flashed across Shui Yanyu's eyes. It's a unique phenomenon that appears when metal reaches a certain level of refinement. I call this stage 1,000 refinement. And that dazzling glow emitted during the process, I call it 1,000 refinement spirit light. Zhao Yang, you actually forged to a new level? Shui Yanyu asked with a strange expression. Although she didn't know much about blacksmithing, she was sure that regular blacksmiths couldn't possibly make metal shine with such an extraordinary glow. Clearly, Mu Yang had played a whole new trick with forging. Ahem, and I think I need to correct something. Before noon today, you could say I was just someone who hammered metal. But from now on, I am officially a qualified blacksmith. Mu Yang cleared his throat, his expression serious as he made the correction. Not only was he now a blacksmith, but he was also a forging master. Even in the armor warrior era, where divine blacksmiths had appeared, a blacksmith who mastered 1,000 refinement could absolutely be called a master. Alright, you're a blacksmith and not just a blacksmith, but a divine blacksmith, right? Seeing Mu Yang's serious expression, Shui Yanyu teased him. But honestly, if Mu Yang could take forging to a new level, calling him a divine blacksmith didn't seem entirely wrong. After all, even the three so-called divine blacksmiths of the continent hadn't introduced something new to forging. If Mu Yang hadn't studied blacksmithing and specifically mentioned that his metalwork was unique, Shui Yanyu wouldn't have even known that the renowned clear-skied Luo was one of the three divine blacksmiths of their time. I wouldn't dare claim to be a divine blacksmith, just a forging master, that's all. Mu Yang quickly waved his hand, humbly declining. He knew very well what it meant to be a true divine blacksmith and how much weight that title carried. As someone who had only recently stepped onto the path of forging, he wouldn't dare overestimate himself. Chapter 98, The Era's Prejudice. Alright then, Master Mu, could you tell us what's so special about his 1,000 refined metal? Glancing at the dull-colored, unknown metal on the forging table, Shui Yanyu asked with a smile. Mu Yang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he released his ice flame fire and melted a small portion of the newly forged 1,000 refined liquid silver ingot, shaping it into a 1-foot-long silver-gray short blade. Once a 1,000 refined metal is reshaped, its internal structure gets damaged, affecting its quality. To preserve its integrity, the 1,000 refined liquid silver, now molded into a short blade, shouldn't be reshaped into any other form. In truth, after completing the 1,000 refinement and gaining some forging experience from it, Mu Yang no longer saw much value in this piece of liquid silver. After all, he wasn't planning to sell it, and aside from forging hammers, he had no intention of using 1,000 refined liquid silver to craft other tools. Wasting it didn't matter much to him. As his skills improved, He would forge countless pieces of 1,000 refined metal. A small amount of material like this was insignificant to him. Next, Mu Ying used the same method to forge another short blade of the same size from 100 refined liquid silver ingot he had found in the corner of the forging chamber. And, both of these short blades are made from a rare metal called liquid silver. The only difference is that this silver gray one is 1,000 refined liquid silver. If you want to see its effect, try injecting your soul power into them. With that, Mu Ying handed both short blades to Shui Yanyu. They're the same metal? Your so-called 1,000 refinement even changes the color? Taking the two short blades, Shui Yanyu asked curiously. I'm not exactly sure either. But it's definitely 1,000 refined liquid silver. Maybe it's similar to how some soul beasts change color after reaching a certain cultivation level? Mu Ying wasn't sure why the originally silver-white liquid silver turned silver-gray after 1,000 refinement, but he wasn't particularly surprised by it. For example, he had once hunted a evil warding golden bamboo. It was green below 100 years, turned silver at 100 years, became gold at 1,000 years, and transformed into purple gold past 10,000 years. A mere color change was nothing unusual. Shui Yanyu. The next moment, as Shui Yanyu injected her soul power into both short blades, a look of surprise appeared on her face. As an 8-ring-souled Luo, Shui Yanyu was extremely familiar with the strength of her own soul power. The moment she injected her soul power into the silver-gray 1,000 refined liquid silver short blade, she keenly sensed a slight enhancement in the power she infused. However, when she injected soul power into the silver-white liquid silver short blade, there was no such enhancement. That said, the amplification effect of the 1,000 refined liquid silver was so weak that it seemed practically useless. Zhao Yang, this 1,000 refined metal of yours doesn't seem all that impressive. While it does enhance soul power to some extent, the effect is too negligible. It's basically a useless gimmick. After testing it, Shui Yanyu shook her head and gave her assessment. Hearing this, Mu Ying's expression turned a bit awkward as he said, "And, have you considered the possibility that your soul power level is simply too high? Come on, you're an 8-ring-souled Luo. The fact that 1,000 refined liquid silver could enhance your soul power even slightly was already a remarkable feat, alright? It's like when a low-level soul master tries to use a support-type soul skill on a high-level soul master. Even if it's not completely ineffective, the impact is bound to be greatly diminished, right? Is that so?" Shui Yanyu frowned slightly. After a brief silence, Shui Yanyu said, "It still seems pretty useless. After all, soul masters rarely rely on external objects in battle." She still didn't think 1,000 refined metal was particularly praiseworthy, at least not in any practical application she could see. For battle-type soul masters, their strength came from their martial souls and soul skills. They had no need for external weapons like swords or knives. As for support-type soul masters, aside from rare exceptions like Mu Ying, they were generally weak and wouldn't need weapons either. And when it came to forging armor, Shui Yanyu could clearly feel that while 1,000 refined liquid silver might provide a decent soul power boost to lower-ranked soul masters and was exceptionally durable, its density was several times that of ordinary copper or iron. It was simply too heavy. Wearing a suit of armor made from 1,000 refined liquid silver would drastically reduce speed, if not make movement entirely impractical. Sacrificing mobility for defense and a minor soul power boost was not an option for soul masters whose physiques weren't strong enough to bear such a weight. Hey! Feeling underestimated, Mu Ying twitched the corner of his mouth but didn't argue. Mu Ying, prejudice. The prejudice of the times. When will we blacksmiths rise up? That being said, on its own, 1,000 refined metal was indeed limited in function. However, as the level of metal refinement increased, even pure metal alone could have an immense impact. Take spirit-refined blue mother copper, for example. If it were forged into a full-body armor set, its formidable defense, solid soul power amplification, and the unique trait of spirit-refined and above metals being able to be stored within a soul master's body and instantly materialized would make it comparable to an external armor-type soul bone for 5 or 6-ring soul masters. And that was merely the metal's natural properties. A blacksmith's greatest contribution wasn't in refining metal alone, it was in crafting battle armor. Without 1,000 refined metal, soul tool array inscriptions could only be carved onto 100 refined purified rare metals. No matter how advanced the soul tool arrays were, battle armor crafted this way would only be a mere imitation, incapable of granting a 5-ring soul king the power to rival a 7-ring soul sage. This applied not only to battle armor but to all soul tools. Without high-performance metals as a foundation, how could future soul engineers ever create soul tools powerful enough to slay gods? Oh, right, Zhao Yang. Didn't you say you wanted soul tools a while ago? I found some for you. But the crafting methods for soul tools have long been lost. These are mostly scrapped soul tools, and even the ones that aren't are probably close to breaking. Shui Yanyu handed Mu Ying a soul tool storage wristband. Thank you, Aunt. It's fine if they're scrapped. I just need them for reference. Hearing that there were soul tools, Mu Ying's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the storage wristband from Shui Yin. Whether the soul tools were broken or not didn't matter much to Mu Yang. What he truly wanted was to see the soul tool arrays inscribed within them. His ability to deduce techniques was extremely profound. As long as he had a direction and a goal, if something was feasible, then all the laws of the world could be deduced at most, it was just a matter of time. And having accurate knowledge, first-hand observations, and relevant information all helped improve the efficiency of his deductions. Thus, Mu Yang felt it was necessary to examine as many existing soul tool arrays as possible. Mastering various soul tool arrays counted as knowledge, seeing them counted as observation, and his understanding of battle armor theory counted as information he had heard. Mu Yang wasn't aiming for complete theoretical mastery, he just needed to go from knowing about them to seeing them firsthand. If even a small part of the soul tool arrays he examined could be applied to battle armor, it would significantly accelerate his progress in deducing the method to craft battle armor. As such, whether the soul tools were scrapped or damaged was of little consequence. As long as the exterior of a soul tool was intact, the internal soul tool arrays wouldn't be completely ruined at worst, they would have some minor defects. Though flawed soul tool arrays might render a soul tool useless, they still provided the same visual reference as intact ones for Mu Yang. Chapter 99, 5th Soul Skill Jade Thorn Ginseng. Time flew by, and 3 years passed. In a spacious indoor training arena at Danzō Academy, a team battle training session was underway. One side had as many as 8 people, while the other had only 1. It was truly a case of many against 1. But in a soul battle, victory wasn't determined by sheer numbers. And that was precisely the case here. Even though the 8-person team worked together with impressive coordination, the battle was still far from optimistic. The reason was simple, their opponent was a 7-ring battle soul sage, while the highest ranked among them was only a 5-ring soul king. With the strength of a 7-ring soul sage, even without activating their martial soul true body, they could easily handle 8 5-ring soul kings. Not to mention, out of the 8, only 3 were 5-ring soul kings, while the rest consisted of 2 4-ring soul ancestors and 3 3-ring soul elders. Essence of all things, Jade. Seeing that the battle was turning unfavorable, Mu Yang, whose 5-ring soul rings yellow, purple, black, and black were concealed under a disguise, activated his 5th soul ring. Wrapped in the crystal scale armor, an external soul bone, his soul power surged, instantly conjuring 2 jade-colored ginsengs, which he tossed to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Catching the ginsengs, the sisters immediately consumed them. After the emerald glow from the emerald guardian ginseng faded, another layer of profound dark light enveloped their bodies. 5th soul skill, blue jade thorn ginseng. A food-type soul skill with a cultivation age nearing 50,000 years. Upon consumption, it generates thorn light, which reflects 40% of physical and energy attacks as a mental shock. Since this mental shock is not actively released by the user but rather triggered passively, it doesn't suffer from the drawback where a stronger opponent's mental power could cause backlash to the user. 4th soul skill resonant water wave. At that moment, Caillou Shuping, the vice dean of Danzō Academy and a sparring partner in this battle, activated her 4th soul ring. A brilliant blue soul power radiated from her, and a powerful ripple of water rapidly spread outward. The expansion speed of the water wave was astonishingly fast, covering a wide area. Caught off guard, 4 members of the Danzō battle team excluding the support-type Soul Master Zhu Wu at the rear and the 3 5-ring Soul Kings, Mu Yang, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer were instantly struck by the wave and sent flying out of the central white ring of the training arena. According to the preset training battle rules, anyone who left the white ring and touched the ground was considered defeated and could not rejoin the battle. Mu boy, I've used a control-type soul skill to clear the field. How will you respond? Eliminating 4 people with a single move, Caillou Shuping smiled and questioned Mu Yang. She was naturally well aware of the effects of the Jade Thorn Ginseng. Although the vast gap in soul power between them meant the reflected damage wouldn't reach the full 40% on her, she still had no desire to experience the mental shock from her own attack being reflected. Aunt Caillou, facing a master like you, what else can I do? Of course, I can only go all in. Binger. As he spoke, through the connection between their martial souls, an illusory ice blue flame ignited around Mu Yang. Against a high-level soul sage like Caillou Shuping, Mu Yang had no choice but to rely on a martial soul fusion skill. Even his Phantom God secret art wouldn't be enough. After all, his Supreme Lunar Divine Refinement technique had only just stepped into the mid-stage of the 3rd level, Full Moon. His spiritual power was only marginally stronger than an average rank 70 Soul Master. Neither True Illusion Realm nor the soul-capturing secret technique would be effective against a high-level soul sage like Caillou Shuping. In fact, He might even suffer a spiritual backlash instead. After all, his Supreme Lunar Divine Refinement technique had only just stepped into the mid-stage of the third level, Full Moon. His spiritual power was only marginally stronger than an average rank 70 Soul Master. Neither True Illusion Realm nor the soul-capturing secret technique would be effective against a high-level soul sage like Hyuga. In fact, he might even suffer a spiritual backlash instead. Without the need for Mu Yang to say anything, Shui Binger, already aware of his intentions, was also enveloped in an icy blue glow. However, just as the two were about to unleash their martial soul fusion skill, Hyuga interrupted in exasperation. "Stop. I'm done." "Huh? What's wrong?" Mu Yang was momentarily stunned, somewhat confused. Everything was going well, why stop now? "Hey, I'm here to train the Danshui battle team's real combat abilities. You're not even part of the team, so why should I waste my energy dealing with your martial soul fusion skill? Unless you're willing to represent the Academy in the Soul Master Tournament 3 months from now," Hyuga said with a smile. Well, there was one thing she didn't mention: she wasn't confident that she could definitely win against their martial soul fusion skill. The two of them were not far from reaching rank 60. By combining their strength, the foundation of their fusion skill would already reach the level of a 7-ring soul sage. While they might not yet match a soul sage using their martial soul true body, with their special ice flame ability that combined defense and control, along with various secret techniques, the outcome of the battle was truly uncertain. As a senior and the vice dean of the academy, Hyuga cared about her reputation. Even if she knew that younger generations would eventually surpass her, she couldn't let that happen so soon, could she? "Hey." Hearing this, Mu Yang glanced at Hyuga, then at Shui Yinyu, who was watching from the sidelines. With a slightly awkward smile, he withdrew the illusory ice flame burning around him. "Represent Danshui Academy in the Soul Master Tournament 3 months from now? No way, no way." He, Mu Yang, couldn't be a traitor. Danshui Academy had indeed treated him well, but so had Blazing Academy. Over the years, he had been drinking silverflower tea daily, which had a nourishing effect on the mind. And that wasn't just because his uncle-in-law was the dean and his aunt was the vice dean, but because Blazing Academy invested heavily in nurturing its most talented students. His treatment was something even the dean's own children, Huo and Huo, couldn't match. Since the founding of Blazing Academy, they had indeed won the Soul Master Tournament before, but that was ancient history. As a member of Blazing Academy, he had to help them win a championship, didn't he? Moreover, due to Blazing Academy's semi-public revelation of the whale gel secret, the strength of all the top teams in this year's tournament would far surpass those in the original storyline. It couldn't even be compared to previous tournaments. With the help of immortal herbs, Huo and Huo had improved tremendously in recent years. However, since their training time hadn't been particularly long, they were still quite a distance away from rank 60. If he represented Danshui Academy instead, then with Blazing Academy's lineup of 2 5-ring Soul Kings, along with a mix of 4-ring Soul Ancestors and 3-ring Soul Elders, their results in the Soul Master Tournament wouldn't even reach second place. At best, they'd be third, or they might even fall out of the top 3. As for the championship team, there was no doubt it would belong to Danshui Academy if Mu Yang joined. Just a few days ago, his soul power had reached rank 58, while Shui Binger was already at rank 59. If he joined the Danshui team, once they unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, whether Ice Flame Phoenix or Ice Phoenix Shadow Flame, Danshui Academy would be guaranteed the championship title. Unless Keon Renksu returned to Spirit Hall and represented Spirit Academy in the tournament, there was no one among the under 25 students in all the advanced Soul Master Academies on the continent who could stand against their martial soul fusion skill. Chapter 100, the pre-reserved champion. With Mu Yang joining, this year's Soul Master Tournament will see the Skywater Academy team firmly holding the championship title. That means the second-place runner-up will undoubtedly be the Spirit Hall team. In the original work, the Spirit Hall team was not weak. With Ziyu at level 52 and Huliina at level 51, they could unleash their martial soul fusion technique, Demonic Charm, making them the strongest even among 6-ring Soul Emperors. Additionally, with Yan at level 52 and 4 teammates at the 4-ring level, if not for the protagonist's plot armor, they would have definitely taken the championship. Bibi Dong probably thought the same back then, but in the end, they were overturned, losing 3 spirit bones, including the top-tier wisdom skull of spiritual condensation. Now, with the help of Whale Gel, the golden generation of Spirit Hall will undoubtedly have higher soul power levels than in the original work. Especially Huliina. If there were no accidents, when Spirit Hall discovered the secret of Whale Gel, Huliina's soul power level would have been around level 40. At that time, Ziyu and Yan must have already advanced to 4-ring Soul Ancestors. But Huliina, who was a year younger than them, might have still been at level 39. If she was lucky and had not yet broken through to the 4-ring level, she could have used whale gel to attach an over-limit 4th and 5th soul ring. Moreover, since Hyuga was a spiritual type soul master, her mental strength far exceeded that of non-spiritual type soul masters at the same level. Even without a skull spirit bone enhancing her spiritual power, attaching a 10,000-year 4th soul ring was not impossible. As a result, even if their cultivation speed remained the same as in the original work, their soul power levels would be higher due to the extra soul power gained from over-limit soul rings. Ziyu and Yan would be at least 1 level higher than in the original work, and Hyuga would likely be 2 levels higher. For Yan, being 1 or 2 levels higher with a slightly stronger 5th soul ring wouldn't make a fundamental difference. But for Ziyu and Hyuga, it was different. The higher their level and soul ring age, the stronger their martial soul fusion technique would be. In the original, their demonic charm could already dominate among 6-ring soul emperors, once even defeating a level 68 battle soul emperor. If their strength increased further, they might even match 7-ring soul sages with weaker soul ring configurations. Of course, this is only if that soul sage does not activate their martial soul true body, otherwise, they likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. With such strength in the tournament, Spirit Hall's team securing 2nd place wouldn't be a problem. As for the Shrek 7 Devils, without the aid of immortal herbs, they might still be rare genius soul masters on the continent. But their age was too young compared to the other contestants. Even if they teamed up like in the original story, except for Daimabai, the other 6 wouldn't be able to reach the 4-ring soul ancestor level before the tournament began. However, since the tournament lasts a while, by the finals, Tang-san and Zhao Wu, a transformed soul beast, might reach the 4-ring soul ancestor level. With this level of strength, even if Yu Zhaogang developed a 7-in-1 fusion technique like in the original, Shrek would definitely not be a match for Spirit Hall's team. The reason Blazing Academy might drop out of the top 3 is due to a potential variable in Starluo Royal Academy. This variable is not a change in Starluo's team lineup but rather Davis's soul power level. When the Starluo Empire discovered the secret of whale gel, Davis had likely already advanced to 4-ring soul ancestor, missing the chance to attach an over-limit 4th soul ring. But whale gel is a powerful supplement. As the Crown Prince, Davis wouldn't lack it. It could help him break through bottlenecks. Since his soul power level was already 49 in the original, he might reach level 50, attach an over-limit soul ring, and advance to 5-ring soul king. What Davis missed, Zhu Xiai unlikely caught. While she probably wouldn't jump from level 47 to a 5-ring soul king, her strength would still be enhanced. A 5-ring Davis and a high-level 4-ring Zhu Xiaoyan, once they activate Netherworld White Tiger, would definitely not be weaker than an average 6-ring soul emperor. With such strength and Starluo Royal Academy's other strong teammates, there's a real chance Blazing Academy could lose to them. If Mu Yang joins Skywater Academy, they will win the championship, while Blazing Academy would at best place 3rd or even 4th if unlucky. If he stays with Blazing Academy, then Blazing will be the champion, while Skywater Academy, with their Ice and Snow Drift martial soul fusion technique, could beat Starluo and compete with Spirit Hall for 2nd place. Logically and emotionally, he shouldn't represent Skywater Academy, right? As for whether Blazing Academy could lose to Spirit Hall with him present, that's impossible. Unless BB Dong gives Hyuga a high-grade skull spirit bone. Otherwise, true illusion or soul-seizing techniques would ensure that a mere 5-ring soul king Hyuga would be utterly defeated, no matter how strong her fusion technique is. Would BB Dong give Hyuga a top-tier skull bone? For example, the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation that was originally the champion's prize? It's possible, but unlikely. After all, BB Dong was not Keong Xunji, and many elders in Spirit Hall opposed her. If Hyuga hadn't earned great merit, even as the Pope, BB Dong wouldn't have a legitimate reason to grant her such a high-quality spirit bone. Besides, if BB Dong gave Hyuga the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation early, then for Mu Yang, winning the tournament would become secondary. The main reason he wanted to participate was to secure this skull bone, with Blazing Academy's championship honor as a secondary goal. The spirit bone was far more important than the title. After all, honor is just a reputation. Compared to a 9-ring titled Douluo, the championship of the Soul Master Tournament is nothing. The tournament is held every 5 years, but among dozens of advanced Soul Master academies, they can't even produce one titled Douluo every 5, 10, or even 20 years. Currently, aside from Blazing Academy, the only advanced Soul Master Academy with a titled Douluo is the Spirit Academy only because its headmaster is the Pope of Spirit Hall. For other academies, the tournament championship might bring fame, sponsorships, and attract more talent. But for Blazing Academy, which already had wealth and resources after exploiting many factions, the championship title was just empty prestige. Regardless of their tournament performance, they would remain the top choice for talented fire attribute soul masters. And non-fire soul masters, no matter how talented, wouldn't be accepted. After all, without a suitable attribute training ground, accepting them would only hinder their growth. As for Mu Ying, a food-type soul master, his second martial soul, Fire Shadow, was a genuine fire attribute martial soul. If he had only awakened the food-type Ginseng martial soul, Huo Lion Muzu would have sent him to Heaven Royal Academy instead. Chapter 101, Soul Core Secret Technique, Part 1. After the team battle training ended, Mu Ying's second soul ring flashed continuously. Amidst the gratitude of the Tian Shui team ladies, he handed each of them an orange jade blood replenishing ginseng to help them recover from their injuries. After all, in practical combat training, although there was no real danger to life, bumps and bruises were inevitable. Zhao Yang, when will you return to Blazing Academy? As they walked out of the training ground, Shui Yanyu turned to Mu Ying and asked. Hearing this, the Skywater team members all looked over, especially Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, their eyes filled with reluctance. Mu Ying nodded and said, in a few days. With only 3 months left until the Soul Master tournament, he had to return to Blazing Academy to train in team coordination with the other members of the Blazing team. Of course, this wasn't about Mu Ying adapting to their battle rhythm but rather having them develop tactics based on the various effects of his soul-powered ginsengs. As for how effective this would be? Well, better than nothing. In Mu Ying's view, although the Soul Master tournament seemed like a team competition, the reality was that no matter how well a team cooperated, they were no match for a god-tier powerhouse who could take on 6 opponents alone. After all, in a world ruled by extraordinary strength, it was destined to be a stage for the strong, and true powerhouses were always the rare few. If an entire team were composed of strong individuals, then their so-called power wouldn't be true power in the first place. At this moment, Mu Ying thought of a special secret technique he had deduced a few days ago and asked Shui Yanyu, and, how far are you from reaching level 90? Mu Ying had never specifically asked about Shui Yanyu's exact soul power level, so he was unsure. However, he could estimate his Aunt Mu Zayu's level. 5 years ago, after consuming the immortal herb 8-petal celestial orchid and attaching her 8th soul ring, Aunt Mu Zayu had reached level 85 soul Douluo. Now, more than 5 years had passed. With the talent boost from the immortal herb, it was absolutely possible to gain at least 1 level per year on average. However, breaking through level 90 to become a titled Luo was no easy feat. Since there was no good news yet, Mu Ying estimated that his aunt was likely stuck at the peak bottleneck of level 89. While Mu Ying believed that his aunt, having consumed an immortal herb, could break through this bottleneck with her talent and comprehension, exactly when that would happen was uncertain. If she was lucky, she might break through soon. But if unlucky, she could be stuck for years. Because of this, Mu Ying had specifically taken time to create a special secret technique to assist high-level soul masters in overcoming bottlenecks. To be precise, it was the Soul Core secret technique that future masters in the Soul Master world would all cultivate. Currently, the number of titled Luos on the continent barely reached a few dozen. However, in the future, while it wouldn't be as exaggerated as titled Luos everywhere, super Luos all over the place, and only extreme Luos standing out, it would certainly lean in that direction. One of the biggest reasons for the increase in titled Luos in the future, aside from improved cultivation environments, was the emergence of the Soul Core condensation technique. In the present era, no one without innate level 9 soul power would dare claim they had the potential to become a titled Luo, as most geniuses with innate level 8 soul power found it difficult to break through the level 89 bottleneck. Furthermore, without innate full soul power, it was nearly impossible to reach level 96 or higher as a titled Luo. This is evident from the fact that in the 100 years before Tang San's time, at least 19 innate full soul power individuals were born, yet the number of titled Luos at level 96 or higher today is far lower than that. It wouldn't make sense for at least 19 full soul power individuals to emerge in 1 century, but significantly fewer in the previous one, right? But in the future era, with the appearance and refinement of the Soul Core system, potential for a titled Luo? If one could condense a Soul Core, even those with innate level 7 soul power would have a shot. Since most geniuses with innate level 7 soul power could reach 8-ring spirit Luo, and since there were no bottlenecks below level 90, one only needed sufficient soul power accumulation to advance. Once at the peak of level 89, they could condense their first soul core. If successful, breaking through to level 90 as a quasi-titled Luo would be effortless. Thus, a technique that could help top-tier soul masters break through their bottlenecks and become true powerhouses was something Mu Ying had to deduce. Sigh, so close, yet so far. Speaking of which, back in the day, my cultivation speed was even faster than your uncle's, yet now. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Shui Yanyu sighed and shook her head. Hearing this, Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. Judging from her words, had she already reached the peak of level 89? However, he wasn't too surprised that Shui Yanyu had reached level 89. Though she appeared only around 30 years old, her real age was much higher, definitely grandmother level. It was just that her strong cultivation and proper maintenance made her look young. Much like Tang San's aunt, Tang Yua, who wasn't even an official soul master, yet despite being over 40, she still looked like a woman in her late 20s. It was foreseeable that Mu Yang would soon have another powerful backer. While 9-ring titled Luos might not be worth much in the future, in this era, they were among the rare powerhouses of the continent. Even a weak titled Luo like Jugubo was still a renowned figure. Except for other titled Luos or those of extremely high status, anyone who saw him would have to respectfully address him as Your Eminence. By midday, after leaving the training ground and having lunch at the academy cafeteria, Shui Yuer and the other 4 members of the Sky Water team went to the ocean simulation training field to cultivate, while Shui Yanyu, Mu Yang, Shui Binger, and Zhu Wu headed to the Snow Mountain simulation training field. Snow Mountain simulation training field. And, I have a special secret technique that might help you break through your bottleneck. Mu Yang handed Shui Yanyu the Soul Core secret technique, which he had written down beforehand. If Shui Yanyu had only been a level 79 soul sage, Mu Yang wouldn't have dared to give it to her. After all, he had only given her the extreme ice meditation method before, not the lunar refining technique. Thus, Shui Yanyu's spiritual power might not necessarily be superior to soul masters of the same level. Since a soul core was formed by highly compressed soul power, if one's control over soul power and spiritual power was insufficient, they could easily destroy themselves in the process. However, with level 89 soul power and spiritual strength, condensing the first soul core wouldn't pose much risk as long as she followed the guidelines correctly. Besides, Mu Yang had already detailed every key point and precaution in the technique. As long as she followed the steps, even if she couldn't form a soul core immediately, there would be minimal danger. Of course, this low risk applied only to forming the first soul core at level 89. If one attempted to condense a second soul core, whether using same position resonance or yin-yang complementarity, the risk would multiply significantly. Chapter 102, Soul Core Secret Technique, Part 2. Seeing this, Shui Yanyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the bound pages handed to her by Mu Yang. Having witnessed the effectiveness of extreme ice meditation technique before, Shui Yanyu wouldn't doubt Mu Yang's words. If he said it was effective, then it certainly was. At most, he couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate. Soul Core? Seeing the title Soul Core Secret Method on the cover, Shui Yanyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Just like the extreme ice recorded in extreme ice meditation technique, this was another new term she had never heard of before. Although she had yet to fully cultivate that so-called extreme ice, Shui Yanyu had already noticed that as her training progressed, the ice she formed with her Ice Sparrow martial soul had significantly improved in quality. While some of this was due to her rising soul power rank, extreme ice meditation technique was undoubtedly an important factor. After a quick skim, Shui Yanyu generally understood why this soul core secret method could help soul masters break through bottlenecks. The key reason was that once successfully condensed, the soul core could refine a soul master's soul power quality. For those stuck at a bottleneck, just a slight increase in soul power quality could greatly increase their chances of breaking through. What an incredible method. Zhao Yang, could it be that your uncle-in-law was able to break through because of this soul core secret method? Suppressing her excitement, Shui Yanyu, who felt like the titled Luo realm was within her grasp, couldn't help but ask. No. My uncle-in-law's breakthrough was due to a different opportunity, not this method. Aside from me, you're actually the first person on the continent to learn about the soul core secret method. Mu Yang shook his head. Back then, Huo had advanced to titled Luo because of the effects of consuming an immortal herb, which had nothing to do with this secret method. Is that so? Not bad, you've got a good heart and he didn't dote on you for nothing. Hearing that she was the first to receive this technique, Shui Yanyu smiled and nodded in satisfaction. As for Mu Yang's explanation that Huo had another opportunity, she didn't press further, though she had her own guesses. She had long noticed the sudden surge in soul power ranks of her niece Shui Binger and her younger niece Shui Yuer. At first, she thought they had refined high-quality soul bones, but as time went on, their training speed remained abnormally fast. That's when Shui Yanyu realized this wasn't just about refining soul bones. Their soul power must have not only increased rapidly but also undergone some kind of transformation that boosted their cultivation speed. And it wasn't just them. Mu Yang was the same, and his speed was even more exaggerated. Shui Yanyu had been envious, of course, but she also understood that if this transformation was caused by some treasure, then its quantity must have been extremely limited. Besides, no matter how miraculous a treasure was, it would always have a limit to its effectiveness. If it could infinitely improve cultivation, The continent would have been filled with top-tier experts by now. There was no way Mu Ying was the only one to have obtained such a thing. She was already an 8-ring high-level soul master. There was no need to fixate on those treasures. As long as she held on tightly to this rising golden thigh, she could soar to greater heights alongside him. But it seemed that even before this golden thigh had fully grown, she was about to soar on her own. For a soul master who hadn't been born with innate rank 9 soul power, reaching the titled Douluo realm was practically ascending to the heavens. And this technique carries some risks. It requires strong soul power control and spiritual power. Be cautious when cultivating it. Also, if the academy has any elders who have reached rank 89, you may pass it on to them as well. Mu Ying said to Shui Yinyu. His unspoken implication was clear: anyone who hadn't reached rank 89 yet shouldn't be given the method. There were 2 reasons for this. First, in this era where spiritual power cultivation was uncommon, soul masters who hadn't reached 8 rings wouldn't have the necessary soul power control or spiritual strength. Attempting to condense a soul core could be dangerous. Second, for those at the 8-ring level but not yet at the peak of rank 89, unless they were absolute geniuses, forming a soul core too early wouldn't be of much use. It was better to wait until they hit a bottleneck and use it to break through to rank 90 and become a titled Douluo. And the third reason? To reduce the chances of the soul core secret method leaking out. The Douluo continent wasn't some high martial world, at least, not on the planet Douluo. Just relying on verbal secrecy wasn't enough to ensure the method wouldn't spread. If a powerful spirit-type soul master with hypnotic abilities came along, they could extract any information stored in someone's mind. But if it was only passed on to soul masters at the peak of rank 89, that would be a different matter. As long as they successfully condensed a soul core, they could immediately break through to rank 90 and become a titled Douluo. Trying to extract information from a titled Douluo using hypnotic soul skills? That wasn't going to be easy. And without knowing in advance how valuable the soul core secret method was, no faction would attempt something so drastic. After all, there probably weren't any soul skills that could permanently alter memories, at least not at the 10,000-year level. If someone tried this and wanted to keep it a secret, they would have to kill the victim afterward. But the birth and death of every titled Douluo was a major event in the Soul Master world. Even the Spirit Hall couldn't just kill a titled Douluo from another faction over a technique. If word got out, their reputation would be completely ruined. Of course, expecting the soul core secret method to remain a secret forever was unrealistic. A technique with such broad applicability and powerful effects would inevitably leak out sooner or later. At first, people might not pay attention to soul cores, but once their benefits became widely recognized, the secret method would be impossible to keep hidden. It was just like the Clear Sky School's legendary technique, Grand Sumeru Hammer. If it was something only the Clear Sky sect could practice, people might not care. But because it was a universal technique with great power, its existence was well known across the continent. And if the Clear Sky sect ever lost its strongest experts, there would be no shortage of people willing to band together and force them to hand over the technique. If they refused, then they'd be wiped out, simple as that. Don't worry. I know how important this is. I won't spread this technique around. Shui Yinyu nodded seriously. Aside from retired elders, she was currently the only 8-ring soul Douluo in Tanshui Academy. The other senior figures were all 7-ring soul sages. And since the soul core secret method wasn't suitable for soul masters below the 8-ring level, Shui Yinyu had no intention of passing it on. As for the retired elders, Skywater Academy was no match for the 7 great sects. While many talented students had passed through its halls, most left after graduation, and only a few stayed on as teachers. Maintaining a continuous lineage of 8-ring soul Douluo was already an achievement. In fact, among the academy's past deans, few had ever reached rank 89. As such, among the retired elders, not a single one was above rank 85. And given their age, there was no point in putting them through such a risky process. After all, seeing a path to becoming a titled Douluo but knowing they didn't have enough time left to walk it, that would be too cruel. Mu Ying nodded. Alright then, Andy, you can give it a try first. If you have any questions, just ask me. As the creator of the Soul Core secret method, Mu Ying hadn't practiced it himself yet, but his theoretical knowledge was impeccable. Chapter 103, The Obstacle to a Soul Master's Path to Power. After giving the Soul Core secret technique to Shui Yinyu, Mu Ying found a spot in the Snow Mountain mimicry cultivation field with Shui Binger and began his daily meditation training. The Soul Core secret technique he provided was highly detailed. With Shui Yinyu's strength and talent, forming her first Soul Core wouldn't be too difficult. There were still 3 months before the Soul Master tournament began. She might be able to achieve titled Douluo status with 9 soul rings before then. As for what happens after she becomes a titled Douluo, with her first Soul Core, Her innate rank 8 soul power talent, and the extreme ice meditation technique, advancing to rank 94 titled Douluo through regular cultivation shouldn't be an issue. By then, she could form a second soul core. Even if it was just a relatively simple same position resonance second soul core, she could still break through to rank 95 titled Douluo. With dual soul cores, a rank 95 Shui Yinyu could easily defeat rank 96 titled Douluo like Tianjun Falling Devil, Jiangmo 15 Ton, and Wangling Glowing Feather. She might even be able to take on rank 97 titled Douluo, such as Zhangshi Mighty Lion. At that point, she would be among the strongest individuals on the continent. And the best part? He wouldn't even need to invest additional resources. Simply leveraging his infinitely replicable knowledge would be enough. One person ascends, and even their followers rise. Of course, if we're talking about a true followers rise situation, then the Tang Buddha from the original novel would be the ultimate example. Though Tang Buddha might not be well liked, he was undeniably skilled at taking care of his followers. Among the Shrek 7 devils, aside from Oscar, who was born with innate full soul power, the other 5 originally had no potential to become gods. Yet, thanks to Tang Buddha, they all achieved godhood. I saw you as my brother, but you saw me as your follower. What a joke. If it were anyone else, being offered the chance to become a god, they wouldn't just be willing to be a follower, many would even kneel to become a servant. 3 hours later, their meditation ended, and Mu Yang pulled Shui Binger back to their residence. Mu Yang, I'm not ready yet. Inside the bedroom, Shui Binger's face turned red as she lowered her head, clutching the hem of her dress. Seeing Mu Yang close the door without hesitation, she seemed to have misunderstood something and spoke softly. Hearing this, Mu Yang, who had just taken out a measuring tape from his soul tool storage bracelet to measure her body proportions, was briefly stunned. Then, he put the measuring tape away, pulled her into his arms, and teased, "Then, Binger, when will you be ready?" "When? When you turn 16. Her voice was barely audible, almost like a whisper. If Mu Yang's strength wasn't high enough, he probably wouldn't have even heard her. On the Douluo continent, 16 years old was the legal age for marriage. You said it yourself. Once the Soul Master tournament is over, I'll have my aunt send a betrothal gift to your father. In 2 years, we'll get married. But for now, I think I'll take some interest first." As he spoke, Mu Yang smirked mischievously. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's face turned even redder. Closing her eyes, she leaned forward and puckered her lips. Hey, seeing the eager girl in front of him, Mu Yang let out a playful chuckle and responded with an even more passionate kiss. After a long while, she suddenly realized that something unusual was happening to Mu Yang. Shui Binger panicked and quickly pushed him away. She clearly remembered what her father, mother, and aunt had told her before Mu Yang turned 16, they absolutely could not take the final step. If he lost his virginity too early, it might affect his future potential. This warning wasn't baseless. Among the top-tier soul masters of the continent, every single one of them was single. Sword Liuo Qinzin, Bone Liuo Gurong, Howling Sky Liuo Tangzhao, all of them were lifelong bachelors. Even those who had married before, such as Hashan Liuo Tanghao, Thundered Liuo Yu Yuanzan, Sky Invincible Qian Daliu, and the now missing Land Invincible Tang Chen, all lost their wives early. Among all titled Douluo, the only one whose spouse was still alive was Violent Dragon Liuo Huolai, a rare exception. There was no concrete evidence, but these numerous examples suggested that relationships were one of the major obstacles preventing soul masters from becoming true powerhouses. Of course, since Mu Yang and Shui Binger had a martial soul fusion technique, the impact might not be as severe. But it was still best not to take any risks too soon. Couldn't help myself. Realizing why she pushed him away, Mu Yang smiled awkwardly. Ahem. Alright, Binger, let's talk about serious matters. Come, let me take your measurements. Clearing his throat, he pulled out the measuring tape again. Measurements? Why do you need those? Shui Binger looked at him warily. It wasn't that she was worried about Mu Yang doing something inappropriate. Rather, she was afraid that if things escalated, neither of them would be able to stop themselves. There's been a recent breakthrough in soul tools. I'm making a custom one for you. Mu Yang smiled. In the past 3 years, aside from his soul power cultivation, he had been diligently researching and innovating. Even before he developed the soul core secret technique, he had already advanced the heavenly hammer forging technique to the spirit forging level and figured out how to craft 1,000 refined battle armor. After getting accustomed to this process, the first true 1,000 refined battle armor was officially completed a week ago. Its performance was perfect, comparable to a future Aero one-word battle armor. When Mu Yang put it on, the soul tool array embedded in it boosted his soul power fluctuations to rank 70 instantly. Unfortunately, 1,000 refined metal couldn't be stored inside a soul master's body, making it impractical for instant deployment in real battles. However, after reaching the spirit forging level, Mu Yang became a spirit forging master. Unlike 1,000 refined metals, spirit forged metals could be absorbed into the body. So, he started wondering, could he use spirit forged metals instead of 1,000 refined metals to create an upgraded one-word battle armor? The answer was yes. Of course, using 1,000 refined metal to craft a two-word battle armor wouldn't work. The materials simply weren't strong enough to support the required soul tool array, making it inferior to a true two-word battle armor. But using spirit forged metal to craft a one-word battle armor? That was definitely possible, just a bit wasteful. Like using gold to make electrical wires, technically feasible, but outrageously expensive. But for Mu Yang, a spirit forging master, wasting some spirit forged materials was nothing. He could afford it. Chapter 104, Cold Heart Iron. With the foundation of the previous 1,000 refined one-word battle armor, it only took a few days for Mu Yang to deduce the upgraded version of the spirit refined one-word battle armor's crafting method last night. As for why he didn't directly work on the two-word battle armor, it wasn't because he and Shui Binger lacked the 6-ring soul power required to wear it. Although a spirit-refined two-word battle armor required the wearer to possess 6 rings or above, that restriction only applied to ordinary soul masters. To be precise, the requirement for each level of battle armor wasn't based on soul power rank but rather on sufficiently strong soul power and spiritual power. While their soul power levels hadn't reached the 6-ring soul emperor stage, in terms of both soul power and spiritual power, they were not inferior to ordinary soul emperors. If they had a two-word battle armor, they could still use it normally. The real reason was that Mu Yang had not yet deduced the crafting method for the two-word battle armor, nor had he even begun working on it. After all, the soul tool formation arrays inscribed in a two-word battle armor couldn't simply be copied from a one-word battle armor. Do it himself? Sorry, that was beyond Mu Yang's capabilities. Even though he could forge a one-word battle armor, he wasn't actually proficient in soul tools. He only knew how to replicate existing designs but not how to innovate. Asking him to copy was fine, but asking him to create something new? That was just making things difficult for Fat Tiger. What kind of soul tool is it? And why does it have to do with body measurements? Seeing Mu Yang holding a measuring tape, Shui Binger was puzzled. It's a surprise. Just wait and see, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Do I need to take off my clothes? Shui Binger asked shyly. Absolutely. Mu Yang was stunned for a moment before nodding with certainty. Originally, it wasn't necessary, but since she asked, then of course, it was a must. 15 minutes later, Mu Yang led a blushing Shui Binger into the forging room downstairs. Glancing at the piles of various rare metal ingots in the corner, Mu Yang picked up a 1-foot square, slightly iced blue metal block and placed it on the forging table. What kind of metal is this? It feels cold. Sensing the chill emanating from the ice blue metal ingot, Shui Binger asked curiously. It's called Cold Heart Iron, a rare ice attribute metal. Soul tools made from it are best suited for ice attribute soul masters. Mu Yang explained, then with a flash of silver light, a pair of spirit-refined heavy silver twin hammers, covered in icy blue flame patterns, materialized in his hands. Shui Binger was already used to Mu Yang's sudden display of the spirit-refined heavy silver twin hammers. Back when Mu Yang first completed spirit refinement and upgraded his 1,000 refined heavy silver twin hammers, he had proudly shown them off to her. Well, she didn't really understand, but she did give Mu the amazing look. Injecting his eyes flame soul power into the spirit-refined heavy silver twin hammers, Mu Yang activated Heavenly Hammer technique and delivered a heavy strike onto the cold heart iron ingot. Boom! The forging room echoed with rhythmic booms. Other blacksmiths' hammering might sound like ding ding ding, but Mu Yang's forging was definitely boom boom boom. Raw power worked miracles, just smash it hard. With his excellent strength control, most of Mu Yang's hammering force was concentrated on the cold heart iron ingot. Otherwise, an ordinary iron forging table wouldn't be able to withstand his strikes. Soon, the cold heart iron ingot on the table shrank significantly as it underwent 100 refinements purification. After completing the 100 refinements, Mu Yang paused, releasing his eyes flame soul power to melt the refined cold heart iron, reshaping it into 2 identical pieces. Cold heart iron was denser than ordinary iron. Even after removing impurities through the 100 refinements, the original 1-foot square ingot still weighed around 600 jin. That was far more than needed for crafting a battle armor. Since his ice flame soul power had an ice attribute, Mu Yang decided to use spirit refined cold heart iron to forge an upgraded one-word battle armor for himself as well. 300 jin of material was more than enough for a single battle armor. For most 5-ring soul kings, even carrying 300 jin in battle would be a huge burden. Even if they could bear the weight, their speed would be drastically reduced. But Mu Yang and Shui Binger were different. Though they appeared to have lean, well-proportioned figures, after cultivating sun body refinement, they could transform into humanoid war beasts if necessary. 300 jin? That was nothing. Moreover, using more materials for the battle armor wasn't without benefits. Though the enhancement effects wouldn't change, the armor's physical defense would be significantly improved. Take Shui Binger as an example. With a battle armor that granted roughly a 20% power boost, plus her mastery of the extreme ice secret technique, once she wore a spirit-refined cold heart iron one-word battle armor, she would essentially be a combination of a 7-ring control-type soul sage, a 7-ring assault-type soul sage, and a 7-ring defense-type soul sage. Unless an 8-ring soul Douluo appeared, defeating Shui Binger in a one-on-one fight would require a battle of attrition. After all, energy followed the principle of conservation. A one-word battle armor could allow a 5-ring soul king to fight like a 7-ring soul sage, but since their actual soul power level was much lower, their endurance wouldn't match that of a genuine soul sage. Setting aside one piece of cold heart iron, Mu Yang turned to Shui Binger and said, "Binger, are you ready?" "I'm ready." Shui Binger nodded. "Good. When I tell you, you'll need to keep dripping your blood onto the cold heart iron. Otherwise, once the spirit refinement is complete, it'll be difficult for it to fully become part of your life." Mu Yang instructed. Spirit refinement was different from 1,000 refinements. Recognizing ownership of 1,000 refined metal was simple, just dripping blood when the 1,000 refined glow appeared was enough. But for a perfect recognition of spirit refined metal, if the user wasn't a blacksmith, they needed to keep dripping blood throughout the spirit refinement process to establish a life connection. Only then could the finished metal fully integrate with their body. Of course, this was just the optimal requirement. Spirit refined metal could still be used without blood recognition, but it wouldn't be as seamlessly controlled by the user. For ordinary soul tools, this step wasn't necessary, but for battle armors, perfection was essential. Chapter 105, Such Great Kindness, I Have No Way to Repay. Boom. 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 With 3 consecutive hammer strikes, a brilliant blue light shot straight into the sky. The cold heart iron, which had already undergone the 100 refinements purification, immediately entered the 1,000 refinements with spirit state after 3 hammer strikes. At that moment, Shui Binger seemed to hear the cold heart iron on the forging table letting out a joyful cry. The blue radiance it emitted surged like a swimming dragon, rising 3 feet high and lingering for a long time. However, Mu Yang did not stop there. Without waiting for the 1,000 refinements spirit light to dissipate, the heavy silver twin hammers in his hands continued their relentless strikes. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a quarter of an hour had gone by. Binger at that moment, Mu Yang, who was engrossed in forging, called out to Shui Binger without turning his head. Immediately, Shui Binger's left fingertip shimmered with an ice blue glow. She condensed her soul power into a needle and pricked the center of her right palm. In an instant, crimson blood trickled out. With a slight exertion of force, the droplets floated onto the cold hard iron ingot undergoing the spirit refinement process on the forging table. As Mu Yang's hammer strikes continued and her blood continuously fused into the metal, Shui Binger had the illusion that a new life was being nurtured under Mu Yang's hammer blows. Boom. A few minutes later, with another hammer strike, an ice blue light over 6 feet tall suddenly burst skyward, instantly dyeing the entire forging room in a frosty blue hue. Spirit refinement creation, complete. At that moment, Shui Binger felt as if the cold heart iron on the forging table had become a separate life form, a part of her external being. It was as if she and Mu Yang had nurtured a child together. Thinking of this, Shui Binger's face rapidly heated up, her cheeks visibly flushing red. With the spirit refinement completed, Mu Yang set down his heavy silver hammers, took out a few sheets of design paper from his soul tool storage bracelet, turned to Shui Binger, and said, "Binger, take a look at these designs. Why is your face so red?" "And no reason." Shui Binger shyly shook her head. "Really? Binger, are you thinking of something naughty?" Mu Yang teased her, gently pinching her flushed cheeks. Hearing this, Shui Binger rolled her eyes and swatted away Mu Yang's mischievous hand. All right. With such a handsome boyfriend like me, it's normal for Binger to have naughty thoughts. I understand. Ahem, back to business. The special soul tool I'm going to craft is armor type. Binger, choose one of these designs." Seeing the embarrassed and frustrated girl about to pounce on him and bite, Mu Yang quickly stopped teasing her and got back to the topic. "Armor type soul tool?" Shui Binger raised an eyebrow and took the design papers from Mu Yang's hand. The designs depicted various styles of blue, elegant full-body armor. The differences between them were subtle, mainly in details and patterns on the armor. After letting Shui Binger choose her preferred battle armor style and giving her an orange jade blood ginseng to aid in recovery, Mu Yang started forging the second piece of cold heart iron. Boom. 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 The rhythmic sound of forging once again echoed through the forging room. Under the mighty miracle force hammer technique. 20 minutes later, with another burst of ice blue radiance, the second piece of cold heart iron successfully underwent spirit refinement. Mu Yang, I heard from sister that you're crafting armor-type soul tools. They look so beautiful, I want one too. Just then, Hyuga, who had been watching for quite a while, approached Mu Yang, hugging his arm and acting spoiled. Although Hyuga didn't fully understand how powerful this armor-type soul tool would be, the sheer elegance and aesthetics of the designs had already captivated her. She was a 16-year-old genius girl who wouldn't want to be a stunning and valiant warrior. Do you really want one? Without a trace, Mu Yang withdrew his arm and glanced at her. This little sister-in-law was getting bolder. Hyuga quickly nodded. What did you just call me? Brother-in-law, yours dear brother-in-law. Hyuga hesitated for a moment, glanced at her older sister, and reluctantly changed her address. Mu Yang nodded slightly, then gave her a warning look. As long as you know I'm your brother-in-law. At first, he did have thoughts of winning over both sisters. After all, his father-in-law had set a great example for him. But ever since his Fire Shadow Martial Soul evolved into the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul, granting him a martial soul fusion skill with Shui Binger, Mu Yang gradually abandoned that idea. Perhaps the martial soul fusion skill had a special influence, or maybe he wasn't the type to be unfaithful. Mu Yang felt that having one true love in his life was already enough. However, he wasn't the only one whose thoughts had changed compared to the beginning. Hyuga had changed as well. The difference was that while Mu Yang dismissed any thoughts about his sister-in-law, Hyuga, on the other hand, started developing bold ideas about him. And as time passed, these feelings only grew stronger and more deeply rooted. It was precisely because Mu Yang noticed this tendency in Hyuga that he reminded and warned her, hoping to keep her from falling too deep. He didn't want her to end up like Hyena and Kion Renksu in the original work, becoming an incurable love-struck fool. Unfortunately, his warning was destined to be in vain. After all, this was Douluo continent, also known as Romance continent, where love-driven decisions often arose inexplicably, without the need for prior experience. In Hyuga's eyes, a young girl in her prime should bravely pursue her love. Mu Yang had the looks, the strength, and they were of similar age. Wasn't he the perfect husband? As for the fact that he was her brother-in-law, it didn't matter. Didn't her father also marry both her aunt and mother? Two sisters serving the same husband, wouldn't that make for a legendary story of three Douluos in one family? Moreover, Hyuga owes everything to the daffodil jade flesh bone from back then. Hyuga thought to herself. She was well aware of her own talent. If not for the daffodil jade flesh bone Mu Yang had given her, she would probably still be below rank 40 in soul power. How could she have reached rank 55 and become a soul king at just 16 years old? Such immense kindness, Hyuga has no way to repay it, so I shall devote myself to him. Sister, you'll forgive me, right? From now on, Hyuga will make your bed, serve you tea, do laundry, cook, and even massage your shoulders and legs. Mu Yang had no idea what Hyuga was thinking. At this moment, he was focused on selecting materials for her battle armor. Shining Jade Dolphin, her martial soul, was water attributed. While water and ice were somewhat related, they were not the same elemental attribute, making cold heart iron unsuitable for Hyuga. The rare metals he had were all purchased from the Seven Treasures Merchant Association in Skywater City. He wasn't sure if water-attributed rare metals didn't exist in the world or if the Seven Treasure Glaze-Tile sect simply didn't sell them, but either way, he had none in his possession. The closest metal he had that was somewhat related to water was heavy silver. It had excellent soul power conductivity, making it a great material for forging battle armor. However, heavy silver was naturally dense, and after spirit refinement, it would become even heavier. Even if he used the minimal amount of material possible, a set of spirit-refined heavy silver armor would still weigh several hundred pounds. That would be quite a burden for Hyuga, who hadn't trained in body-strengthening techniques. After careful consideration, Mu Yang finally set his sights on a rare deep blue metal. Blue copper, one of the rare metals, known for its exceptional soul power conductivity and amplification properties. Moreover, its density was relatively low, making it a far better choice for Hyuga than heavy silver. Chapter 106, Ice Flame Battle Armor. An hour later, 3 sets of magnificent battle armor were freshly forged on the crafting platform. Each set of armor consisted of a helmet, chestplate, left shoulder armor, right shoulder armor, left upper arm armor, right upper arm armor, left forearm armor, right forearm armor, left gauntlet, right gauntlet, waist guard, left thigh armor, right thigh armor, left shin armor, right shin armor, left battle boot, and right battle boot. 17 pieces in total. No wings. Mu Yang knew that in later generations, 1 word and above battle armor would have them, But he didn't know how to craft them yet, so he temporarily ignored this detail. As for the helmet, which was supposed to be a headband, the one-word battle armor crafting method he deduced wasn't that advanced, so he could only make a slightly bulkier helmet. Two of the battle armors emitted a biting cold aura, entirely forged from spirit-forged cold heart iron, giving them an ice blue hue. The difference between the two lay in their patterns. One was covered in phoenix feather engravings, with a vividly lifelike ice phoenix design on the chest plate. The other was covered in flame patterns, with an illusionary human figure on the chest plate. The last set of armor was completely forged from spirit-forged blue copper, appearing in a deep blue hue. It was adorned with wave patterns, and at the center of the chest plate, an exceptionally cute dolphin design stood out. Binger, Yower, try them on first to see if they fit. If they don't, I can still make adjustments now. Saying this to the sisters, Mu Yang pressed his hand against his own blood-linked armor, storing it within his body. Since the battle armor still lacked a soul tool array and wasn't fully completed, adjusting the size was simple. However, once the soul tool array was engraved, modifying the size would be troublesome. So it was necessary to wear it first and check if it fit. Hearing this, Shui Binger and Shui Yower nodded slightly and followed his example, storing their respective battle armors into their bodies. The next moment, blue light flashed over the three of them, and the spirit-forged metal armor was instantly donned. Aside from a few areas on the face, their entire bodies were protected by the armor. Not bad, it fits well. Plus, at just over 100 pounds, I can handle the weight. After moving around slightly, Shui Yower nodded in satisfaction, giving it her approval. Mu Yang, I don't think you measured Yower's body size, did you? At this moment, Shui Binger asked Mu Yang with some curiosity. She had her measurements taken, but Yower didn't. Yet, both their armor fit perfectly. Did this mean she got measured for nothing? Well. Cough, Binger, don't mind these little details. Mu Yang said awkwardly. Body measurements? Just a glance was enough to estimate them, right? It wasn't like he was crafting precision instruments, there was no need to be overly strict. A little margin of error didn't matter, as long as the armor was comfortable to wear. As for why he measured Shui Binger, well, just a little romantic interaction between a couple. Mu Yang, I suddenly feel like this armor isn't very comfortable to wear. Maybe you should measure me too? Hearing that Mu Yang had measured her sister but not her, Shui Yower's eyes flickered as she quickly spoke up. Since taking measurements was necessary, didn't that mean she'd have to take off her clothes? At that time. Hey. Hearing this, Mu Yang glared at Shui Yower. How could he not see through this girl's little scheme? Luckily, he was a righteous and upstanding brother-in-law. Otherwise, this girl would have been a lost cause. At the same time, Shui Binger also looked at her sister with a wary expression. It seemed like her sister was about to give herself away. No, she could share other things with her sister, but Mu Yang was off limits. Yes, from now on, she had to keep an eye on things. 3 days later, inside the forging room. Looking at the freshly crafted Ice Flame battle armor, Ice Phoenix battle armor, and Water Fairy battle armor on the crafting platform, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Since single character names sounded a bit awkward, and since these were crafted from spirit-forged metals, Mu Yang didn't strictly follow the later generation's battle armor classification for naming them. After all, names were just names and wouldn't affect practical use. Whatever sounded smooth and natural was fine. Mu Yang, all rights to interpretation belong to me. Then, Mu Yang eagerly stored the Ice Flame battle armor into his body. The next second, ice blue light flashed, and the Ice Flame battle armor was instantly donned. Immediately after, Mu Yang circulated his soul power. Under the resonance and amplification of the engraved soul tool array on the Ice Flame battle armor, the soul power aura that originally belonged to a 5-ring soul king instantly surged to the level of a 7-ring soul sage. If an 8-ring isn't present, who dares challenge me? Feeling his current strength, which was on par with his Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow Fusion technique, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A typical one-word battle armor could allow a 5-ring soul king to rival a 7-ring soul sage. He had already cultivated his soul power to level 58, and his overall qualities far surpassed those of his peers. With the amplification of the Ice Flame battle armor, using the Ice Flame secret art, he would undoubtedly be among the top of the 7-ring level. He might even be able to contend with an 8-ring soul Douluo who had a poor soul ring configuration like having a white first soul ring and a purple 5th soul ring. That wasn't impossible. Were there such weak-souled Douluos on the continent? Definitely. There were even titled Douluos with a purple 5th soul ring, so encountering a weak-souled Douluo was entirely normal. And this was just his personal strength. If he included the boost from his martial soul fusion technique, he wouldn't be too far from 9-ring titled Douluos like Shilong. After all, The amplification effects of martial soul fusion techniques and battle armor did not conflict with each other. Of course, although their effects didn't conflict, they couldn't be simply stacked. For example, the Ice Flame battle armor could increase his strength by 20 levels, bringing him from level 58 to level 78. Meanwhile, his martial soul fusion technique could increase his strength by 15 levels, bringing him from level 58 to level 73. However, if he donned the battle armor and then activated the martial soul fusion technique with Shui Binger, he definitely wouldn't gain a full 35 level increase to reach level 93. The reason was simple: the higher the soul power level, the greater the gap between each level. Later stage level differences were equivalent to several early stage levels, or even more. Even so, with the Ice Flame battle armor in hand, Mu Yang could be considered one of the experts in the continent's Soul Master world. After all, the total number of 9-ring titled Luos across the continent was only in the dozens. Meanwhile, figures like the Spirit Hall's Platinum Bishops, elders of the upper 3 sects, leaders of the lower 4 sects, the 2 empires' military marshals and legion commanders, and the deans of top-ranked advanced Soul Master academies were mostly 8-ring souled Luos. His individual strength was close to this tier. How could he not be considered an expert? Is battle armor an external tool? Nonsense. Battle armor was just like soul bones. Could soul bones be called external tools? In fact, in other cultivation worlds, battle armor could be considered akin to a cultivator's life-bound artifact. It absolutely could not be classified as an external tool. Things like Zuge's Divine Crossbow, Yama's Letter, Peacock Bloom, Stormpear Blossom Needles, and Buddha's Wrath-Tang Lotus, those were external tools. Chapter 107, gradually inflating. With the battle armor successfully completed, Mu Yang called over Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. I'm invincible now. Eager to test the effects of the battle armor, Shui Yuer couldn't help but take a deep breath, then excitedly exclaimed as she felt her unprecedentedly powerful strength. There was no doubt that after putting on the Water Fairy battle armor and experiencing the resonance amplification of the Soul Tool Formation Array, Shui Yuer's strength skyrocketed, and she began to inflate with confidence. She's invincible? Glancing at the overly confident Shui Yuer, Shui Binger turned to Mu Yang and asked. Although battle armor can greatly enhance strength, at most, she's only at the level of a soul sage right now. But, well, she's just a kid. Letting her fantasize a little isn't a big deal. Mu Yang responded nonchalantly. A mere 5-ring Soul King, even with battle armor, could at best reach the level of a 7-ring Soul Sage. The reason Shui Yuer felt invincible was purely because of the sudden surge in strength, causing her mindset to inflate. Of course, it wasn't just Shui Yuer who was feeling inflated. Even Mu Yang himself was a little affected. If he didn't clearly understand that his strength was still far from enough to be considered a true powerhouse on the continent, he might have been even more inflated than Shui Yuer at this moment. As a transmigrator who had read the original novel, he inevitably had the bad habit of having high expectations and underestimating others. He instinctively looked down on so-called weakling titled Douluo like Shilong, considering them a disgrace among titled Douluo. However, precisely because his perspective was high, he also had a clear understanding of where his current strength stood within the overall landscape of the continent. 7 rings? Upon hearing this, Shui Binger couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Going from 5 rings to 7 rings, no wonder her little sister was feeling so inflated. Without hesitation, Shui Binger also eagerly put on her Ice Phoenix battle armor. I really do feel invincible now. With a flash of ice blue radiance, the Ice Phoenix battle armor was instantly donned. Feeling her own strength surge under the amplification of the armor, Shui Binger couldn't avoid the same sense of inflation. After a long while, she finally suppressed the swelling confidence in her heart. Casting a glance at Shui Yuer, who was still indulging in her illusion of invincibility, Shui Binger turned to Mu Yang with a serious expression and said, Mu Yang, with the battle armor being this powerful, we have to be more careful in the future. Throughout the entire continent, a 7-ring Soul Sage was undoubtedly considered a high-level Soul Master. Although Shui Binger didn't know exactly how many Soul Sages existed in the world, the total number likely did not exceed 1,000. On the other hand, Soul Kings were much more common. Just within the Heavened Empire alone, the number of 5-ring Soul Kings surpassed this figure. After all, as long as one had an innate soul power of level 3 or 4, they could be considered to have the potential to reach the Soul King stage. For commoners, having level 3 or 4 innate soul power was quite rare. However, among noble families, such a level was only considered average. With the military and political institutions of the Heavened Empire, as well as the noble families across its territories, gathering over 1,000 Soul Kings was an easy feat. Since battle armor could allow a 5-ring Soul King's strength to leap to that of a 7-ring Soul Sage, it was foreseeable that if outsiders discovered Mu Yang's ability to create such an overwhelmingly powerful battle armor, He would never have peace unless he possessed absolute strength to deter all ill-intentioned individuals. Noticing the worry in Shui Binger's eyes, Mu Yang said seriously, "Binger, who said the battle armor was made by me?" This was clearly something we excavated from an ancient ruin. The current era had yet to officially advance soul tool technology, and the methods for crafting soul tools had long been lost. Even if others saw the battle armor, they would instinctively assume it was an antique rather than something newly created. Moreover, aside from the Spirit Hall's soul hunting operation and the final unification war, the Douluo continent was relatively peaceful overall. Unlike other fantasy worlds filled with endless killing and warfare, most battles here were merely sparring matches in soul duels. Under such circumstances, there wasn't much need to use battle armor. The reason for creating battle armor was merely to have an extra trump card. In fact, Mu Yang might not even use this Ice Flame battle armor in the future. The reason was simple: he could start researching the method to create two-word battle armor. By then, he could directly upgrade to two-word battle armor. With the foundation of crafting one-word battle armor, the time required for research would certainly be much shorter than starting from scratch. Hearing this, Shui Binger looked down at the Ice Phoenix battle armor she was wearing and fell into thought. That explanation actually made sense. If she hadn't known beforehand, who would think that battle armor was an invention of this era rather than a set of soul tool armor unearthed from an ancient ruin? At that moment, Mu Yang continued, "There's one thing you might not know, Binger. Even after wearing battle armor, we can still perform our martial soul fusion skill. The two effects don't conflict." "What? They can stack?" Instantly, Shui Binger's beautiful blue eyes widened in shock. With battle armor, she and Mu Yang's base strength would at least be at the level of a 7-ring soul sage. At that level, using their martial soul fusion skill would push their strength to at least the 8-ring level. With their unique Ice Flame abilities and various secret techniques, they would absolutely be top tier among 8-ring soul duos. Furthermore, both of them were close to reaching the 60th rank. Once they advanced to 6-ring soul emperors, wearing battle armor while using their martial soul fusion skill, wouldn't that let them contend with newly ascended titled Luos? Thinking of this, Shui Binger felt a little dizzy. By the way, if battle armor is worn by Lord Tyrant Dragon, how strong would he become? Suddenly, Shui Binger thought of a crucial point and quickly asked Mu Yang. They were just juniors, but their family had elders. With battle armor being this powerful, if an 8-ring or even 9-ring elder wore it, wouldn't they become invincible? With an invincible elder protecting them, why worry about being targeted by schemers? Binger, you're overthinking it. The battle armor I created only allows a 5-ring soul king to reach the level of a 7-ring soul sage. If a 6-ring soul emperor wears it, their strength would still be at the 7-ring level. Unless the wearer can already fight above their level, they won't be able to defeat an 8-ring soul Douluo. Mu Yang couldn't help but admire Shui Binger's imagination. This was just an upgraded one-word battle armor, and the only upgrade was in material quality. Other than the ability to be stored inside the body for instant deployment, it wasn't much different from a standard one-word battle armor. For a 9-ring titled Douluo, wearing one-word battle armor would be like an elephant gaining the strength of an ant? That was a bit exaggerated, but the general idea was correct. Oh, so battle armor is only useful for lower-ranked soul masters. Hearing that battle armor's overpowered effects didn't apply to high-level soul masters, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Mu Yang shook his head, not necessarily. Soul tools have different levels of strength, and so does battle armor. If there are new breakthroughs in the future, they will certainly bring a massive boost to high-level soul masters as well. Chapter 108, Can a mere metal creation be this powerful? Bonus, at present, he was still far from becoming a divine blacksmith, and he had yet to deduce the method for forging 4-word battle armor. Otherwise, if he could equip his uncle-in-law, Huo, with a set of 4-word battle armor, he would be able to walk across the continent unhindered. After all, any 4-word battle armor master, even if their soul power level was only at the initial stages of the 9th ring, would still be considered a rank 99 ultimate combat force in this era. Of course, if he truly became a divine blacksmith, he wouldn't even need a powerful backer. He would naturally rank among the strongest experts on the continent. After all, the primary requirement for becoming a divine blacksmith was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, as well as assisting metal in withstanding elemental tribulation lightning. This required the blacksmith to possess considerable strength. Because of this, while divine blacksmiths in later generations might not necessarily be the strongest of their era, they were by no means weak. If he succeeded, donned 4-word battle armor, and unleashed a martial soul fusion skill, he would likely be able to handle a newly ascended god with ease. Really? My Mu Yang is amazing. Upon hearing that there could be an even more advanced version of battle armor in the future, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with admiration and pride. Mu Yang nodded proudly. Of course. Come on, let's find Ant to test our strength. After that, the three of them left their residence. Shui Binger activated her Ice Phoenix martial soul, spreading her icy phoenix wings. Holding Shui Yuer in one hand and Mu Yang in the other, she soared toward the snow-capped peak behind the academy's main campus. Where's Ant? After circling the simulated training grounds in the snow mountain without finding Shui Yanyu, Shui Binger asked in confusion. Look over there. What is that? Suddenly, Shui Yuer pointed into the distance. Following her direction, Mu Yang saw an enormous white mushroom cloud rising over the distant sea. Seeing this, Mu Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If he wasn't mistaken, this mushroom cloud was likely the result of a mistake during Shui Yanyu's attempt to condense her soul core. A soul core was formed by compressing a soul master's soul power and combining it with a large amount of heaven and earth energy. If this process lost control, it would turn into a powerful energy bomb. If the explosion were strong enough, it would create a mushroom cloud upon detonation. Well, hopefully, Shui Yanyu was alright. Before long, a figure flew over from the direction of the mushroom cloud and landed in front of the three. And, what just happened? Shui Binger asked curiously as she looked at the somewhat disheveled Shui Yanyu. Ahem, I was testing a secret technique. Shui Yanyu coughed and brushed it off while casting a meaningful glance at Mu Yang. Earlier, Mu Yang had given her a soul core secret technique, which made the process of forming a first soul core seem ridiculously simple, almost as if anyone could do it. And indeed, the process seemed straightforward enough. Compress soul power, keep it spinning, and absorb external energy. It sounded easy. However, after actually attempting it, Shui Yanyu discovered that forming a soul core was far more difficult than she had anticipated. It started off manageable, but as the soul power was further compressed, the difficulty in control increased dramatically. A slight mistake could lead to a loss of control. Thankfully, she was strong and reacted quickly. Each time, she managed to escape in time, otherwise, she might have been blown up by the uncontrolled energy compression. Sure enough, reaching the level of a titled Luo was no easy feat, even with shortcuts. So, why did you three come looking for me? Shui Yanyu changed the subject. And, Mu Yang created something amazing. Now, even Yuer has become a powerhouse, and we'd like you to test her strength. The still excited Shui Yuer nodded eagerly. Her ego, still inflated from her newfound power, made her look at Shui Yanyu with eager battle intent. With the water fairy battle armor in her possession, her strength had skyrocketed. How could she not test it against a strong opponent? Oh? Is that so? Shui Yanyu scrutinized Shui Yuer with doubt. She acknowledged that her niece had been cultivating at an astonishing speed, far beyond her expectations, but calling her a powerhouse. That was pushing it. Meeting her aunt's skeptical gaze, Shui Yuer smiled slightly. A blue light flashed around her body, and the water fairy battle armor manifested instantly. Crystal Jade Sea Dolphin, possess. With a soft cry, Shui Yuer activated her martial soul. As the sound of crashing waves echoed, 5 soul rings yellow, purple, black, and black lit up around her. In the next second, under the enhancement of the water fairy battle armor, the soul power aura Shui Yuer emitted, originally at the level of a 5-ring soul king, instantly surged to that of a 7-ring soul sage. Soul sage? Sensing Shui Yuer's sudden surge in soul power, Shui Yanyu's eyes widened in shock. Shui Yuer's soul rings remained unchanged yellow, purple, black, but her aura was in no way inferior to an ordinary 7-ring soul sage. In fact, she even seemed stronger than some who had just reached the 7th ring. What is that thing? Fixing her gaze on the water fairy battle armor Shui Yuer wore, Shui Yanyu turned to Mu Yang and asked. Mu Yang answered directly, battle armor. It allows a 5-ring soul king to leap 2 whole ranks in strength. The effect weakens for those above the 5th ring. His Shui Yanyu took a sharp breath. A 5-ring soul king turning into a 7-ring soul sage? That was insane. As expected, there was a reason geniuses did things differently. Previously, Mu Yang had spent years learning blacksmithing, hammering away every day. Although Shui Yanyu hadn't objected, she had always found it a bit wasteful. But now, she realized she had underestimated the potential of a blacksmith, or rather, a forger. Mu Yang had actually developed something revolutionary. She could tell that Shui Yuer's battle armor wasn't made from ordinary metal but rather a material that had undergone special forging. Even though the enhancement effect weakened beyond the 5th ring, that didn't change the fact that battle armor was a supreme treasure for soul masters. After all, the power gap between a 5-ring soul king and a 7-ring soul sage was massive. As one of the elemental academies, Skywater Academy was not a weak force on the continent, yet among its top experts, apart from herself and 8-ring soul Luo, there were only 4 soul sages. And not all of them were battle-type soul sages. In other words, 10 or so Soul Kings equipped with battle armor could easily overthrow Skywater Academy. She had never imagined that a mere metal creation could be so powerful. Actually, Shui Yanyu was still underestimating the true potential of metal creations. The most terrifying ones could obliterate the entire Luo continent with a single blast. After a long moment, recovering from her shock, Shui Yanyu looked at Shui Yuer. Yuer, come, let Ant test the quality of your battle armor. Shui Yuer. And, aren't you getting this wrong? Shouldn't you be testing my strength, not just the battle armor? Chapter 109, The Soaring Limit of Strength, Part 1, a quarter of an hour later. No more, no more, I can't win at all. Unable to gain any advantage and with her soul power nearly depleted, Shui Yuer shouted her surrender, withdrawing her martial soul possession and the water fairy battle armor. This soul battle made the slightly overconfident Shui Yuer realize once again that she was still just a small fry. Even without using her martial soul true body or her 8th soul skill, Shui Yanyu was still not someone that Shui Yuer, even with the water fairy battle armor, could defeat. Not to mention, although the water fairy battle armor was an upgraded version of a one-word battle armor, crafted from spirit-forged metal, it lacked wing components and did not grant Shui Yuer the ability to fly. Meanwhile, as an airborne-souled Luo, Shui Yanyu held an overwhelming advantage in aerial and ground combat. Seeing Shui Yuer admit defeat, Shui Yanyu descended from the sky. Yuer, very good. Shui Yanyu nodded approvingly. Hearing her aunt's praise, Shui Yuer proudly puffed out her chest. Noticing the little girl showing signs of arrogance again, Shui Yanyu's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she began to admonish her. Of course, considering factors like combat experience, soul power consumption, and the special enhancements that a Soul Saint's martial soul true body provides to their soul skills, it's basically impossible for you to defeat a rank 75 battle Soul Saint across a 20-rank gap. Unless you can stall until their martial soul true body's duration ends and they enter a weakened state. Oh, Shui Yuer immediately deflated like a withered eggplant and responded weakly. Shui Yanyu was not exaggerating but stating facts. With the water fairy battle armor equipped, Shui Yuer's soul power quality was indeed comparable to a rank 75 soul saint. In fact, due to the high quality of her glazed jade dolphin martial soul, the armor's amplification even made her soul power superior to that of a soul saint with a mediocre martial soul. But a soul master's strength is not determined by soul power alone. Combat experience is also a crucial factor. A young girl like Shui Yuer could never match a soul saint who had cultivated for many years in terms of battle experience. Of course, her most obvious disadvantage was the 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. The effects of martial soul true body were not limited to boosting a soul master's attributes. Most soul saints' martial soul true body came with a special effect, the unrestricted use of soul skills below the 7th ring. This unrestricted use did not mean absolute freedom, but rather that there were no cooldowns except for soul power consumption. In gaming terms from Mu Ying's previous life, it meant that the skills had no cooldowns. If the soul master had enough soul power, they could spam their 1st to 6th soul skills without interruption. However, martial soul true body also had a significant drawback: the majority of soul masters suffered from its side effects. Once the duration ended, they would enter a temporary weakened state. The duration and severity of this weakened state depended on the soul master's strength, martial soul quality, and the age of their 7th soul ring. For most rank 70 soul saints, they lacked the ability to completely negate this side effect. Therefore, with the water fairy battle armor, Shui Yuer did have a chance to defeat a rank 75 battle soul saint. With the armor's amplification, she was stronger than an untransformed rank 75 soul saint but weaker than one who had activated their martial soul true body. If she could endure until their transformation ended, she would be the final victor. Of course, that was assuming the opponent wasn't an airborne soul saint or one with flight abilities. Otherwise, since she couldn't fly, she wouldn't be able to catch up. Binger, Mu Ying, do either of you want to try? After lecturing Shui Yuer, Shui Yanyu turned to Mu Ying and Shui Binger. Mu Ying shook his head and said, "And, a one-on-one duel isn't necessary. Even with the armor's boost, Binger and I can't possibly be your match." However. What? Wait, don't tell me the armor's amplification doesn't interfere with martial soul fusion techniques? Realizing something crucial, Shui Yanyu looked at them in shock. An armor that could boost a soul master's strength by 20 ranks was already a cheat in itself. But if it could stack with martial soul fusion techniques, that would be outright heaven-defying. Mu Ying nodded slightly and said, "The way the armor enhances soul masters is through soul guidance array inscriptions within it, which massively amplify the martial soul and soul power. Meanwhile, martial soul fusion techniques work by harmonizing and elevating martial souls through synergy. Since their enhancement principles differ, there's no conflict in their effects." The next moment, Icy blue light flashed around them as their armors materialized. Then, as Ice Flame Saint Shadow and Ice Phoenix martial souls possessed them, surging soul power erupted. Ethereal ice blue flames and dazzling blue light intertwined, forming a towering pillar of ice blue radiance that shot into the sky. A clear phoenix cry echoed as the ice blue light pillar gradually faded, revealing Mu Ying and Shui Binger's transformed state, a massive, 3-jong wide ice flame phoenix soaring through the air, its body engulfed in blazing cold flames. Since their second fusion form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, lacked flight capabilities while Shui Yin was an airborne soul Douluo, Mu Ying ceded control to Shui Binger. As a result, they used their first fusion form, Ice Flame Phoenix. Mu Ying, this power feels incredible. Shui Binger's voice resonated in Mu Ying's mind. Of course. Before, our fusion technique's baseline strength was at most that of an early stage rank 70 soul saint. But now, it has increased by at least 10 ranks. With the Ice Flame Phoenix's unique flames, most rank 80 soul Douluo on the continent are no longer our match. Even though Shui Binger was leading the fusion, Mu Ying could still fully sense the might of the Ice Flame Phoenix. He had already expected that their power ceiling would rise significantly, which was why he had been feeling slightly overconfident earlier. That said, since this was their first time reaching this level, Mu Ying wasn't entirely sure how they compared to soul Douluo in actual combat. However, one thing was certain: their fusion technique now far surpassed the average rank 80 soul Douluo. Rank 80? Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the Ice Flame Phoenix, Shui Yin couldn't help but click her tongue. If it had been another transformation-based martial soul fusion technique, like Starluo Empire's Netherworld White Tiger, she wouldn't have been concerned even if its strength reached rank 80. After all, she was a rank 89 soul Douluo, nearly at the peak just below title Douluo. Had her martial soul been of higher quality rather than a relatively ordinary ice sparrow, her strength wouldn't be inferior to some newly advanced title Douluo with subpar soul rank configurations. But Mu Ying and Shui Binger's Ice Flame Phoenix was different. Their unique ice flame power was something she wasn't confident she could withstand. Chapter 110, The Soaring Limit of Strength, Part 2. Once touched by the Ice Flame Phoenix's ice flame fire, the opponent would be continuously frozen and burned at the same time. Moreover, aside from how utterly troublesome the ice flame fire was, the issue of martial soul suppression couldn't be ignored either. When facing the Ice Flame Phoenix, which was an evolved fusion of Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul and Mu Ying's Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul, Shui Yan'u's Ice Sparrow martial soul being of the same ice attribute avian beast type but of far inferior quality would inevitably suffer from martial soul suppression, limiting her overall strength. Thankfully, her level was high, and her overall attributes still surpassed the Ice Flame Phoenix. Moreover, the effects of her martial soul true body were enormous. Otherwise, under martial soul suppression, she would have had almost no chance of winning. Be careful, Ant. Shui Binger's voice came from within the Ice Flame Phoenix. As its wings flapped, the Ice Flame Phoenix soared high into the sky. The next second, the ice blue flame surrounding its body surged as soul power fluctuated. Dense, ice blue feathers rapidly condensed in the air before shooting toward Shui Yan'u like a barrage. The martial soul fusion technique, Ice Flame Phoenix, aside from its special ice flame fire, did not inherently come with other abilities. However, techniques could be learned and mastered later. Given that the Ice Flame Phoenix's flame breath, while powerful, was too singular in attack style, Shui Binger had adapted the Extreme Ice Secret Arts Extreme Ice Arrow formation to create the Ice Flame Feathers, a technique suitable for the Ice Flame Phoenix. The Ice Flame Feathers functioned similarly to Mu Ying's Ice Flame Arrow formation. While its direct offensive power wasn't particularly overwhelming, once it struck the target, it would shatter and unleash special ice flame fire that combined both attack and control effects. From the opponent's perspective, it was an absolute nightmare. Of course, due to the immense boost in power from their martial soul fusion technique, Shui Binger found it difficult to control the Ice Flame Phoenix's power with fine precision. Once released, the Ice Flame Feathers couldn't be remotely manipulated like the Ice Flame Arrow formation or the Extreme Ice Arrow formation. However, Mu Ying was able to control the Ice Flame Arrow formation in their second fusion form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, not because his control was inherently superior to Shui Binger's, but because the humanoid form of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, compared to the beast-shaped Ice Flame Phoenix, had lower base strength but offered much more refined control over Ice Flame Fire. This, to some extent, compensated for the loss of precision that came with the surge in power from the martial soul fusion technique. Fifth soul skill, Ice Protection. Facing the oncoming Ice Flame Feathers, Shui Yan'u's fifth soul ring lit up as she activated her defensive soul skill. She knew that now that the Ice Flame Phoenix had reached soul Douluo level strength, and there was no longer a qualitative difference between them, Its special ice flame fire could absolutely freeze her, an 89th rank soul Douluo. If she were to be directly touched by the ice flame phoenix's ice flame fire, she would be instantly frozen. However, with a defensive soul skill forming a soul power shield around her, as long as the shield remained unbroken, she wouldn't be frozen. Ding 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 ding, the ice flame feathers moved at incredible speed, crossing over 100 meters in an instant and raining down on Shui Yinyu's ice protection like a torrential storm, producing a series of sharp collision sounds. Since the ice flame feathers was a large-scale attack technique and Shui Yinyu's body was relatively small, not too many of the feathers actually struck her defensive shield. As a result, they couldn't immediately break through her 10,000-year defensive soul skill. However, this was only the first phase of the attack. Although the ice flame feathers didn't penetrate the ice protection, they shattered upon impact, transforming into countless tiny flames that clung to the shield. In an instant, accompanied by an intense chill, cracking sounds echoed as a layer of frost covered the ice protection. Simultaneously, the lingering ice flame fire continued to erode and burn away at the seemingly fragile shield. Fourth soul skill, Ice Power. First soul skill, Ice Feathers. Temporarily ignoring the ice flame fire clinging to her ice protection, Shui Yinyu's fourth and first soul rings lit up in quick succession. As her aura surged, a dozen or so ice blue feathers shot outward. Compared to the ice flame feathers launched by the ice flame phoenix, Shui Yinyu's ice feathers, produced by her first soul skill, were far fewer in number. After all, it was merely a first soul skill, only about 400 years old, which inherently limited its strength. Whoosh! 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 The ice blue sparrow feathers shot forward with piercing speed. The ice flame phoenix flapped its wings, dodging most of them, but one feather still managed to strike its left wing. However, for the ice flame phoenix, such a minor wound was insignificant. As soul power circulated, the injury left by the sparrow feather rapidly healed, restoring the wing to its original state. When soul masters engaged in battle using a martial soul fusion technique or martial soul true body, they gained a considerable advantage. Since both the martial soul fusion technique and martial soul true body were not part of the soul master's physical body but rather constructs formed from their martial soul and soul power, as long as they weren't completely destroyed, any non-spiritual injuries could be rapidly healed through soul power consumption. Until their soul power was depleted, they were essentially unkillable cockroaches. However, because both forms were condensed from their martial soul, if their martial soul fusion technique or martial soul true body were shattered by an opponent, the soul master would suffer severe martial soul backlash. Not only would they endure grave injuries on a spiritual level, but in most cases, they would also completely lose the ability to continue fighting. Of course, being able to shatter a martial soul fusion technique or martial soul true body meant the opponent's strength was undoubtedly superior. Even if the soul master still had some fighting ability after suffering backlash, they would have no way to turn the tide of battle. Second soul skill, Extreme Cold Freezing Air. After her first attack failed, Shui Yanyu launched another. With a flap of her wings and a slight parting of her red lips, an ice blue cold current surged forward at high speed. Immediately after, taking advantage of the visual obstruction created by the ice blue chill, her sixth soul ring lit up. As overwhelming soul power surged, a magnificent ice blue feather, a meter long, condensed in an instant before shooting toward the ice flame phoenix. Not good, dodge quickly. The moment Shui Yanyu activated her second soul skill, Extreme Cold Freezing Air, Mu Ying, with his sharp spiritual perception, sensed another surge of powerful soul power from her. He quickly warned Shui Binger. Using the cover of a previous soul skill to conceal a killing move was an extremely common tactic in the world of soul masters. Mu Ying was well aware of the effects of all of Shui Yanyu's soul skills. Aside from her first soul skill, Ice Feathers, the only ones with significant offensive power were her sixth and eighth soul skills. Since her eighth soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm, couldn't be instantly cast, even though Mu Ying hadn't directly seen it, he was certain that the skill Shui Yanyu had just activated was the immensely powerful single-target attack, her sixth soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather. It was not something they could afford to take head-on. Chapter 111, The Skyrocketing Upper Limit of Strength, Part 2. Although Shui Binger didn't notice Shui Yanyu's little trick, she trusted Mu Ying's warning unconditionally. The ice flame phoenix flapped its wings, swiftly ascending into the air. The next second, within the sweeping icy current, a beam of ice blue light suddenly shot out. It was Shui Yanyu's sixth soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather. Unfortunately for her, thanks to Mu Ying's warning, Shui Binger had already maneuvered the ice flame phoenix to evade in advance. The Extreme Ice Feather, which streaked through the air like a beam of ice blue light, only managed to shoot off a few feathers from the ice flame phoenix's wingtips. And is really cunning. After dodging the attack, Shui Binger glanced at the dissipating fragments of ice flame phoenix feathers in midair and couldn't help but complain to Mu Ying. Hearing Shui Binger use the word cunning to describe Shui Yinyu, Mu Ying's lips twitched slightly. You really are your aunt's good niece. Shui Binger chuckled before refocusing on the battle. With another flap of her wings, a new wave of ice flame feathers rained down toward Shui Yinyu. Whoosh! 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 Dense ice flame feathers poured down, and the attached ice flame continuously corroded Shui Yinyu's body. Her ice shield, formed by her 10,000-year 5th defensive soul skill, couldn't hold out and finally shattered. 7th soul skill, Ice Sparrow True Body. As soon as the ice shield broke and the corrosive ice flame was about to land on her, Shui Yinyu's 7th soul ring gleamed. Without hesitation, she activated her 7th soul skill Martial Soul True Body. Powerful soul power surged as dazzling ice blue light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, Shui Yinyu transformed into a massive frost sparrow, stretching 4 to 5 jong long from head to tail. Seeing Shui Yinyu unleash her Martial Soul True Body, the Ice Flame Phoenix's phoenix eyes grew solemn. Both Shui Binger, who was leading the Martial Soul Fusion technique, and Mu Ying, who was temporarily a passenger, understood that the warm-up was over. With her Martial Soul True Body activated, Shui Yinyu was now in her strongest state as an 89th level Soul Douluo. The boost from a Martial Soul True Body was undeniable. At level 89, Shui Yinyu's strength after activating it was likely not inferior to Shilong's when he wasn't using his own Martial Soul True Body. However, despite the massive boost in strength, Shui Yinyu's enlarged size also made it easier for the Ice Flame Phoenix's Ice Flame to latch onto her and burn. It was like shooting at a moving target when the target was magnified tens or even hundreds of times, unless it moved so fast that it was impossible to react to, the hit rate would inevitably skyrocket. The next moment, the Ice Flame Phoenix flapped its wings and swooped down, gathering energy at its peak. A fan-shaped blast of ice blue flames, radiating an intense chill, swept downward. 5th soul skill, Ice Protection. Shui Yinyu knew that her massive body and Martial Soul True Body form made dodging the ice flame difficult. Thus, she didn't even try to evade and instead chose to endure it head-on. As long as her defensive soul skill's shield remained intact, the ice flame wouldn't reach her body. Furthermore, while in Martial Soul True Body form, her 5th defensive soul skill could be used without restrictions. As long as her soul power held out, even the relentless ice flame wouldn't be impossible to counter. Extreme Cold Freezing Air. Extreme Cold Freezing Air. Extreme Cold Freezing Air. Relying on her soul shield, the enormous ice sparrow temporarily ignored the ice flame burning on its surface. Her second soul ring flashed repeatedly as she continuously spewed ice blue cold currents at the ice flame phoenix, attempting to restrict its movements. As the saying goes, the longer one defends, the likelier they are to make a mistake. After dodging several waves of freezing air, the Ice Flame Phoenix finally made an error and failed to evade completely. A significant portion of its body was engulfed by the icy current. Just as Shui Yinyu thought the Ice Flame Phoenix would be frozen by her control-type soul skill, she was shocked to see that its movement was completely unaffected. It was as if the icy current, which had covered half of its body, was nothing more than a passing breeze. Seeing this, the ice sparrow's massive ice blue eyes flickered with confusion. However, Shui Yinyu quickly realized the reason. Both Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix Martial Soul and Mu Ying's Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul were of extremely high quality. The Ice Flame Phoenix, which resulted from the fusion of these two martial souls, had an absurdly high resistance to ice-based elements. If Mu Ying and Shui Binger hadn't been wearing battle armor, and if the Ice Flame Phoenix's base strength hadn't reached the 8th level, then her extreme cold freezing air would have been able to freeze them due to the qualitative difference in power. But now, with no fundamental gap in their power, trying to freeze the Ice Flame Phoenix, a soul beast with incredibly high ice resistance with a mere 100-year second soul skill, was simply wishful thinking. While Shui Yinyu was momentarily stunned, the Ice Flame Phoenix flapped its wings and charged forward again. Another blast of ice flame breath descended, shattering the ice shield formed by the Ice Sparrow's true body once more. 5th soul skill, Ice Protection. As soon as her defensive shield broke, Shui Yinyu hurriedly activated her 10,000-year 5th soul skill again. Your ice flame is strong? As long as my defensive skill activation speed is faster than your ability to break through it, and as long as my soul power holds out, there's no way you can harm me. 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. The next moment, the Ice Sparrow's 8th soul ring burst into light. As overwhelming soul power surged, Shui Yinyu unleashed her most powerful attack. Instantly, a terrifying cold wave, filled with countless swirling snowflakes, erupted behind the Ice Sparrow's true body. It surged forward like a tsunami, sweeping toward the Ice Flame Phoenix. Although Extreme Cold Storm wasn't an instant cast soul skill, its activation speed wasn't slow either. Furthermore, Due to its massive area of effect and the relatively close distance between them, Shui Binger had no time to maneuver the Ice Flame Phoenix out of its range before the terrifying cold tide engulfed them. The intense chill surged in, even dimming the ice flame that burned around the Ice Flame Phoenix's body. However, the Ice Flame Phoenix's extraordinarily high ice resistance wasn't just for show. Even while being engulfed by the cold tide, it didn't fall into a frozen state. That said, extreme cold storm posed a greater threat not through its freezing effect, but through its offensive power. Countless palm-sized snowflakes, sharp as blades, danced through the cold wave and struck the Ice Flame Phoenix's body like flying razors. While each individual snowflake wasn't powerful enough to cause severe damage, only slicing through the Phoenix's icy feathers without dealing critical harm, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Controlling the Ice Flame Phoenix, Shui Binger felt as if she were being subjected to a slow, torturous death. Chapter 112, The Explosive Growth of Strength's Limit, Final. After a long while, the cold surge finally subsided, the dense ice and snow dissipated, and the Ice Flame Phoenix ultimately withstood Shui Yinyu's 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. As for the price Shui Binger and Mu Ying had to pay, it was merely a significant drop in their soul power. In reality, attacks like Extreme Cold Storm, which are multi-stage and densely packed rather than overwhelmingly powerful in a single strike, pose some threat to special energy bodies like martial soul fusion techniques or martial soul true bodies, but not an overwhelming one. After all, as long as the damage doesn't reach the endurance limit and forcibly shatter them, martial soul fusion techniques and martial soul true bodies can quickly repair themselves by consuming soul power. As long as the consumption can keep up and the repair speed is faster than the opponent's destruction speed, they can hold out. Having endured an extreme cold storm, Shui Binger secretly let out a sigh of relief. Unlike her first 6 soul skills, Extreme Cold Storm was Shui Yinyu's 8th soul skill, and 8th soul skills weren't within the unrestricted usage range of martial soul true body states. They couldn't be used continuously. Otherwise, if even 8th and 9th soul skills could be used without limits, the power difference between titled Luo wouldn't be so obvious. One must know that even high-level titled Luo above rank 95 wouldn't dare claim they could easily withstand a rank 91 titled Luo's 9th soul skill, especially if it were an attack-type skill. However, upon sensing that only half of her soul power remained, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel dejected. A 7-ring soul sage's martial soul true body could typically last at least half an hour, whereas her aunt had an impressive soul power level of rank 89. Her duration would undoubtedly be even longer. Yet now, not long after her aunt activated her martial soul true body, she herself was already down to half her soul power. It was unlikely she could hold out until her aunt's martial soul true body ended and she fell into a weakened state. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Her aunt was still her aunt. An 89th rank soul Luo was, after all, one of the rare experts on the continent, and she was still no match for her no matter how heaven-defying her battle armor and martial soul fusion technique were. It was still just a bit lacking. This wasn't because the Ice Flame Phoenix was weak, but because she, a 17-year-old girl, simply lacked the combat wisdom and experience her aunt had. It was just like how 2 people could have the same 6 god-tier items, but a bronze or silver player would still be utterly crushed by a diamond or master-tier opponent. Moreover, controlling an 8-ring level Ice Flame Phoenix with her mere 5-ring cultivation was akin to a child wielding a giant hammer. It was only natural that she couldn't fully unleash its potential. Binger, let me take over. At that moment, Mu Ying's voice rang in Shui Binger's mind. Can we turn this around? Shui Binger was momentarily stunned before quickly asking. Strictly speaking, the outcome of this soul duel didn't matter much, but what it represented did. After all, her aunt Shui Yinyu was an 89th rank soul Luo, one of the strongest individuals below the titled Luo realm, aside from a handful of exceptional 8-ring soul Luo with extraordinary martial souls. If they won, it would mean that as long as no titled Luo appeared, very few soul masters on the continent could be their match. For Shui Binger, who knew that Mu Ying possessed the rare treasure of 100,000-year soul bone, this was extremely significant. Not sure? Could he defeat Shui Yinyu? To be honest, Mu Ying wasn't absolutely confident, but a lack of certainty didn't mean there was no chance at all. Without hesitation, Shui Binger handed over control of the martial soul fusion technique to Mu Ying. Wait, before Mu Ying could finish speaking, the Ice Flame Phoenix soaring in the sky suddenly radiated a dazzling icy blue light. In the blink of an eye, the massive Ice Flame Phoenix with a wingspan of 30 meters transformed into the humanoid form of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Mu Ying. Goodness, is Binger really setting me up here? One had to know that the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow didn't have the ability to fly. The moment they changed forms, they immediately started plummeting freely from high above. Luckily, though the girl was a bit of a troublemaker, she wasn't completely unreliable. A surge of radiant blue light erupted as a ring of icy blue domain energy spread outward from the Ice Phoenix flame shadow, covering a radius of dozens of meters. In the next moment, energy surged and condensed into a lifelike ice blue dragon, measuring 30 meters long and wreathed in flames of frost. Immediately, the ice blue dragon flicked its tail and swiftly swam beneath them, catching the falling Ice Phoenix flame shadow. Mu Ying, Ice Dragon Knight achieved. Shui Binger's awkward chuckle rang in Mu Ying's mind. She was so used to flying that she had completely forgotten the Ice Phoenix flame shadow couldn't fly. But at this moment, Mu Ying, who had just achieved his Dragon Knight moment, had no time to scold Shui Binger. From above, Shui Yinyu, still in her Ice Sparrow true body, activated her sixth soul ring once again, unleashing a beam of ice blue energy that shot toward them at high speed. As a veteran in the Soul Master world, Shui Yinyu's combat experience needed no explanation. She was fully aware of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's inability to fly and immediately took advantage of this weakness to launch an opening strike. After all, even if they lost their Ice Flame Dragon, the two wouldn't actually suffer any real harm. They could either revert to the Ice Flame Phoenix form or exit the martial soul fusion state, allowing the airborne Shui Binger to carry the non-flying Mu Ying to safety. Either way, they could resolve the situation. Seeing the extreme ice feather rapidly closing in, Mu Ying tapped his foot lightly and leaped off the Ice Flame Dragon's back. At the same time, with a single thought, he controlled the Ice Flame Dragon to evade the incoming attack and charge directly at Shui Yinyu. Meanwhile, now falling freely once more, Mu Ying channeled his soul power into his legs and activated the movement technique. His movements became light as a feather, as if he could shrink the ground beneath him, gracefully descending toward the snowy mountain peak below. With each step in midair, Mu Ying would dissipate a portion of his downward momentum. In an instant, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow landed steadily atop the snowy mountain peak. Airborne stepping techniques? Who didn't know how to use them? Well, whether others could do it or not, Mu Ying didn't care. After mastering the soaring immortal steps, he certainly could. More importantly, the flight disadvantage of the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was irrelevant to him. Or rather, it was initially a problem, but ever since he obtained the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone, it no longer existed. The 100,000-year soul bone ability, flight, granted Mu Ying the ability to fly freely and at an incredibly low energy cost. Binger and I both have about 30% of our soul power left. I wonder if it's enough. Standing atop the snowy mountain peak, Mu Ying gazed at the massive ice sparrow battling the Ice Flame Dragon in the sky. Feeling the remaining soul power within him, he couldn't help but contemplate. The soul power consumption of a martial soul fusion technique was unique. It couldn't be provided solely by one person, nor was it evenly shared. Instead, the one with more soul power would consume more, while the one with less would consume less. Chapter 113, Who Can Outlast Whom? When two soul masters activate a martial soul fusion technique, and one of them runs out of soul power, they both will be completely drained. There will never be a situation where one is exhausted while the other still has a significant amount of soul power left. This unique phenomenon is precisely what allows lower-ranked soul masters to participate in a high-ranked soul master's martial soul fusion technique. Otherwise, if the consumption of soul power were evenly distributed among participants, then weaklings like Yu Zhaogang wouldn't have been able to sustain the martial soul fusion technique Golden Holy Dragon. However, it is also fortunate that whether using soul ring techniques, soul bone techniques, or self-created soul techniques, the energy required to form these skills does not solely come from the soul master. A large portion, even the majority, comes from the external world's energy. Otherwise, with only 5 soul rings, Mu Ying and Shui Binger wouldn't have had enough soul power to go toe-to-toe with Shui Yinyu, an 89th level soul Duo. At this moment, in the aerial battlefield, after entangling with the Ice Flame Dragon for a while, Shui Yinyu decisively abandoned the idea of breaking it apart before dealing with Mu Ying directly. Taking advantage of her martial soul true body state, which allowed her to use soul skills below the 7th ring without restriction, Shui Yinyu ignored the Ice Flame Dragon's continuous Ice Flame Dragon breath and charged straight toward the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow on the snowy mountain peak below. She was not a power attack system soul Duo. Her offensive soul skills consisted only of her first soul skill, Frost Feather, her 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather, and her 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm, which was both offensive and controlling. Due to its low age, Frost Feather lacked power and could only scratch the Ice Flame Dragon's surface. Similarly, Extreme Cold Storm was ineffective. It could lacerate the Ice Flame Dragon with countless razor-sharp snowflakes, but since the Ice Flame Dragon was purely condensed energy, it could instantly regenerate. Using Extreme Cold Storm was pointless and a waste of soul power. Her only viable offensive skill was the 6th soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather. Being a single target attack, its power was decent. However, Under Mu Ying's control, the Ice Flame Dragon was extremely agile and even faster than her, an 89th level flying type soul Douluo. If she couldn't hit it, even the strongest skill would be useless. Thus, if she wanted to avoid losing to her two juniors today, she had to target the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow and break their martial soul fusion technique. 8th soul skill, Extreme Cold Storm. Shui Yanyu shattered and reformed her ice shield while braving the Ice Flame Dragon breath. Her 8th soul ring shone once more, unleashing a terrifying cold tide, carrying countless razor-sharp snowflakes toward the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. However, before the storm could reach its target, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow stepped lightly, leaving behind multiple afterimages. In an instant, it appeared 100 meters away, avoiding the incoming extreme cold storm. In terms of raw speed, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was lower than the Ice Flame Phoenix controlled by Shui Binger, whose base strength was higher and who had wings. However, with exquisite footwork, under Mu Ying's control, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's agility and short-range burst speed surpassed even Shui Binger's Ice Flame Phoenix. As long as it remained cautious and didn't act recklessly, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, with its immortal ascension step and high ice resistance, was untouchable by Shui Yanyu's attacks. So slippery. After missing her big move, Shui Yanyu complained. But despite her words, she wasn't truly upset. In fact, she was pleased that Mu Ying had managed to avoid her attack. After all, Mu Ying and Shui Binger were not outsiders, they were her juniors. As an elder, she naturally wanted them to be as strong and resourceful as possible. Crack boom. The Ice Flame Dragon breath struck again, and the sound of shattering ice rang in her ears. Shui Yanyu saw her ice shield break once more. 5th soul skill, Ice Protection. Glaring at the Ice Flame Dragon, which clung to her like a piece of stubborn gum, Shui Yanyu activated her defensive soul skill again. On the snowy mountain peak, Shui Yanyu, who had been watching for a long time, had an odd expression. Under her aunt's relentless pursuit, Mu Ying and her sister's Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow seemed to be in a dire situation, forced to flee desperately. If not for their extraordinary footwork, they would have already been beaten up. But in reality, her aunt wasn't exactly winning either. Behind her, the Ice Flame Dragon continued to attack, and unlike the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, which dodged every move, her aunt was constantly getting hit. Under the corrosive Ice Flame Dragon breath, her protective ice shields shattered and reformed repeatedly. Who can outlast whom? Shui Yanyu couldn't help but wonder. As she expected, since Mu Ying could evade Shui Yanyu's attacks with superior footwork, the battle turned into a contest of endurance who would run out of energy first. Even though Mu Ying and Shui Binger, boosted by their battle armor and martial soul fusion technique, were expending a massive amount of soul power, Shui Yanyu wasn't much better off. While her martial soul true body allowed her to use skills below the 7th ring without restriction, unrestricted use didn't mean zero consumption. Using high-level defensive skills repeatedly to withstand the Ice Flame Dragon breath, while also frequently launching attacks at the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, was draining Shui Yanyu's soul power rapidly even though she was an 89th level soul Douluo. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Sensing that her soul power was running low, Shui Yanyu felt conflicted. She was almost out of energy. At this rate, in less than 5 minutes, she would be forced out of her martial soul true body due to exhaustion. Without her martial soul true body, how could she withstand the Ice Flame Dragon? Without constantly regenerating ice shields, once she was touched by that annoying, highly corrosive ice flame fire, the battle would be over instantly. Should I surrender gracefully or hold on a bit longer? Looking at the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow below, which also seemed to be struggling, Shui Yanyu hesitated. If she surrendered now, she could at least walk away with dignity after all. Aside from being low on soul power, she wasn't actually injured. But giving up now didn't feel right either. She was about to run out of energy, but so were Mu Ying and Shui Binger. Perhaps if she gritted her teeth and held on just a little longer, they would surrender first. However, if she was the first to break, she wouldn't even have her dignity left. What a dilemma. Chapter 114, Changes in the Blazing Fire Team. Just as Shui Yanyu was debating whether to admit defeat and save face, she suddenly noticed that the Ice Flame Dragon, which had been relentlessly chasing her like a rabid dog, abruptly stopped its pursuit. The next moment, the massive form of the Ice Flame Dragon twisted and collapsed, dissipating into ice blue energy that gradually faded into the air. We're done fighting, Auntie. We surrender. As the Ice Flame Dragon dispersed, Mu Ying's voice came from within the Ice Flame Phoenix Shadow. With a burst of ice blue light, the second form of the martial soul fusion technique Ice Flame Phoenix Shadow vanished, revealing Mu Ying and Shui Binger, both clad in their battle armor. Mu Ying, why did we surrender? We should be able to hold on for at least another 15 minutes. Maybe Andy will run out of strength before us. Shui Binger transmitted her question to Mu Yang. Binger, We are the juniors here. Glancing at the giant ice sparrow still hovering in the air, Mu Ying replied. Hearing this, Shui Binger suddenly understood. Oh, right. Andy is our elder, so we should give her some face. It's not that we lost to Andy, we're just showing her respect as our senior. Yes, that's exactly it. Shui Yanyu, I appreciate it, really. Soon, Shui Yanyu withdrew her martial soul avatar and descended to stand before them. Not bad, not bad. Mu Ying, Binger, though you two are still somewhat lacking compared to me, your strength is quite impressive. However, don't let it make you complacent. The continent is full of powerful individuals, so you must continue to train hard. Shui Yanyu maintained the demeanor of a seasoned expert, acting as if she had effortlessly won. Hearing this, Mu Ying earnestly responded, Andy, don't worry. We will definitely continue to train diligently. Shui Binger nodded as well and then added, Andy, I feel like my combat experience is still somewhat lacking. How about you guide us more often? Well, ahem. Binger, I'm planning to enter seclusion soon to break through my bottleneck. You should go find Caillou and the others. Their strength is nothing to scoff at. If you don't use your battle armor, they will definitely be able to guide you. Alright then, I'll head off to seclusion now. You two carry on. After speaking, Shui Yanyu quickly left. Guide you more often? If I had known you two were this difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have fought you in the first place. As a senior, winning was expected, but losing would have been embarrassing. If anyone else wants to train them, they can go ahead unless she becomes a titled Douluo. She's not dealing with this anymore. Watching Shui Yanyu's hurried departure, Mu Ying and Shui Binger exchanged glances. The next morning, at the gates of Skywater Academy. Mu Ying, remember to think of me. Shui Binger spoke reluctantly. Besides, it's only 3 months. We'll be together every day again soon. Mu Ying reached out and ruffled Shui Binger's hair. You have to keep your word. I want a kiss. Saying this, Shui Binger puckered her lips. SHHH, I want a kiss. Sisters, did you hear that? Is this something our big sister would say? Off to the side, Shui Yor teased as she turned to the other members of the Skywater battle team. Yor, Binger is our big sister. She can do what others cannot. Otherwise, how could she be our leader? That's right. We should all watch carefully. Exactly. But I think just watching isn't enough. We should ask Binger how she feels after the kiss. Yes. Among all of us sisters, only our big sister has a boyfriend. She has to share her experience so we can find boyfriends too. One after another, the ladies of the Skywater battle team chimed in, playfully teasing Shui Binger. Hearing their teasing, Shui Binger turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. You all must be itching for a beating. Watch how I am MPH. Before she could finish speaking, Mu Ying pulled her back around, and her earlier request was granted. Seeing the two of them kissing as if no one was around, everyone immediately started to cheer. However, unlike Zhu Wu and the others, Shui Yor couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. She wanted that too. She was so envious of her sister. Shui Yor, let go of my sister, let me do it. Alright, I'm leaving now. Binger, take good care of yourself. After a long moment, their lips parted. Mu Ying gently pinched the flushed cheeks of the young girl and reminded her. Shui Binger nodded. See you all later. Mu Ying waved to Shui Yor and the other ladies of the Skywater battle team. Bye. 10 days later, in the afternoon, Mu Ying returned to Blazing Fire Academy by carriage. After arriving at his residence, he found no one at home. After freshening up, he headed toward the Academy's Soul Battle Training Ground. With the Soul Master Tournament approaching, it was no surprise that Huo Shuang and Huo Wu were likely training there. Before long, Mu Ying found the two of them inside one of the Academy's indoor Soul Battle Training Grounds. At that moment, in the center of the training ground, an intense battle was taking place. To be precise, it was Yan Zhenming, the Academy's Vice Dean, providing guidance to Huo Shuang, Huo Wu, and the other 4 main members of the Blazing Fire team. A level 57 Soul King, a level 58 Soul King, not bad. With a spiritual power on par with an ordinary 7-ring Soul Sage, Mu Ying instantly saw through his older cousin Huo Shuang and his older cousin Huo Wu's soul power levels. He nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the original story, where they participated in the Soul Master Tournament as level 42 and level 43 Soul Ancestors, their soul power had increased by a full 15 levels. The improvement was nothing short of tremendous. Moreover, the changes were not limited to the chi-boosted Huo Shuang and Huo Wu. The other 4 members of the Blazing Fire team had also undergone significant transformations. Mu Ying recalled that in the original Soul Master Tournament, Only Huo Shuang and Huo Wu had reached the 4-ring soul ancestor level, while the other team members were merely 3-ring soul elders. But now, things were completely different. As the team's agility-type soul masters, the twin brothers Huo Yun and Huo Yu, who possessed the fire crane martial soul, had reached level 42, stepping into the soul ancestor realm. Meanwhile, the support-type soul masters of the team, Huo Ku and Huo Jun, who wielded the fire star martial soul, had cultivated to level 39, just one step away from the 4-ring breakthrough. With 2.5 months remaining until the start of the Soul Master Tournament, and considering that the tournament itself, from the preliminaries to the final championship match, would span approximately 4 months, it was highly likely that Huo Ku and Huo Jun would break through to level 40 before the finals. By then, the Blazing Fire Team's 7 core members would all be at the Soul Ancestor level or higher. After thinking it over, Mu Yang quickly understood why the 4 members who hadn't received any extraordinary boosts had still managed such impressive progress. It wasn't due to any special external factor, just whale glue and a sense of urgency. After consuming whale glue, the 3rd soul rings of Huo Yun and the others had all exceeded the optimal limit. Adding the advancement benefits of surpassing the usual ring restrictions, they gained a greater increase in soul power than they would have with standard best ratio soul rings. Naturally, this allowed them to reach level 40 much faster. Chapter 115. The captain's position belongs to the strongest. As for the sense of urgency that stemmed from the changes brought about by Huo Shuang and Huo Wu, one thing had to be acknowledged: soul masters had varying levels of talent, and comparisons between individuals weren't always fair. However, anyone who could enter Blazing Fire Academy was at least somewhat gifted. At the very least, they were among the elite of their age group. Even those at the bottom of the academy weren't weak in terms of cultivation talent, let alone the students chosen for the Blazing Fire team. They were among the best in the entire academy. When all members were considered top-tier students and were close in age, being 1 major rank below the captain in soul power was already tolerable. But if the gap widened to 2 major ranks, that would be simply unacceptable. Otherwise, when standing on the Soul Master Tournament stage, if the captain had 5 rings while they only had 3, even if no one else commented, they themselves would feel ashamed. Looking at past Soul Master tournaments, while there were vast differences in strength between teams from different academies, the gap between the strongest and weakest members within the same team had never spanned 2 major ranks. Therefore, compared to the original story, with Huo Shuang and Huo Wu already advancing to the 5-ring Soul King level, they naturally became motivating examples. As a result, Huo Yun and the other 3 members of the team had a much stronger drive to cultivate. With greater motivation and the additional soul power gained from their over-limit soul rings, it was only natural that their progress exceeded that of the original timeline. It was also worth noting that this phenomenon wasn't exclusive to the Blazing Fire team. The Skywater team had undergone similar changes. In the original Soul Master Tournament, the Skywater team had only 3 4-ring soul ancestors, their captain Shui Binger, vice-captain Zhu Wu, and team member Yu Haru. But now, among the 4 members who originally hadn't reached the 4-ring level, aside from the chi-boosted Shui Yu, the remaining 3 had all cultivated to level 39, reaching the peak of the 3-ring soul elder stage. Kaiyu Roasui, who had just entered level 39, would likely struggle to break through to level 40 before the tournament began. However, the other 2, who were already at the peak of level 39, had a high chance of advancing to the 4-ring soul ancestor level either before or during the competition. In fact, this wasn't just happening in the Blazing Fire team and the Skywater team. Other top students from advanced Soul Master academies across the continent were also improving beyond their original levels. After all, no serious advanced Soul Master academy was completely destitute. While they might not have the resources to provide all their top students with over-limit soul rings, they could certainly afford to invest in 1 or 2 of their best talents. Even after the secret of whale glue was exposed and its already high price surged several times over, it still hadn't reached a level that advanced Soul Master academies couldn't afford. The first to notice Mu Yang's arrival was Yan Zhenming. Upon seeing him, Yan Zhenming's expression froze for a moment. He repelled Huo Wu and the others' attacks, announced a pause in training, then turned to Mu Yang and said, "Kid, why don't you join us?" "Alright. But I'll only be a food-type Soul Master, Uncle Yan, so go easy on me." Mu Yang responded with a grin. Hearing his voice, the 6 members of the Blazing Fire team finally noticed Mu Yang standing at the edge of the training ground. "Zhao Yang, so you finally let go of your little girlfriend?" Huo Shuang teased. "Brother, that's not Zhao Yang's little girlfriend, it's his big sister." Huo Wu added with a smirk. Right. And she's part of a pair of sisters too." Huo Shuang nodded seriously, playing along. Clearly, the siblings were somewhat displeased that their younger cousin Mu Yang spent most of his time at Skywater Academy, barely returning home more than 2 or 3 times a year. If he had been a younger sister getting married off, That would have been understandable. But Mu Yang was a man. How could he go to Skywater Academy and become a live-in son-in-law? This kind of improper trend had to be firmly corrected. Mu Yang quickly waved his hands in denial. You two, stop making things up. There's nothing like that between me and you. Especially you, Wash Wang. Be careful that Binger doesn't hear you. If she decides to teach you a lesson, I won't step in to stop her. You won't stop her? If you ask me, the best I can hope for is that you'll just stand on the sidelines and not help her beat me up out of respect for our years of being cousins. Wash Wang rolled his eyes at Mu Yang. He hadn't forgotten that the two of them had a martial soul fusion technique together. Ahem, enough joking, we're in the middle of training. Clearing his throat, Mu Yang walked onto the field. Good, now the full 7-member team is here. You have 3 minutes to come up with a battle strategy. Nodding slightly, Yan Zhenming said with a smile. Zhao Yang, how do you want to play this? Wash Wang asked Mu Yang directly. You're still the captain for now, you make the call. Mu Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm still the captain for now? What do you mean by that? Wait a minute. You little brat, are you trying to take my captain's position? Wash Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wash Wang, just tell me, how did you become the captain in the first place? Obviously because I was the strongest. That's why I became captain. Wash Wang responded without hesitation. Of course, if they were talking about true strength, his sister Huo, who was a level higher than him and possessed the special talent ring fusion, was actually a bit stronger. But as his younger sister, Huo had let him take the captain's position. Exactly. The captain's position belongs to the strongest. With a nod, Mu Yang smiled mischievously. Let me reintroduce myself. Mu Yang, level 58 food type Soul King. I know just a tiny bit of self-created soul skills. Binger was the captain of the Skywater team, so wasn't it only fitting that he should also be the captain of the Blazing Fire team? Ice and fire, just like his own Ice Flame Fire. Level 58. The moment Mu Yang finished speaking, Huoyun and the other three stared in disbelief. Huoyun, in particular, was utterly shocked. He clearly remembered that when he had broken through to 3 rings, Mu Yang had only just reached 2 rings. Back then, his soul power was 10 whole levels higher than Mu Yang's. Yet in less than 6 years, he was only at level 44, while Mu Yang had already reached level 58. They were both human. How had Mu Yang gained 24 more levels than him in the same amount of time? What the hell did he eat to cultivate this fast? I'm done for. I'm doomed. At that moment, Wash Wang's face was filled with grievance. The Blazing Fire team had never been weak, but they had never been among the absolute strongest either. In the qualifiers and advancement rounds, they were always one of the standout teams. But once they reached the finals, they would basically become background characters, with little chance of actually winning the championship. Now, for once, the Blazing Fire team had truly risen, and their hopes of winning were extremely high. And yet, he, the captain, was about to be dethroned? This is so unfair. Don't worry, Wash Wang. Once I take the captain's position, I'll make you the vice-captain. Mu Yang patted Wash Wang's shoulder reassuringly, speaking with great generosity. Vice-captain? Wash Wang raised an eyebrow. That actually didn't sound too bad. But just then, the queen of last-minute stabs, Huo, delivered the finishing blow. No way. I'm the vice-captain, no one can take that from me. Wash Wang. Damn it, sis, have some mercy. Chapter 116, shielding teammates. Casting a helpless glance at his cousin, Mu Yang showed a look of sympathy before taking out several Scarlet Jade Rejuvenation Ginseng from his soul tool storage necklace. He distributed them to the members of the Blazing Fire team to help them recover from their earlier training session. After consuming a Scarlet Jade Rejuvenation Ginseng, apart from Wash Wang and Huo, the others Huoyun and Huoyu, who hadn't expended much soul power, recovered almost completely. As for Huoku and Huojun, who had yet to reach 4 rings, their soul power was instantly replenished to full. The auxiliary abilities of food-type soul masters differed somewhat from those of support-type soul masters. For support-type soul masters, the consumption of soul power varied based on the strength of the target. The lower the target's level, the less soul power was required. However, when assisting someone stronger than themselves, most support-type soul masters, aside from a few with special martial souls, would find their soul skills weakened or even completely ineffective. In contrast, food-type soul masters consumed a fixed amount of soul power to create food-based soul skills. This meant that if a food-type soul master's soul food had a non-fixed effect, it could yield a significantly greater benefit when consumed by lower-level soul masters. For example, Mu Yang's Scarlet Jade Rejuvenation Ginseng had its effectiveness limited by the soul skill's age. While its effect on same-level soul masters wasn't particularly outstanding, it could allow lower-level soul masters to recover more than half or even all of their soul power. Afterward, under the leadership of the soon-to-be retired captain, Huo the 7 of them began discussing tactics. Well, there actually wasn't much to discuss. Huo and Huo Wu would take the lead in attacking, while agility-type soul masters Huo Yun and Huo Yu would provide support. Mu Ying, though fully capable of protecting himself, lacked strong offensive capabilities as a food-type soul master. Meanwhile, Huoku and Huo Jun, who had yet to reach 4 rings, would support Huo Yun and Huo Yu, occasionally assisting Huo Wu when necessary. Although Huo Yun and Huo Yu hadn't reached 4 rings and had a massive gap in strength compared to the level 58 Soul King, Huo Wu, their roles as support-type soul masters were somewhat unique. Their soul skills didn't enhance attributes by a percentage, meaning that even with their lower levels, they could still provide a certain degree of support for Huo Wu. Otherwise, the Blazing Fire Academy wouldn't have assigned 2 relatively low-level support-type soul masters to occupy 2 of the 7 main spots in the Blazing Fire team. Before long, the 3-minute discussion ended, and Yan Zhenming, who was both their training opponent and referee, announced the start of training. 3rd Soul Skill Crimson Flame Dragon Transformation. 2nd Soul Skill Shadow of the Fire Bath. As soon as the battle began, Huo and Huo Wu activated their amplification-type soul skills, causing their aura to surge dramatically. At the same time, behind Huo Yun and Huo Yu, fiery wings manifested as they flapped and soared into the air. 1st Soul Skill Meteor Shower. Immediately after, Huoku and Huo Jun's 1st soul rings lit up, and countless fiery sparks shot out. The surrounding fire elements condensed into countless tiny red light particles, swiftly gathering together. As the red light particles merged, the fire sparks rapidly expanded. Once fully formed, they shot toward Huo Yun and Huo Yu, embedding themselves into their bodies. With each spark that entered them, Huo Yun and Huo Yu's auras grew even stronger. The two hadn't applied any buffs to Huo and Huo Wu after all. With 3 rings versus 5 rings, the gap was simply too vast, and their support effects would have been negligible. Moreover, Huo Wu hadn't yet activated her special ability, meaning it wasn't the right time to apply buffs. While his 6 teammates took action, Mu Ying naturally didn't just stand around watching. Essence of all things in heaven and earth green jade. Essence of all things in heaven and earth blue jade. As Mu Ying chanted his soul incantations, his ice fire immortal jade ginseng martial soul materialized. His 4th and 5th soul rings flickered in rapid succession. Accompanied by bursts of jade green and bell light, 2 jade green ginseng and 2 blue ginseng instantly condensed and were then thrown to Huo and Huo Wu. Although he didn't possess the unique buff that allowed unrestricted use of sub-7 ring soul skills in a martial soul true body state, casting the same soul skill twice consecutively wasn't an issue for him. After all, the so-called soul skill cooldown time existed because soul masters struggled to endure the strain of frequent soul skill activation. Why could a titled Dalu repeatedly cast their 1st soul skill but not their 9th? It was because titled Dalu had superior endurance, allowing them to withstand the strain of consecutive low-year soul skill activations. This burden could be alleviated or even eliminated by improving one's physical constitution. With diligent training, a soul master could enhance their adaptability, reducing the cooldown time between soul skills and enabling consecutive casts. For example, his little girlfriend Shui Binger could consecutively cast her 1st soul skill, Ice Seal, and her 2nd soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. After throwing the 4 soul power ginsengs to Huo and Huo Wu, Mu Ying lightly tapped the ground with his foot, pivoted his body, and positioned himself in front of Huoku and Huo Jun, shielding them. Mu Ying, as a qualified future captain, I should protect my teammates. As for supplying soul power food to the other 4 teammates, there was no need for green jade defensive ginseng. Their sparring partner, Yan Zhenming, was a 7-ring battle soul sage. The power gap was far too great. Damage reduction buffs wouldn't make a difference. Even if green jade defensive ginseng took full effect without any reduction, granting a 30% reduction in physical and energy-based damage, the 4 of them still wouldn't withstand a single strike. On the other hand, blue jade thorn ginseng would be quite useful, but Mu Ying had just crafted 2 and lacked the immediate ability to produce 4 more. He needed some time to recover. As for red jade soul recovery ginseng, orange jade blood replenishing ginseng, and yellow jade detoxification ginseng, the first 2 weren't necessary at the moment, and the last one wasn't needed at all. Seeing Mu Ying hiding behind them, Huoku and Huo Jun couldn't help but twitch their lips. Even though Mu Ying was a food-type soul master and had spent most of his time away from the academy over the years, the 2 brothers had heard countless times from Huo and Huo Wu about their cousin's prowess. They knew that Mu Ying, despite being a food-type soul master, was anything but conventional. His mastery of self-created soul skills made him practically invincible among his peers, even capable of challenging higher-level opponents. Yet this so-called great expert actually had the nerve to hide behind them two support-type soul masters. At that moment, Huo Shuang and Huo Wu consumed the green jade defensive ginseng and blue jade thorn ginseng that Mu Ying had thrown to them. As soon as the soul power ginsengs took effect, a crystalline radiance and a deep black glow immediately enveloped them. Defense? Or something else? Yan Zhenming, who had yet to learn the effects of green jade defensive ginseng and blue jade thorn ginseng, raised an eyebrow as he watched the soul power glow emanating from the two of them, silently speculating about their abilities. However, without prior knowledge, accurately determining the effects of the two soul power ginsengs just from the energy fluctuations alone was no simple task. The deep black glow was easier to interpret. It exuded an aura of extreme sturdiness, likely indicating a defensive enhancement. But that layer of crystalline radiance? Yan Zhenming had absolutely no clue what it might do. Mu Ying, his wild guesses are ridiculous. Still, not knowing the effects didn't really matter. Yan Zhenming was confident that he could break through whatever it was with sheer force. No matter how fancy or mysterious the abilities were, he was a dignified seven-ring battle soul sage. Could two soul kings who had merely eaten some soul power food really pose a threat to him? Impossible. Chapter 117, Huo Wu's Limit Burst, Part 1, First Soul Skill, Blazing Flame Arrows. With the glow of his first soul ring, Yan Zhenming's blazing flame banner martial soul flickered. Fire elements surged as 12 crimson flame arrows materialized and shot toward Huo Shuang, who was charging at him from midair. Second soul skill, Crimson Flame Crystal Shield. Facing the incoming fiery arrows, Huo Shuang reacted instantly, activating his defensive soul skill. Boom. 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 The flame arrows moved at incredible speed. Huo Shuang managed to dodge half of them,